When I open my eyes to a day of glee, nature's abode is where I want to be. Enchanted by its scenic charms, I desire to bask in its blissful arms. When the going gets tough and triumph upholds, I wish to rejoice my victories amidst the brave and the bold. The adventure then unveils, and to the courageous roars and soaring hopes, I bow down and hail. For the times when the spirit is at peace, I seek the divine, and uncertainty I seize. Purity. Power. Passion and pleasure. The feelings that reside within are all I want to treasure. Beauty, adventure, peace and culture are my inner call.
थोड़ा कल्पना कीजिए, ओनली इमेजिनेशन। फिर बोलते समझ गए तो आर्ट, नहीं समझे तो मॉडर्न आर्ट। आप लोग घूम रहे भेड़ा खा।
I am the heart, and I desire it all. मध्य प्रदेश, सब कुछ जो दिल चाहे।
ये रंग है, रंग है, रंग है, 100 तरह के रंग हैं। रंग है, रंग है, रंग है, 100 तरह के रंग हैं। कान्हा में सैकड़ों शेर दहाड़े, हर कोई देखे आंखें फाड़े। वो आंखें फाड़े, आंखें फाड़े, आंखें फाड़े, आंखें फाड़े। खजुराहो की खामोश मूरत, प्यार की कितनी प्यारी सूरत। एमपी में आया हर कोई, दंग है वो दंग है, दंग है वो दंग है। मांडू का महल देखने आए, जहाज देखा चक्कर खाए। सांची में आके स्तूपा देखा, शांत होकर हिंसा को फेंका। एमपी में आई हर रूह, मलंग है, मलंग है, मलंग है, मलंग है। ये महाकाल की पूजा, दृश्य न कोई दूजा। एमपी में आई हर रूह, मलंग है।
टक 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 लगाए। एमपी में दुनिया हक की हो जाए। पैलेस मन मंदिर
मन बन बंदर,
टाके झाके ताके बाटे ग्वालियर।
लाल बाग गुर 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 गुर्राए।
सकपक सक कान्हा सक पकाए।
माते उज्जैन का टिक्का छप 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 जाए।
ओढ़चा
छतरी का मोर्चा मोर्चा।
अरे लेफ्ट जा,
थोड़ा राइट जा।
अरे लेफ्ट नहीं थोड़ा पर, अरे 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 ये ताजमहल कहाँ से आ गया भाई?
पूरनपुर में ताजमहल।
ताजमहल डबल डबल पजल पजल
करो गूगल।
मंडू का महल देखो,
टाइटैनिक कपल देखो,
अरे राजा देखो
और रानी देखो।
पिक 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 प्रेम कहानी देखो। पचमढ़ी के हिस्से किस्से किस्से देखो। लव 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 किस्से 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 देखो। किस्से 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 किस बुट्टे के किस।
सर 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 सर्राफे का एक चक्कर हो जाए।
ओ चक्कर के चक्कर में शक्कर का चक्कर हो जाए। कद काठी
लंबी लाठी
लम 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 लम
लमलम।
बड़ा तालाब के
संग संग
दंग 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 करते दंग दंग दंग।
धुआंधार फूटे
धम 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 धम। तक दिन तक खजुराहो थिरकाए।
दिन दिन तक
आंखों में दिल में एमपी बस 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 जाए।
भैया बस
एमपी से दिल भर ना भर पाए।
धक धक।
एमपी अजब है, सबसे गजब है। एक नहीं दो नहीं सैकड़ों यहाँ शेर हैं। पेच में था मोगली का नाम 12 सिंह है। एमपी अजब है। मांडू का महल है कि जहाज है, कोई तो बताए। जय विलास के झूमर संग 10 हाथी लटके, सोच के सर चकराए। एमपी अजब है, अरे सबसे गजब है। संगमरमर खुदता नहीं, छूता आसमान है। और सांची देता सबको शांति का फरमान है। एमपी अजब है, अरे सबसे गजब है।
एमपी में दिल हुआ बच्चे सा, मुगली के छोटे से कच्चे सा। शेर को मारे धप्पा, बड़ा सिंह संग संग दौड़े। और छक्का चप्पा चप्पा छाने जैसे पकौड़े। चंदेरी सारी के कुछे सा, एमपी में दिल हुआ बच्चे सा। सराफा बाजार चखे अच्छे सा। मार्बल पहाड़ चमके जैसे चंदा मामा। मंडू का महल लागे जादू कारनामा। सांझ की शांति से सच्चे सा, एमपी में दिल हुआ बच्चे सा। छोटे से बच्चे सा।
बंदर देखा, हाथी देखा, बारहसिंघा और चीतल देखा। मोगली के जंगलों में
शेर खान को देखा।
पचमढ़ी सतपुरा का अजूबा, भोपाल लेक में सूरज डूबा। मंडू का जहाज महल और मार्बल का पहाड़ देखा। महाकाल मंदिर में पूजा, फोटो खींचा जाके ओरछा। ग्वालियर के किले में भटका, खजुराहो ने दे दिया झटका। पूर्वजों को मिलने जुलने जा पहुंचा मैं भीमबेटका। ट्रेन की चुक चुक सुनते सुनते आ पहुंचा मैं सांची स्तूपा। सांची की शांति में खुद के अंदर झांक के देखा। हिंदुस्तान का दिल देखा, हिंदुस्तान का दिल।
The heart of incredible India, Madhya Pradesh.
A very blissful morning to each and everyone present here. I extend my warm welcome to all ladies and gentlemen at Unesco. Has expanded to encompass a wider spectrum, including cultural landscape, historic towns, industrial heritage, as well as heritage routes. The global strategy adopted by the World Heritage Committee in 1994 was established to make the World Heritage List more representative, credible, and balanced, and remains one of the most important strategies of the World Heritage till date. And this conference will look at the achievements of over past 50 years at national level, regional and international levels, and brainstorm about ways forward for World Heritage in next 50 years to come, focusing in particular on themes such as World Heritage and sustainable development for local community, World Heritage and Sustainable Tourism, Cultural Landscape, Historic Urban Landscape, and World Heritage and Climate Change. The conference will also adopt Bhopal Vision Statement, affirming the region's engagement for sustainable development through its cultural and natural heritage, but also its living heritage as well as in cultural diversity. And we are delighted to have 120 government officials from members of the civil society, universities, academics, as well as individual experts from different countries like Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Nepal, Maldives, and Sri Lanka. I would like to welcome you all on behalf of UNESCO, Government of India, and Government of Madhya Pradesh. And soon we will be having our chief guest, Mr. Vinod Gotia ji, Chairman, Madhya Pradesh State Tourism Development Corporation with us. And on the stage, we will be having dignified guest with us, Ms. Junhi Han, Chief of Culture, UNESCO, New Delhi. Mr. Somratne Vidana Pathirana, Secretary, Ministry of Buddha Shasana, Religious and Cultural Affairs, Sri Lanka. Mr. Karma Tenzin, Executive Architect, Department of Cultural and Dzongkha Development, Bhutan. Mr. Suresh Suraj Shrestha, Joint Secretary, Head Ministry of Culture, Tourism and Civil Aviation, Nepal. Ms. Eshta Muniza, Project Manager, Ministry of Art, Culture and Heritage, Maldives. Mr. Subhrata Bhaumik, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Cultural Affairs, Bangladesh. Mr. Janvis Sharma, Additional Director General, Archaeological Survey of India. Mr. Anish P. Rajan, Director, Ministry of Culture, Government of India. Mr. Shivshekhar Shukla ji, IAS Principal Secretary, Tourism, and Ms. Shilpa Gupta, Commissioner, Archaeology, Government of Madhya Pradesh. Again, I would like to extend my heartily welcome to all of you, and soon we will be having chief guest with us, Mr. Vinod Gotia ji, Chairman, Madhya Pradesh State Tourism Development Corporation Limited. I would like to share that we are having wonderful exhibition area that is based on responsible tourism, in which various things are highlighted like safe tourism for women, Project Human Safe, Project Clean Destination, homestays, skill development and training, and most attractive thing is the live stalls, and we are having our chief guest with us. Let us have a huge round of applause to welcome Mr. Vinod Gotia ji, Chairman, Madhya Pradesh State Tourism Development Corporation Limited. Heartily welcome, sir. बहुत-बहुत स्वागत है विनोद जी आपका. And to start with the program, I would like to request our chief guest, Mr. Vinod Gotia ji, to come forward and light the auspicious lamp, and would like to invite our dignified guest, Ms. Junhi Han, Mr. Somratne Vidana Pathirana, Mr. Karma Tenzin, Suresh ji, Ms. Eshta, Mr. Subhrata, Mr. Janvis, Mr. Anish, Mr. Shivshekhar ji, Ms. Shilpa ji to join for lamp lighting. As we know, lighting lamp is supposed to be auspicious.
Shubham kurutvam kalyanam Arogyam dhanasampadah Shatru buddhi vinashaya Deepajyotir namostute Deepajyotir namostute Deepajyotir parabrahma Deepajyotir janardanaha
much. Now I would like to request Mr. Vinod Gotia ji and other delegates to take their seats on stage. मैं निवेदन करना चाहूँगी माननीय विनोद गोटिया जी से कि वे मंच पर अपना स्थान लें. Again, I would like to welcome you all at UNESCO Sub-Regional Conference of the World Heritage Convention. And as we all are aware, November 22 marked as 50th anniversary of UNESCO World Heritage Convention. And over 50 years, the notion of culture, in particular of cultural heritage, has shifted from monument-centered towards people-centered and holistic approach. It is not the honor that you take with you, but the heritage you leave behind. Again, I would like to introduce all our dignified guests. We are having with us Mr. Vinod Gotia ji, Chairman, Madhya Pradesh State Tourism Development Corporation; Ms. Juni Han, Chief of Culture, UNESCO, New Delhi; Mr. Somratne Vidana Pathirana, Secretary, Ministry of Buddha Shasana, Religious and Cultural Affairs, Sri Lanka; Mr. Karma Tenzin, Executive Architect, Department of Culture and Dzongkha Development, Bhutan; Mr. Suresh Suras Shrestha, Joint Secretary, Head, Ministry of Cultural, Tourism and Civil Aviation; Ms. Ashita Munisa, Project Manager, Ministry of Art, Culture and Heritage, Maldives; Mr. Subrata Bhaumik, Joint Secretary, Minister of Cultural Affairs, Bangladesh; Mr. Janvesh Sharma, Additional Director General, Archaeological Survey of India; Mr. Anish P. Rajan, Director, Ministry of Culture, Government of India; Mr. Shivshekhar Shukla ji, Principal Secretary, Tourism; and Ms. Shilpa Gupta ji, Commissioner, Archaeology. Let us have a huge round of applause for all the dignified guests. Now, I would like to, as we are aware, we are rich in tradition, and before starting any function, we welcome our guest because guest is supposed as a god. Atiti Devo Bhava ke bhav ke saath, I would like to request Shri Shivshekhar Shukla ji, Principal Secretary, Tourism and Culture, to welcome Shri Vinod Gotia ji, Chairman, Madhya Pradesh State Tourism Development Corporation. And this welcome is very special because we are welcoming our chief guest by gifting books, because books is considered as a most precious gift, and masterpiece of Madhya Pradesh and vintage Madhya Pradesh is gifting to chief guest. Now I would like to request Shri Shivshekhar Shukla ji to welcome Ms. Juni Han, Chief of Culture, UNESCO, New Delhi. Let us have a huge round of applause to welcome all our dignified guests. Again, I would like to invite Mr. Vivek Shotia ji, Additional Managing Director, MPTB, and would like to request to welcome Mr. Somratne Vidana Pathirana, Secretary, Minister of Buddha Shasana, Religious and Cultural Affairs. Let us have a huge round to welcome Mr. Somratna ji. Now I would again like to request Mr. Vivek Shotia ji to welcome Mr. Karma Tenzin, Executive Architect, Department of Cultural, Dzongkha Development, Bhutan. Heartily welcome, sir. Again want to request Mr. Vivek Shotia ji to welcome Mr. Suresh Suraj Shrestha, Joint Secretary, Head, Ministry of Culture, Tourism and Civil Aviation. Heartily welcome, Suresh sir. Again want to request Mr. Vivek Shotia ji to welcome Ms. Ashita Muniza, Project Manager, Ministry of Art, Culture and Heritage, Maldives. Let us have a huge round of applause to welcome her. Welcome, ma'am. Again want to request Mr. Vivek Shotia ji to welcome Mr. Subrata Bhaumik, Joint Secretary, Minister of Cultural Affairs, Bangladesh. Heartily welcome, sir. Let us have a huge round of applause to welcome Mr. Subrata Bhaumik ji. Now I would like to invite Mr. Prashant Singh Baghel ji, Joint Director Planning, MPTB, to welcome Mr. Janvesh Sharma, Additional Director General, Archaeological Survey of India. Heartily welcome, sir. Heartily welcome, Mr. Janvesh Sharma ji. Would like to request Mr. Prashant Singh Baghel ji to facilitate Mr. Anish P. Rajan, Director, Ministry of Culture, Government of India. Heartily welcome Anish sir. Let us have a huge round of applause to welcome Anish sir. And again want to request to Mr. Prashant sir to welcome Mr. Shiv Shekhar Shukla ji, Principal Secretary Tourism. Heartily welcome Mr. Shiv Shekhar Shukla ji. Let us have a huge round of applause to welcome him. Now again want to request to Mr. Prashant Singh Baghel ji to welcome Ms. Shilpa Gupta, Commissioner Archaeology, Government of Madhya Pradesh. Heartily welcome Shilpa ma'am. Let us have a huge round of applause to welcome ma'am. And now I would like to request Mr. Shiv Shekhar Shukla ji to welcome our august audience with his golden words.
Respected Chairman, MP State Tourism Corporation, Madhya Pradesh, Shri Vinod Gotia ji, dear organizers from UNESCO, from Government of India, from Madhya Pradesh, and my dear delegates who have come from various parts of the globe and India. I welcome you from the bottom of my heart in the green and clean heart of incredible India, that is Madhya Pradesh. Friends, we have gathered here for UNESCO's sub-regional conference on World Heritage, jointly organized by UNESCO New Delhi and the Government of India, Ministry of Culture and Tourism, and Department of Culture and Tourism, Government of Madhya Pradesh jointly, on this occasion of the 50th anniversary of the World Heritage Convention. Friends, we feel very honored to host this conference. We have been dedicating our efforts for the protection of the multiple cultural and natural assets in Madhya Pradesh. The state is home to 3 World Heritage Sites, Khajuraho Group of Monuments, Sachi, which you saw yesterday, and the rock shelters of Bhimpedka, which is just 50 kilometers from here. 4 sites are also in the tentative list. Group of monuments at Mandu, the historic ensemble of Orcha, Satpura Tiger Reserve under the natural category, and Bhedaghat marble rocks of Jabalpur under the natural category. Friends, the state of Madhya Pradesh has multiple engagement and variegated cultural canvas like wildlife, heritage, adventure, pilgrimage, spiritualism, etc. It has also been hosting multiple immersive cultural events like Khajuraho Dance Festival, Tansen Samaroh, Jal Mahotsav, many local tribal festivals, etc., which foster these creative pursuits and attract significant national and international participation. In order to safeguard and maintain the historical character and city living standards of several historical towns spread across the state, UNESCO New Delhi has very kindly agreed with their technical partner Dharatal to undertake 2 pilot projects in Madhya Pradesh for applying historical urban landscape approach. The cities of Gwalior and Orcha, we are working very closely with multiple stakeholders to put this approach in practice. We envisage to learn from the projects undertaken and scale the application of HUL approach on other historical settlements as well. With our immense involvement in UNESCO conventions and recommendations, it gives us much delight to host this conference. The conference will address the outcomes achieved at the regional and international level over the last 50 years of UNESCO Convention on the World Heritage, which was launched way back in 1972, and further discuss the way forward, with special focus on themes such as World Heritage and Sustainable Development, World Heritage and Sustainable Tourism, Historic Urban Landscape, and World Heritage and the global strategy to tackle issues, emerging issues. Friends, we often say old is gold, and this saying has got a purpose. We all know the kind of rich cultural heritage we in India and also especially in Madhya Pradesh inherited by us is really invaluable. The grandeur of the forts and the temples, the technology and the architecture involved in that is somehow somewhere forgotten. I don't know how many buildings, modern day buildings in any part of the globe are there which people go and see and admire, except a very few in some of the places. But how many of these, even these buildings, attract visitors more than once? But if you have a look at our grand temples and forts and old monuments, you feel like going back to them again and again. Somehow, it touches the core of your heart and also fills you with a sense of deep pride. How grand were our ancestors when it came to creating these huge monuments. And this was when there was no machinery, there was no equipment, there was no mechanical, electrical power. Yet, huge temples, very high temples were built with huge tonnage of blocks taken to the top and kept so delicately and perfectly that even after 5,000 years, these temples are absolutely intact and a living evidence of the richness of our cultural depth. So this is the time, and this particular conference, I would thank Ms. Juhi Han and their team to host it in Madhya Pradesh, especially because we are also celebrating the 75th year of our independence. And this also gives us an occasion to look back at the achievements of last 75 years and also plan for the future strategy for next 50 years. And that also coincides with the objectives of Unesco's sub-regional conference. So lastly, friends, on behalf of Government of Madhya Pradesh, Tourism Board and MP Culture, heartily welcome all the dignitaries, experts, and representatives of local communities, civil societies, consultants, and also my friends from my neighboring countries, Nepal, Bhutan, Bangladesh, Maldives, and Sri Lanka, to this conference, and we look forward to the knowledge exchanges and engaging constructively with all the participants. Welcoming and wishing you all the very engaging and pleasant time in the coming 2 days. Please do enjoy the hospitality of Madhya Pradesh and also enjoy some of the places which we have kept in our itinerary in next 2 days' time. Whatever best we can show you in and around Bhopal, please enjoy and take back good memories with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Shiv Shekhar Shukla, sir, for this warm welcome. And now we will look over recorded message of Mr. Haskell Dlamni, Officer in Charge, UNESCO, New Delhi. Would like to request our technical team to play recorded video.
Respected Shri Shivran Singh Chauhan, Honorable Chief Minister, Government of Madhya Pradesh. Respected Shrimati Usha Shakur, Honorable Minister of Tourism, Government of Madhya Pradesh. Respected Shri Sheyo Shekhar Shukla, Principal Secretary, Department of Tourism, Government of Madhya Pradesh. Respected dignitaries, distinguished guests, and esteemed UN colleagues. I would like to welcome you all to the Sub-Regional Conference on World Heritage titled The Next 50, Way Forward for South Asia World Heritage, organized by UNESCO New Delhi Multisectoral Regional Office, jointly with the State Government of Madhya Pradesh. At the very onset, I would like to express our gratitude to the Madhya Pradesh government for their undeterred support, which made possible this sub-regional conference marking the 50th anniversary of the World Heritage Convention. I would like to thank all the delegates, experts, officials, and representatives from Bangladesh, Bhutan, the Maldives, Sri Lanka, India, and Nepal. Members of the civil society and universities for joining us and sharing their expertise to make this event. I hope you had an enlightening experience at the Buddhist monuments at Sanchi, a UNESCO World Heritage Site. The last 5 decades bear witness to the remarkable transformations in how heritage is valued and safeguarded. Simultaneously, our understanding of heritage has also evolved. It has become more inclusive, diverse, representative, and holistic. For instance, the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals pay particular attention under the Goal 11 to safeguarding cultural and natural heritage. Similarly, the World Heritage Committee adopted a document policy titled A Sustainable Development Perspective into the Processes of the World Heritage Convention, which recognizes the need to view conservation objectives within the context of changing demographics and climate, diminishing resources, and the growing threat to heritage. The inclusion of the role of communities in the strategic objectives of World Heritage Convention similarly highlights the evolution of our understanding of heritage as a shared value. The most recent UNESCO instrument, the UNESCO Recommendation on Historic Urban Landscape, adopted in 2011, also highlights a close linkage between heritage conservation, notably urban heritage, and sustainable development, and acknowledges tangible, intangible, and creativity as key resources in enhancing the livability of urban areas and fosters economic development and social cohesion. UNESCO New Delhi has been working closely with Madhya Pradesh government in implementing the historic urban landscape approach, a pilot case for its cities of Gwalior and Ocha. This project sets a precedent for India and South Asia at large as an integrated and holistic approach in urban development, which embraces not only built and intangible heritage, but also its intangible cultural heritage. South Asia is known to be the home of one of the world's earliest civilizations. South Asia is also home to 63 World Heritage Sites and 114 sites in the tentative lists, including the ones in Afghanistan and Pakistan, encompassing both natural and cultural sites, showcasing its richness and diversity of the region. This conference gathers more than 120 participants from Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, the Maldives, Nepal, and Sri Lanka. Not only governmental officials, but also civil society, academics, as well as cultural institutions and corporate social responsibility, making it truly a unique platform for brainstorming the future of our world heritage in the 50 years to come. We have to work together to make the next 50 more resilient, innovative, and sustainable, so that our future generations will have much to cherish. Because 50 years ago, our predecessors made a conscious choice, and so are we today. Thank you very much.
So this was the wonderful message from Mr. Haskell Damni, Officer in Charge, UNESCO New Delhi. Now moving ahead, I would like to invite Mr. Somratne Vidanapathirana, Secretary, Ministry of Buddha Shasana, Religious and Cultural Affairs, Sri Lanka, to share his views. Let us have a round of applause to welcome him, Mr. Somratne Vidanapathirana.
Good morning, Chairman and distinguished guests, friends, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning for you all. So I'm very happy to hear today the India participants in this important events. Being a Secretary, Minister of Buddha Shasana, Religious Affairs and Cultural Affairs in Sri Lanka, I am very happy to participate in this event. So, India is our closest neighbor, is not only friends, it's a historical and the cultural friends in Sri Lanka. So yesterday we visited in Shanti. That is our historical event that started in Sri Lanka. That is for very proud of us in Sri Lankans that India and Sri Lanka very close relationship today is still for that historical events. So the Sri Lanka can several World Heritage sites, especially Srigiriya and Dambulla and Gaul, and that is the cultural and very famous city in tourist promotion in Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka is also worldwide that wildlife and centurias like Sigiri, Yala, Vilpattu, and Udawala said that especially Singharaja forest also we have the World Heritage Site in Sri Lanka. So, so Sri Lanka also the island that this we have the beautiful around the sea towards great promotion for the Sri Lankan beach site island wide. So in country that we have the main 4 religions. Main is Buddhism and Hindus and Islams and Christian also we living together with peaceful manner. So after the past 3 years, not only Sri Lanka, we have a lot of problem in that Corona pandemic. That after that we have the economic crisis. Also that India will support for us every bad situation. Thank you very much for especially India and other neighbors countries to support us. We have this going up the Sri Lankan people. So as the Secretary of the Ministry, so I invite to our sub-region countries, so please come and visit our World Heritage Site in Sri Lanka. Not only it's a very beautiful and peaceful country in Sri Lanka, please help us to again to develop our country. Thank you very much for our invitation, your invitation, and myself and our Director General, Professor Gamini Ransing also participate in the discussion today. So I am very happy to invite Sri Lanka to participate in this event. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you so much, Mr. Somratne Vidani Bhattarana, Secretary Ministry of Buddhist Shasana, Religious and Cultural Affairs, Sri Lanka, for sharing wonderful views. Now, I would like to request our Chief Guest, Honorable Vinod Gotia ji, Chairman, Madhya Pradesh State Tourism Development Corporation Limited, to share his views. Let us have a huge round of applause to welcome our Chief Guest, Honorable Shri Vinod Gotia ji.
आज के इस महत्वपूर्ण कार्यक्रम में मंच पर विराजमान यूनेस्को की प्रतिनिधि जूनी हांजी, हमारे पड़ोसी देशों से आए हुए प्रतिनिधिगण, भारत सरकार के अधिकारीगण, मध्य प्रदेश में हमारे टूरिज्म और कल्चर के प्रिंसिपल सेक्रेटरी शिवशेखर जी, और मध्य प्रदेश की धरोहर जिनको संभालने की जिम्मेदारी सरकार ने दी है, ऐसे डिपार्टमेंट की कमिश्नर शिल्पा मैडम, यहाँ उपस्थित सभी सम्मानीय प्रतिनिधिगण, मैं जब दुनिया के मानचित्र पर देखता हूं तो मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि जो सनातन है वही पुरातन है, ऐसा कहने में कोई झिझक मुझे नहीं होती और मुझे अपने स्वाग के ऊपर गर्व होता है। पर जो काम आज अंतर्राष्ट्रीय संस्थाएं, विशेष रूप से यूनेस्को जिनको कर रही है, कोई 150 साल के दायरे में दुनिया जिनकी तरफ जागृत हुई है, हम उसको हजारों साल से बहुत आराम के साथ करते आ रहे हैं और उस विरासत को संभाल भी रहे हैं और उसको बढ़ाने का काम भी कर रहे हैं। और इसलिए इस देश के अंदर, जैसे अभी हमारे शुक्ला जी बता रहे थे कि जो हमारा सामाजिक ताना बाना है, जो हमारी विरासत है, उनको हमने जिस तरीके से संभाला है, वो मध्य प्रदेश के संदर्भ में बात कर रहे थे। तो मध्य प्रदेश के अंदर भी जब हम देखते हैं तो सांची का अगर अपना इतिहास है तो मांडू की भी अपनी एक अलग कहानी है। फिर खजुराहो एक ऐसी जगह है जो दुनिया जिसको देखना भी चाहती है और जिसको समझना भी चाहती है। और किसी एक मॉन्यूमेंट में कितने एंगल से लोग उसको देख सकते हैं और समझ सकते हैं, अगर ये आप जानना चाहते हैं तो आप खजुराहो जाइए। उसको देखने वालों का नजरिया अपने तरीके का हो सकता है, जिस तरीके से दुनिया के लोग उसको देखने आते हैं। मगर वो अगर स्थापत्य कला का नमूना है तो वो आध्यात्म का स्थान भी रहा है। हजारों साल पहले हमारे लोगों ने उन स्थानों पर, और ये तो वो स्थान है जिनकी चर्चा यूनेस्को की लिस्ट में की गई है, पर अगर आप चले जाएं, मुरैना चले जाएं, तो मितावली चले जाएं, पदावली चले जाएं, बटेसरा चले जाएं, लाइन लगी हुई है। देश भर के अंदर और मध्य प्रदेश के अंदर ऐसे कितने स्मारक हैं जिनकी अपनी एक ऐसी पहचान है जिसको देख के आज भी दुनिया ये सोचती है कि क्या ये संभव हो सकता है। जब लोग कहते थे कि बिना संसाधनों की ये कैसे हो सकता है, और कभी इसके पीछे, जैसे मैं अजंता एलोरा की बातें करता हूं, कम से कम 25 पीढ़ियां लगी होंगी उसको बनाने में। किन लोगों ने बनाया, ये प्रश्न आज भी है। कोई अपनी 25 पीढ़ियां किसी एक काम के पीछे लगा दे और वहां अपना नाम तक न लिखे कि किन्ने इसको बनाया है, ये अगर उदाहरण कहीं मिल सकता है दुनिया में तो सिर्फ हिंदुस्तान में मिल सकता है, जहां हम अपने स्थापत्य कला को संरक्षित करना जानते हैं, अपनी संस्कृति को संरक्षित करना जानते हैं। और इसीलिए हिंदुस्तान में मैंने कहा कि हम सिर्फ सहेज नहीं रहे, हम उसको बढ़ाने का काम भी कर रहे हैं। और हजारों साल से ये काम क्रम हिंदुस्तान में चलता रहा है और ये हमारी संस्कृति की विशेषता है। और मैं तो कहता हूं कि अभी मैं कहना नहीं चाहता, इस मंच के बहुत सभी तरह के समृद्ध लोग बैठे हैं, लेकिन हमारे श्रीलंकन जो मित्र यहाँ आए हैं उनने जो बात कही, इसलिए कहा, मैं तुलसीदास को उद्धृत करना चाहूँगा। उन्होंने कहा कि हमारी इकोनॉमी को स्ट्रांग करने के लिए आप लोग को कुछ उसमें मैं आमंत्रित करता हूँ दुनिया को कि आएँ और उनकी इकोनॉमी स्ट्रांग करें। तुलसीदास जी ने रामचरितमानस में लिखा है कि रामचरण पंकज और धरहु, लंका अचल राज तुम करहु। हिंदुस्तान का इतना पोटेंशियल जो टूरिज्म है और हिंदुस्तान की जो इतनी पोटेंशियल संस्कृति है, अगर लंका की सरकार सिर्फ राम से जुड़े हुए स्थानों को हाईलाइट करे और हिंदुस्तान का पर्यटक अगर लंका जाए तो इतने में ही श्रीलंका की इकोनॉमी स्ट्रांग हो सकती है, ये मैं दावे के साथ कह सकता हूं। तो हमको एक दूसरे से एक्सचेंज करना है। हमारे जितने पड़ोसी देश हैं उनके साथ हमारा साहित्यिक संबंध भी हमको स्थापित करना है, सांस्कृतिक संबंध भी स्थापित करना है, और हमारा जो एक तरीके से निकटता है हमारी, उस निकटता को और बढ़ाने की जरूरत है, उस ताकत को और सामर्थ्य देने की जरूरत है। और अगर हम इस दिशा में काम करेंगे तो मुझे लगता है कि टूरिज्म की दृष्टि से भी और इन जो इमारतें हमारे वैभवशाली अतीत को प्रदर्शित करती हैं उसकी तरफ भी हम अपनी निगाह रख सकते हैं, उसको संरक्षित कर सकते हैं। मैं विशेष रूप से यूनेस्को के सभी मित्रों को बधाई देता हूं इस बात के लिए कि मध्य प्रदेश में ये महत्वपूर्ण जो क्षेत्रीय कॉन्फ्रेंस यहाँ हो रही है, उसके लिए उनने मध्य प्रदेश को चुना है। और मैं अपने अधिकारियों को भी बधाई देता हूं कि उनने इतने बेहतर तरीके से इसको यहाँ आयोजित किया है। आप सब यहाँ आए हैं, मध्य प्रदेश की तरफ से मैं आप सबका स्वागत करते हुए अपनी वाणी को विराम देता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर, थैंक यू. Sir has beautifully explained that Madhya Pradesh is rich in its memorial monuments and government is working hard to save culture and tradition. And now I would like to invite Ms. Shilpa Gupta, Commissioner Archaeology, Government of Madhya Pradesh, to give thanks note.
आज इस यूनेस्को सब रीजनल कॉन्फ्रेंस में उपस्थित माननीय श्री विनोद गोटिया जी, ऑनरेबल चेयरमैन मध्य प्रदेश स्टेट टूरिज्म डेवलपमेंट कॉरपोरेशन, मिस जूही हान जी, चीफ ऑफ कल्चर यूनेस्को न्यू दिल्ली, मिस्टर सोम रत्ने जी, श्री कर्मा तेंजिन जी, मिस्टर सुरेश सूरज श्रेष्ठा जी, मिस आयशा मुनीजा, प्रोजेक्ट मैनेजर, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ आर्ट, कल्चर एंड हेरिटेज, मालदीव्स, Mr. Subrato Bhaumik, Joint Secretary, Minister of Culture Affairs, Bangladesh, Mr. Janvi Sharma, Additional Director General, ASI, Mr. Anish P. Rajan ji, Director, Ministry of Culture, Government of India, Mr. Shivshekhar Shukla ji, Principal Secretary, Madhya Pradesh Tourism and Culture. और इस वर्कशॉप में यूनेस्को से अन्य आए प्रतिनिधि, भारत सरकार और विभिन्न राज्यों से सरकार के कल्चर और टूरिज्म डिपार्टमेंट से आए प्रतिनिधि, सिविल सोसाइटी के मेंबर्स, विभिन्न इंस्टीट्यूशन, पब्लिक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के मेंबर्स, स्टूडेंट्स और मीडिया के साथ ही मध्य प्रदेश टूरिज्म बोर्ड कॉरपोरेशन से उपस्थित अधिकारी कर्मचारी, आर्कियोलॉजी एएसआई की टीम, आप सभी का इस सब रीजनल कॉन्फ्रेंस में आने के लिए मैं धन्यवाद ज्ञापित करती हूँ। और मुझे विश्वास है कि सब रीजनल कॉन्फ्रेंस के माध्यम से हम जिन एक्सपीरियंसेस को एक दूसरे से शेयर करेंगे, वो ना केवल हमें आगे और हमारी विरासत और हमारी धरोहर को सहेजने और संवारने में मदद करेगी, बल्कि फ्यूचर में भी हमें प्लानिंग में मदद करेगी। और इस सब रीजनल कॉन्फ्रेंस के माध्यम से हम 3 या 4 दिन के लिए यहाँ भोपाल में एकत्रित हुए हैं, तो इसी मौके का फ़ायदा उठाकर मैं आप सभी को आगे फ्यूचर में भी आमंत्रित करना चाहूँगी कि ये एक्सपीरियंस सिर्फ एक मध्य प्रदेश की विरासत और धरोहर का सिर्फ एक बूंद है। आप भविष्य में भी आइए और मध्य प्रदेश में उत्तर, दक्षिण, पूर्व, पश्चिम में फैली जो हमारी धरोहर है, हमारे मॉन्यूमेंट्स हैं, हमारे किले हैं, पैलेसेस हैं और हेरिटेज टूरिज़्म है, उसका आकर पर्सनल विजिट पर भी आप अनुभव लीजिए। और वी आर ऑलवेज हेयर टू वेलकम यू एंड सपोर्ट यू। मध्य प्रदेश टूरिज़्म और कल्चर डिपार्टमेंट आपकी हमेशा मेज़बानी करने के लिए तैयार है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much, ma'am. And now I would like to request our chief guest and all the dignified guests to visit exhibition on responsible tourism. Would like to request our esteemed guest to visit exhibition. And would like to request all participants to gather in front of this hall at the steps area for the group photograph. And after that, you all are invited for tea break. And we all will gather at around 10:20 to start with the plenary session. Thank you so much. Again, I would like to request our dignified guest to visit exhibition that is on responsible tourism, and wonderful stalls are there, light stalls are there on traditional weavers. You can see there on Maheshwari they are working, and Madhya Pradesh Mati Kala live stall is there. Traditional painting, Gond and Bhil painting you can overview at the exhibition. And all participants are requested to gather in front of the hall at the steps area for the group photograph. And after that, you all are invited for tea. And at around 10:20, you all are requested to gather back at the same premises for the plenary session. Thank you.
Very simple yet very elegant and graceful, and that's something I really want to work with.
महेश वाली साड़ी का एक क्या है कि जो पिक्चर बना रखा है और जो उसका लुक है वो एक अलग ही है।
पहनने में कंफर्टेबल होती है साड़ी, तो सबको अच्छी लगती है, कोई भी पहन सकता है उसको। बहुत लाइट वेट होती है, जो कभी नहीं पहनता है वो भी ये साड़ी अगर पहनता है तो उससे भी संभल जाती है।
इसे केला है कि नहीं, जो पूरे केले की डिजाइन इसमें आती है, सब डाल सकते हैं इसमें साड़ी में।
And all the motifs of this type of weaving, they're drawn from the fort, so it's all very intrinsic. It's very nice. The fact that Maheshwari is so simple in its weave and its structure, and the color combinations are bright, I think it lends itself very well to contemporary designs.
ये डिजाइन हमारी हाथ की कला है, इसमें हाथ की कला है। जो पावर लूम है वो मशीन से चलते हैं, ये हमारे हाथ की कला है।
मध्य प्रदेश का पहला प्राइवेट आर्ट गैलरी है ये, और ये अंबिका जी हैं कलकत्ता की, उनके द्वारा ये बनाया गया है, निर्माण किया गया है। जितना भी यहाँ पे आसपास जो कलाकृतियाँ हैं, जो मैंने अपने गांव से लोकल जो संस्कृति है जो ख़त्म हो रही है, उसको भी साथ में जोड़ के इसको आगे बढ़ावा दे रही हैं। यहाँ पे 95% चीज़ें स्क्रैप से की गई हैं। जैसे भी लाइट्स लगी, ये सिप की लाइटें हैं, ये कोचिन सब आया है। नीचे वो सैंडलियर बना है, उस पर 1200 लाइटें लगी। वो चूने भट्टे चिमनी का टॉप है फैक्ट्री का, वो झूमर बन गया है। गुटके के पैचेस होते हैं तो वो लोग गांव में फेंक देते हैं ऐसे खा के, गांव भी गंदा होता है उससे। तो वहाँ की कुछ लड़कियाँ अपने से ऐसे गांव में पाउच उठा के ऐसे कुछ जोड़ रही थी, तो जोड़ते जोड़ते उन्होंने चटाई जैसे कारपेट जैसे बनाया। उनको लगा कि अच्छा है, तो उसको काफ़ी बड़ा बना दिया, और ऐसा इतना बनते बनते काफ़ी बड़ा हो गया, और वो इतना सुंदर हुआ, इतना अच्छा मजबूत भी हुआ कि उसको हम लोग यहाँ से कुछ लोग गेस्ट हमारे गए देखे, उनको अच्छा लगा, उससे हमने परचेस ही करने चालू कर दिए।
I'm friends with an architect named Claire Kennedy, and we're part of a group in Australia called 5 Mile Radius, and we like building with local materials and trying to evoke a sense of place in our projects. And so she's been working with Ambika for a while here at Art Ichol.
उनको ये लगता है कि घर एक ही जैसा बन सकता है, लेकिन जो मड हाउस बन रहा है या थोड़ा डिफरेंट तरीके का, इसका डिज़ाइन चेंज है, तो उनको भी अच्छा लग रहा है कि अच्छा ऐसे भी घर बन सकता है मिट्टी का। बेडरूम के अलावा इसमें जैसे टॉयलेट है, तो आज तक कोई घर में टॉयलेट नहीं बनाया यहाँ मिट्टी के घर में, तो उसको अलग से कंस्ट्रक्शन करके बनाया गया है, तो वो अच्छा लग रहा है वो सबको।
पर शुरू में तो उनको समझ में नहीं आया कि बना क्यों है और क्या बना है। उनको तो अजीब लगा कि चलो ऐसे अब हम लोगों के लिए नहीं है, सब बड़े लोगों के बीच की बात है, कुछ ऐसा होगा। तब जब हम लोग गांव में जा के वो शोध किए तो उनको पता चला कि ये तो हमारे लिए वरदान जैसे साबित हो रहा है। तो जिसके पास कला तो है पर उसके पास प्लेटफॉर्म नहीं कि हमें कला कैसे बाहर दिखा सके। तो हम लोग ढूंढते हैं गाँव में जा के किसके पास क्या कला है, किसी के पास कढ़ाई है, किसी के पास सिलाई है, बुनाई, वो भी सब कुछ यहाँ पे प्रेजेंट करते हैं। तो आर्ट चौल के जरिए लोग अपना हर सामान एग्जीबिशन डिस्प्ले कर सकते हैं। तो इनको बड़ा अच्छा लगा इस चीज़ से जुड़ करके आर्ट चौल से।
हम लोग यहाँ पर ठप्पा ज्वेलरी बनाया करते हैं। जैसे ही अपना ठप्पे के द्वारा जो बनाई जाती हैं, जैसे गुलूबंद है, ठुस्सी है, बलदार कड़े हैं, यहाँ पर इन सब की ज्वेलरी भोपाल में बहुत चलन है इस चीज़ का। ठप्पा की खासियत ये है, ये कम वज़न में बन जाती है। एक प्लेट चांदी की रहती है और दूसरी प्लेट गोल्ड की रहती है। दोनों को मिलाकर फिर ये ठप्पा ज्वेलरी आज के हिसाब से बनाई जा रही है। भोपाल नवाबों की नगरी है, नवाबों का शहर रहा है, तो यहाँ पर इसका चलन नवाबों के दौर से ही है और उस टाइम से इसकी प्रथा चलती आ रही है और जिसको हम आगे बढ़ा रहे हैं आज के हिसाब से।
भोपाली बटुओं की ये खासियत है कि सभी वहाँ पान के शौकीन थे, तो हर एक के पास बटुआ हुआ करता था और इलायची, लौंग, छालिया, सभी उसके अंदर जर्दा, ये सब हुआ करता था। तो बड़े शौकीन लोग होते थे और सब बियाएं ये बटुए रखा करती थी अपने पास। मुझे हैवी बटुए बनाना अच्छे लगते हैं और उसके अंदर बीड वर्क होता है, पैच वर्क होता है, कभी उसके अंदर एप्लिक वर्क होता है जो कि शाइन नहीं करे। आम बटुए तो सभी जगह मिलते हैं, मगर तंचोई के ऊपर आप काम कर दो, जरदोजी का काम कर दो और फिर अच्छा खूबसूरत बनाओ तो फिर वो बहुत ही खूबसूरत लगते हैं। ये जो बटुए हैं मैं 10 साल से बना रही हूँ। मेरा शौक है बटुए बनाना, मेरी हॉबी है नए नए तरीके के बटुए बनाना और नए नए तरीके उसमें डोरियाँ डालना, काम करना उसके ऊपर। तो मैं चाहती हूँ कि कुछ अच्छे से अच्छा करूँ, कुछ यूनिक करूँ।
हमारे दादाजी और नानाजी ने ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी से सीखा था। ये अपना वूलन का कारपेट बनता है, आर्ट सिल्क का बनता है, कॉटन का बनता है और हाथ से बने हुए बनते हैं। हैंड नोटेड कारपेट है और पर्शियन कारपेट्स हैं और ट्राइबल कारपेट्स डिजाइन है। एक बंदा इसको 48 दिन में बनाता है। सुबह 8 बजे से काम पे बैठेगा, शाम को 5 बजे छुट्टी करेगा, तब इसको 48 दिन में बना पाएगा। इसका एक नक्शा होता है। कोई बड़ा कारपेट बनना है तो उस पर दूसरा तीसरा भी बैठता है, तो एक को वो नक्शा बोलना पड़ता है।
2 4 6 8 हाँ बराबर से लाल गए।
पहले कहानियों के हिसाब से बनाया जाता था कारपेट। जय बिलास का गलीचा अपना ये सेंट्रल जेल में बना था, ये कैदियों ने बनाया था। तो सारे राजा महाराजा बैठे हुए हैं ऐसे। नाना दादा थे वो यही काम सीखे थे, तो उनसे हमने ले लिया ये काम। और ये क्या धीरे धीरे काम खत्म होता जा रहा है।
जे स्कूल ऑफ आर्ट से फाइन आर्ट पेंटिंग और स्कल्पचर में डिप्लोमा किया। ग्वालियर पोर्टी में मैंने 55 से नौकरी की। 93 में मैं रिटायर हुआ। महाराजा माधवराव सिंधिया उन्होंने ग्वालियर पोर्ट्री शुरू की थी। आखिरी में जो है ये कलात्मक चीज़ें तो हो गई बंद। वहाँ जो है सैनिटरी वेयर, रूरल सैनिटरी वेयर, हाई टेंशन इंसुलेटर, लो टेंशन इंसुलेटर, इसका प्रोडक्शन हुआ। उसके बाद मेरा मन भर गया, मैंने कहा अब नहीं करना। तो मेरे भी मन में आया चलो भाई अपने पास आर्ट तो है, टेक्नोलॉजी भी है, तो हमने जो है अपना काम शुरू किया। हमारे जो मैनेजर साहब इनको कुछ सैंपल आके दिखाए कि ये मैंने बनाए हैं। बोले आपने घर पे भट्टी भी बना ली? मैंने कहा हाँ मैंने बना दी। इसमें एनाटॉमिकल बनाया है, मसल्स वगैरह जैसे चाहिए वैसे होना चाहिए। और ये बाकायदे हमने अपने आप घोड़ा बंधवा करके मॉडलिंग किया है इसका। कॉमर्शियल पॉटरी में आजकल तो सैनिटरी वेयर टाइल्स का बहुत अच्छा डेवलपमेंट हुआ है इंडिया में, लेकिन ये चीज़ नहीं बनती। मेरा जब तक मन नहीं भरता मैं किसी चीज़ को छोड़ता नहीं।
शुरू में जब ये बनी चंदेरी साड़ी तो ये रॉयल फैमिली के लिए, जैसे साफा है, पगड़ी है, या उनके यहाँ कोई ब्याह शादी वगैरह उस लेवल से शुरू में वो बनी। ये आज ये है कि हर चीज़ जो है चंदेरी साड़ी पे बन रही है। 1990 में जो है ना यहाँ की स्थिति बहुत डाउन हो गई थी। 2009 में चंदेरियान करके एक संस्था आई, उसने एक डिज़ाइन की क्रांति ला दी। तो उनको लगा कि अगर हम यहाँ डिज़ाइन ला दें कंप्यूटर से तो शायद चंदेरी का बहुत कुछ हो सकता है। फिर एक ट्रेनिंग करवाई जिसमें 40-50 बच्चे जो है शामिल हुए, उसमें एक मैं भी था। मतलब एक वो कहते हैं ना चैन से चैन जुड़ती चली जाना। आज ये स्थिति है कि हर चंदेरी में हर चौथा और पांचवें घर में एक बंदा ऑनलाइन काम कर रहा है। धीरे धीरे करके महीने 2 महीने 1 साल में उसकी नकल हो जाती है। लोग उसमें क्वालिटी में कंप्रोमाइज़ कर लेते हैं।
मेरी साड़ी की मतलब यही खूबी है, एक धागे से भी पूरी साड़ी बुनी जा सकती है और बूटी भी एक धागे से लग सकती है। अगर खींचे तो साड़ी फट जाएगी मगर बूटी नहीं निकलेगी।
उससे जो धीरे धीरे करके ना हमारी जो पुरानी विरासत है वो धीरे धीरे हम देखते हैं कि वो समाप्त हो रही है, क्योंकि उन साड़ियों के चाहने वाले भी हैं, ऐसा नहीं है, उनको पहनने वाले भी लोग हैं। जो पुराने डिजाइन थे जो हमारे बाप दादा के ज़माने में चलते थे, फट रहे थे क्योंकि हाथ से बनते थे, उनको सारों को कंप्यूटराइज कर दिया कि वो अब अमर हो गए।
यहाँ ये कारोबार मतलब हार्ड स्टोन का यहाँ यही कारोबार है।
कौन कौन बनाता है? कितने लोग बनाते हैं?
यहाँ पूरा बस्ती बनाती है।
ये देखिए, ये पूरा इसके अंदर जो है मार्बल लगा है। ये अंदर देख रहे हैं ना, ये पूरा मार्बल लगा है। तो ये रिमोट सिस्टम होता है, नेचुरल है, बंदर कुंडी बोलती है।
सर पीछे का व्यू देखिए आप लोग, जो कांच के फ्रेम में मार्केट में सीनरी बना के बेची जाती है, एकदम वाइट मार्बल, वर्ल्ड फेमस चीज यही है सर। ब्रह्मा विष्णु महेश, पानी में डूबे गणेश, कमेंट्री दे रहा सुरेश। सर ये देखो हाथी का मस्तक, ये हाथी खड़ा आपके पास। भालू पेड़ के राइट साइड, वो मार्बल से मार्बल जॉइंट। देखो सर पेवा वाइट दोनों साइड, झमकाव कैमरे की लाइट, 110 मार्बल की हाइट। देखो सर हाथी के पैर, जैसा हाथी रेत पर चलता है ना, गोल गोल गड्ढे बना देता है। ये देखो दोस्ती का कंगाल, ऊपर देखो भीम की अंगूठी। सर ये देखो पहाड़ी का सेब, नंदी बैल की तरह लगता, ऊपर मुंह, नीचे पैर, पीछे पूंछ। थोड़ा इमेजिनेशन करिए तभी समझ में आएगा सर। बोलते हैं समझगा तो आर्ट, नहीं समझे तो मॉडर्न आर्ट। इसी जगह का नाम है भेड़ा घाट, ऑल इमेजिनेशन। थोड़ा कल्पना करो, नजर आएगा, नहीं तो दिखेगा पत्थर।
Archaeological Officer, Site Management Officer Lumbini, the birthplace of Lord Buddha, World Heritage Property. And from Sri Lanka, we will be having Mr. Somratne Vidanapati Rana, Secretary, Ministry of Buddha Shasana, Religious and Cultural Affairs, and Professor Gamini Rana Singhi, Director General, Central Cultural Fund. So soon we will be having our speakers and moderator with us, and we will be starting with our plenary session. Again, would like to request all the participants and guests to gather at the hall so that we can start with the session. Again, would like to welcome you all at the UNESCO Sub-Regional Conference of World Heritage Convention on behalf of UNESCO, Government of India and Government of Madhya Pradesh in the city of Lakes, Bhopal. We started our day with a wonderful inaugural session in which the chief guest was Mr. Vinod Gotia ji, who has emphasis on Madhya Pradesh tourism, how rich is Madhya Pradesh in its tradition and culture, and various monuments are heritage places worldwide and people love to visit it. Likewise, we have look over the recorded message of Mr. Hezgil Glamney, Officer in Charge, UNESCO. Mr. Somratne sir has expressed his views, and welcome address was done by Mr. Shivshekhar Shukla ji. Again, I would like to request all the participants and guests to join as soon as possible so that we can start with our another session, that is plenary session on 50 years of World Heritage Convention, achievements and challenges of future. Now for you all, we will be playing a video clip related to the occasion.
Learn about the sites. Visit responsibly. 40 years of conservation, 40 years of protection is good reason for a celebration. The World Heritage Convention has preserved our natural and cultural heritage for 40 years, covering 936 sites in 153 countries around the world. What's the best way to celebrate? Go online at whc.unesco.org. Get involved. Learn about the sites. Visit responsibly. Volunteer. Donate. Join UNESCO in history. Be our partner in World Heritage Preservation. It's the best of our world. It's the best of who we are. These sites belong to all of us. So help preserve our past, for our present, and our future. Visit the World Heritage Center website today and join the 40th anniversary celebration.
So this was a short movie based on 50 years, coming 50 years. Now starting up with the plenary session, I would like to invite moderator of the session, Dr. Parul Pandyadhar, Professor of South and Southeast Asia, Art History Department of History University of Delhi, India. I would like to request ma'am to have the seat. Dr. Parul Pandyadhar, let us have a huge round of applause and welcome our moderator, Dr. Parul Pandyadhar, Professor of South and Southeast Asia. Ma'am, this way. Now I would like to invite Ms. Junihan, Chief of Culture, UNESCO New Delhi. From Bangladesh, I would like to invite Mr. Subroto Bhomik, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Cultural Affairs. Welcome, ma'am. We are having with us Mr. Subroto Bhomik, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Cultural Affairs, Dr. Shaukat Imam Khan, Assistant Keeper, Bangladesh National Museum. We are having with us Ms. Juini Khan, ma'am. Let us welcome her. Let us have a huge round of applause for ma'am. Dr. Shaukat Imam Khan, Assistant Keeper, Bangladesh National Museum. Let us have a huge round of applause to welcome him. From Bhutan, I want to invite Mr. Shering Nemgil, Specialist, Department of Culture and Dzongkha Development, Bhutan, and Mr. Karma Tenzin, Executive Architect, Department of Culture and Dzongkha Development, Culture Expert. From India, I would like to invite Mr. Janvesh Sharma, Additional Director General, World Heritage Archaeological Survey of India. From Maldives, Ms. Aisat Muniza, Project Manager of Meal Friday Mosque Conservation Project, National Center for Cultural Heritage, Ministry of Arts, Culture and Heritage. And Mr. Maruf Jamil, Architect Specialist, Architectural Heritage of Maldives. From Nepal, would like to invite Dr. Suresh Suraj Shrestha, Joint Secretary, Head, Culture Division, Ministry of Culture, Tourism and Civil Aviation. Let us have a huge round of applause for speakers. Mr. Himal Kumar Upriti, Archaeological Officer, Site Management Officer, Lumbini, the birthplace of Lord Buddha, World Heritage Property. And from Sri Lanka, I would like to invite Mr. Somratne Vidana Bathirana, Secretary, Ministry of Buddha Shasana, Religious and Cultural Affairs, and Professor Gamini Rana Singhi, Director General, Central Cultural Fund. Now handing over the mic to moderator Dr. Parul Pandyadhar.
Thank you. We have a very promising morning and afternoon here today, marking a golden landmark for the UNESCO Heritage Convention in the presence of a very august gathering of heritage administrators, professionals, scholars, and enthusiasts. A little over 50 years old, the UNESCO Heritage Convention deserves acknowledgement and accolades for its long-standing and diverse contributions in the domain of cultural and natural heritage globally. Turning the gaze to India, in particular, and to South Asia specifically today, it is impossible to overlook the fact that even as we gather here to discuss best strategies to move forward for the next half a century with South Asian heritage, we have the Himalayan ecological crisis looming large before us. With rising temperatures on account of climate change, leading to increased devastation such as glacial lake outburst floods, landslides, avalanches, and earthquakes. This has become a most urgent area, asking for immediate and long-term redressal for natural, human, and cultural material heritage as symbiotic systems. The importance of a more inclusive, holistic, and what is now, we've been hearing from morning, people-centered approach is being emphasized ever more in UNESCO World Heritage programs and meetings, and is reflected in the way that heritage sites are being recognized, conceptualized, and preserved. Already, UNESCO Heritage has chosen 50 professionals and experts from diverse fields of expertise who have begun exploring heritage solutions under 5 broad themes in interdisciplinary contexts. These focus on climate crisis, digital dimensions of heritage, heritage in a post-COVID world, sustainable heritage tourism, and, very important for South Asia, a balanced representation of World Heritage sites. These and other initiatives to ensure resilience and sustainability of natural and cultural heritage in the face of numerous challenges and of empowering heritage professionals and local communities towards these tasks are laudable. There is a palpable increase in heritage awareness and the need for greater accountability and transparency in the public domain in India, particularly when it comes to heritage-related activities. 2 recent issues of leading news magazines, in fact, have heritage and museum as their cover stories. The lead story in the current issue of India Today discusses our collective accountability for safeguarding the World Heritage Site of Ajanta. And the Frontline News magazine carried an entire issue dedicated to museums, ostensibly, but actually to material heritage repatriation. Preserving heritage for and with local communities and maintaining the nature-culture equilibrium are huge challenges. These will be discussed by our distinguished panel and the other professionals gathered in our midst today. As a historian of art and cultural heritage, I'm particularly keen to understand how a balance is to be struck between preservation, conservation, and the danger of losing as yet unknown historical information that may be deeply embedded in a cultural heritage landscape. Also keen to understand how can we best understand heritage management as raising community awareness where you have intertwined religious histories of site and the composite character of built heritage that can act as a corrective to misguided vandalism or the appropriation of religious heritage sites. There is much more that will come up for discussion in this panel and for the remaining 2 days. But let us now welcome Ms. Junhee Yan, Chief of Culture, UNESCO, New Delhi, to speak on 50 years of World Heritage Convention towards an inclusive, people-centered and holistic approach, the evolution of the concept on cultural heritage. As the Chief of Culture, UNESCO, New Delhi, she is indeed the best person to enlighten us about the past 50 years. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Dr. Parul. A very good morning to all of you. First of all, I would like to convey UNESCO New Delhi's most sincere appreciation to the Government of India, Ministry of Culture, and the Government of Madhya Pradesh for their support, which made possible this meaningful conference, marking the 50th anniversary of the World Heritage Convention at the sub-regional level. The World Heritage Convention established in 1972, pioneered some of the thinking that evolved to become the core concept of sustainable development during the later 70s and 80s, which emphasized that environmental and economic development are inextricably linked, and the environmental safeguards are not possible without socio-economic development. By bringing together the cultural and natural heritage under a single legal instrument, the World Heritage Convention remains a powerful tool to protect our fragile environment along with its cultural heritage. As the title of my presentation indicates, let me walk you through a few of the landmark moments over the last 50 years within the World Heritage. One of the most important evolutions in the World Heritage Convention has surely been the broadening of the definition of cultural heritage itself. Over the past 50 years, the understanding of cultural heritage has expanded to encompass a wider spectrum of heritage categories, including cultural landscape, historic towns, industrial heritage, as well as heritage routes. This was possible thanks to the global strategy adopted by the World Heritage Committee in 1994 to make the World Heritage List more representative, credible, and balanced. At the time of elaboration of the World Heritage Convention in the 1960s, the understanding of cultural heritage was limited to historic monuments and archaeological sites. By 1994, among the 410 inscribed properties on the list, 304 were cultural sites, majorly monuments, 90 were natural sites, and 16 mixed sites, reflecting this narrow understanding of cultural heritage. It is also prominent that a vast majority of these 410 inscribed sites were located in the developed countries, notably in Europe. In a benchmark attempt to broaden the definition of World Heritage, the committee adopted the global strategy in 1994 in order to reflect the history of humanity and to showcase the diversity of our culture and the planet. Almost 30 years later, the strategy remains as one of the most important strategies for World Heritage. South Asia exhibits a great diversity in their cultural and natural heritage. Thus, the global strategy is particularly important and crucial for this region. UNESCO New Delhi organized its first sub-regional conference on World Heritage, focusing on the global strategy in Kolkata, jointly with the West Bengal government in 2019. The background of such a paradigm shift lies, as you may know, in the first World Conference on Cultural Policy held in Mexico City in 1982, convened by UNESCO, which is dubbed later as Mondia Cult. The conference marked a true major breakthrough in the notion of culture and the cultural heritage by boldly casting it in an anthropological frame and provided a definition of cultural heritage which is still used today. The first Mondia Cult conference also gave the term intangible cultural heritage for all kinds of non-physical form of cultural expressions. It was for the first time the term intangible cultural heritage was used versus tangible cultural heritage. The conference marked a major shift in dealing with the culture and the cultural heritage at UNESCO in the following years to come, and pave the grounds for other instruments such as Convention for Safeguarding Intangible Cultural Heritage of Humanity and the Universal Declaration of Cultural Diversity. Another aspect which has gone a profound change is the notion of authenticity. Until 1994, the prevailing doctrine in cultural heritage, mainly built heritage, was the Venice Charter, established in 1964, which considers exclusively building material as an element to assess the authenticity, along with the authenticity of cultural heritage. However, the broadening of the definition of cultural heritage, along with the adoption of a more anthropological approach towards heritage, naturally necessitated another position paper to be aligned with the involved concept of cultural heritage. The document on authenticity, dubbed later as the Narat document, also came out in 1994. It stipulated that the authenticity of cultural heritage lies not only in material, but also in form and design, use and function, tradition and technique, as well as location and setting. This landmark position paper greatly enhanced a better understanding of a large number of heritage sites, particularly in Asia. Since then, the document on authenticity has been a part of the important referential document within the World Heritage and included in the operational guidelines on the implementation of the World Heritage Convention. The notion of authenticity naturally brings us also to talk about reconstruction. The first major debate of the World Heritage Committee on this subject was in relation to the nomination dossier of the Historic Center of Warsaw, Poland, inscribed on the list of World Heritage in 1980. The city was totally destroyed during the Second World War and reconstructed as a symbol of recreation of national identity. The experience and the discussions related to this inscription, as well as increasing number of post-conflict and post-disaster related reconstruction, led to the paragraph 86 in the operational guidelines, which remains until today. Recently, there has been an increasing consensus to see reconstruction as a process for recovery, especially in post-conflict and post-disaster situation, acknowledging that recovery process should go beyond mere physical reconstruction with an integrated approach, prioritizing the need and cultural rights of local communities affected by the destruction of their cultural heritage. The UN Special Rapporteur on Cultural Rights, in her report of 2013 to the General Assembly of the United Nations, also stressed that when dealing with the destruction of heritage, one should also deal with the destruction of the lives of people, and that two are fundamentally interrelated. In light of the increasing number of conflict situations in Iraq, Libya, Mali, Syria, and Yemen, and more recently in Ukraine, and bearing in mind the innumerable events of deliberate destruction on cultural heritage, whether on sites or in museums, question of reconstruction has become a core topic debate among the international community, including within the World Heritage Committee. The 2018 Warsaw Recommendation on Reconstruction fully reflects these delicate and complex nature related to reconstruction. Another element that has become increasingly important within the World Heritage Convention is inclusiveness and sustainable development. This inclusive approach, initiated in 2002 on the occasion of the 30th anniversary of the World Heritage Convention, during which the committee adopted so-called the 4 Cs, namely credibility, conservation, capacity building, and communication, as its strategic objectives. The C of local community was added later as the 5th C in the strategic objectives by the World Heritage Committee in 2007. In this regard, it is important to note that people-centered approach was already embedded in the heart of the World Heritage Convention. The Article 5 of the Convention requests all the state parties to adopt a general policy which aims to give the cultural and natural heritage a function in the life of the community. The World Heritage Convention was a visionary and forward-looking instrument. UNESCO recommendation on historic urban landscape, adopted in 2011, deserves to be mentioned at this stage. Being the most recent UNESCO's instrument, it embraces the entire spectrum of cultural heritage in a single instrument, be it tangible, be it intangible, or creativity, making it unique among other UNESCO convention and recommendation. It also affirms strongly that urban heritage constitutes a key resource in enhancing the livability of urban areas and fosters economic development and the social cohesion in a changing global environment. UNESCO New Delhi has been closely working with the government of Madhya Pradesh in applying the recommendation in Gwalior and Orcha as pilot cases. A year later, for the first time in the UN document, cultural heritage was fully acknowledged as a contributor to sustainable development. In the Future We Want, which is the outcome document on the United Nations Conference on Sustainable Development, which took place in 2012 in Rio de Janeiro. As a result, the 17 SDGs launched in 2015 explicitly mentioned cultural heritage as a driving force for sustainable development under the Goal 11. I quote, making cities and human settlement inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable, and target 4, strengthen efforts to protect and safeguard the world cultural and natural heritage. I should not forget to mention that the World Heritage Committee also adopted a policy document on sustainable development within the way of dealing with our cultural and natural heritage within the World Heritage, and it was adopted by the General Assembly, by the World Heritage Committee in 2015. So I hope that my presentation will facilitate our debate and brainstorming in the hours to come today and tomorrow, so that we can unite our voices and strengthen together for the sustainability of our cultural and natural heritage in the next 50 years on the basis of human rights declared by United Nations and the Declaration of the cultural diversity of UNESCO, which will be definitely ultimate goal of World Heritage Convention. Thank you very much. धन्यवाद and शुक्रिया.
So, thank you very much, Ms. Junhee Han, for such a succinct summation of what is a long 50 years of the important landmarks in UNESCO World Heritage Convention. We now have a distinguished panel of eminent speakers from different Southeast Asian nations: Bangladesh, Bhutan, Maldives, Nepal, Sri Lanka, and India, who will present regional and national scenarios under the broad rubric 50 years of the implementation of World Heritage Convention in South Asia. May I welcome the delegate, the country representative from India first, Mr. Janvit Sharma, Additional Director General of the Archaeological Survey of India, and also a very well-known conservation architect, Mr. Janvit Sharma. We shall keep the discussions on each presentation as part of the last bit of panel discussion, so that the talks and presentations can first flow in smoothly.
Thank you very much for inviting us over. But before I start the presentation, on behalf of the DGASI, I would like to thank the Madhya Pradesh government and UNESCO for hosting this, this very important and topical conference, but also hosting us generously. I would like to mention that 20 of my colleagues who are also in charge of World Heritage properties in different parts of the country are also present here. So we have a wealth of experience of the ASI who is present in this hall. And we would surely like to interact with everyone who's present here and share our experiences, but also in the process learn from you all. So thank you very much. But before I start the presentation, because you talked about Ajanta and the recent issue, I just thought I'll correct you that the paintings that have been talked about, where it is being alleged that these are being sort of eroded, actually is not the true case, because these paintings are in a very good state of preservation. The monitoring is happening 24/7. I think there was an issue of the mismatch of photographs, which somehow triggered the whole controversy. But actually, the caves are in a very good state of condition. Now, I was mindful of the fact what Ms. Han was presenting. She was giving us the UNESCO's perspective on the World Heritage and the critical milestones that have been achieved in the last 50 years. But what I'll do is, I'll give the same perspective, but, I'll talk about the same thing, the World Heritage Convention, but I'll perhaps give the perspective of the state party, that how we look at the World Heritage Convention in the last 50 years. And of course, the bulk of the talk would be about the India and the World Heritage, and the next 50, maybe a couple of slides for further pondering on that. Ms. Han did talk about the fact that this was adopted in 1972. As we speak, 194 countries are signatory to the convention. Hardly one would struggle to think if there is any country in the world which is not signatory to this convention. 1,157 properties are on the World Heritage List from 167 countries, and more than 1,700 properties are already on the UNESCO's tentative list, and they come from 186 state parties. So every country, I think, is represented on the World Heritage from that point of view. This is perhaps one of the most successful of UNESCO's programs, and as we I'm sure we all agree that the World Heritage status carries a huge brand value. And it is interesting to see the journey of the convention, that how it has turned from something where it was intended to safeguard, and it has turned celebratory in nature. And of course, we all know that every site which is declared World Heritage has the outstanding universal value. This is the heritage for humanity, where it is our collective effort that goes behind safeguarding it for posterity. And there are several successful stories of this collective international effort for safeguarding this iconic World Heritage. And in fact, India has been a party to some of these successful stories. We keep hearing about Abu Simbel. I think there was a slide that was shown on that. Angkor Wat is another, Mohenjo-daro is another. So there are several of such stories that are available. And having a World Heritage is a matter of pride. It's an ultimate tag of or recognition for any heritage site that we see today. And because of that, there is an immense tourism potential and economic benefit to the local communities or the regions or the countries with it. And what is also interesting about this convention, which Ms. Han also talked about, its synergy with other UNESCO conventions and programs. So Intangible is one of them, but there are many other similar programs also where there is a synergy between the convention and those programs. Looking at this table, which is from the World Heritage Center website, well, one could speak actually for 2 hours only on this table, but there are 2 or 3 critical points that I thought I would highlight if you look at this table closely. One is that there is an imbalance between cultural and the natural properties. Virtually 3:1 is what we are looking at. If nearly 900 of these sites are the cultural properties, and that also predominantly monuments, about 257 or 58 are the natural and the mixed properties. One region alone has 47% and 2 regions have 71%. So we are looking at the regional imbalance in the implementation of the convention. The third point that I've made is what I'll perhaps show it in this particular table, where 27 of the state parties are yet to open account. 38 of them have only 1 World Heritage property. And then, of course, just made a table to show how many countries have, whatever number of the World Heritage properties that they are. If you look at first 3 state parties, they account for 14.29% of the World Heritage sites. If you look at first 10, of which India is one of them, about 37%. And if you look at first 20 state parties, they account for more than 50% of the World Heritage sites. And 38 of them, as I mentioned in the table, have only 1, and 27 are yet to open account. So that's the imbalance that we are looking at. The first 10 countries are Italy, China, Germany, Spain, France, India, Mexico, UK, Russian Federation, and the USA. So India ranks 5th on this list, obviously keeping in mind that Spain and France are tying at 49 each. Now the key challenges in the last 50 years, and I said, Ms. Han, that we are now giving you the state parties perspective, our key concern is UNESCO's own dwindling financial resources and its implication on the World Heritage process, the geographic imbalance that we have looked at. There is also a critical remark that often one hears about the Eurocentricity of the World Heritage processes, how this entire process of nomination has become far more complex and far more expensive than it previously was. I keep hearing these very interesting stories as to, at some point in time, say, in the early years of the convention, if you had a 4-page proposal, even that would become World Heritage. Today, you have to submit, documents worth 4,000 pages, and yet it undergoes such a rigorous scrutiny. Then the duration of the nomination is also increasing, and from 2027 onwards, it will increase further by 1 year. It is voluntary at the moment, this step of what we call as the preliminary assessment, but 27 it becomes mandatory. It increases it by 1 year. There is always an issue raised by many state parties that as of now, only 1 nomination goes from a state party a year. Is there a need to review that? If you look at the tentative list sites, as I said, there are more than 1,700 of them. If on an average, the World Heritage Committee clears about 20 to 25 proposals a year. If we look at this rate of clearing proposals, of course, not all will become World Heritage, but this backlog alone will take 80 to 86 years to clear. And then the critical appraisal, the current challenges that we're facing, climate change is one, sustainable development which Ms. Han talked about. There are some very topical issues like sites of memory, sites of conflict. Most of the sites would be perhaps grappling with the issues of tourism and carrying capacity, their conservation and management, and then development, the wanton destruction and encroachment. And this is perhaps more rampant in case of natural World Heritage properties as well. And then the capacity building of many states parties, which is not there to the extent that it should be. Talking about India, India signed the convention in November 1977. As we speak, we have 40 World Heritage properties, which includes 32 cultural, 7 natural, and 1 mixed. So we also have a dominant, cultural World Heritage properties. 13 properties have been added since 2010, which means that once, every year that these properties have been added, barring, of course, a few years which couldn't, when the committee meeting couldn't take place, particularly last year, and also during the COVID times, 1 year it couldn't be held. 2 of the decisions are impending, and we are hopeful for the favorable consideration. One is the Santiniketan, which was nominated in the year 2021, and then Hoysala group of temples in 2022. And this year we have submitted the nomination for the Moidams, the Mount Burial System of Ahom dynasty in Upper Assam, for which I think the ICOMOS inspection will happen sometime later this year. Of the 32 cultural properties, the maximum number of them are with Archaeological Survey of India, 24. 2 are with the Ministry of Railways, and then the State Government of Rajasthan, the Temple Trust, and various municipal bodies and Chandigarh administration also have 1 World Heritage properties each. There are 7 natural World Heritage sites. All of them are controlled or are under the Ministry of Environment and Forest and Climate Change, and 1 mixed property, which is between the Ministry of Environment and Forest and the State Government of Sikkim. So that's the broad composition of our World Heritage sites. The 40 World Heritage sites that we have actually cover approximately 429 individual monuments and historic buildings and 3 cities, and a combination of natural and mixed sites. The 24 ASI sites, the World Heritage properties that we have, they cover, in terms of the notification, about 310 ASI protected monuments, and they comprise different typologies. On one, there are painting rod shelters, which is in fact here in this state only, the cave architecture, then the monuments which are religious or defensive or royal or institutional or funerary in nature. Then there are industrial World Heritage sites, particularly the ones with Ministry of Railways, and then you have historic settlements and modern architecture also. So Chandigarh is an example of modern architecture. The cultural sites were inscribed, periodically from time to time they were inscribed, but if you actually look at something happened between, say, 1989 to 2003, and I think that is where we lagged a bit, because those that time span of about 14-15 years, we didn't have many nominations. And if in fact had we been proactive at that point in time, perhaps our number would have been far greater than what it is right now. And similarly, the mixed or natural properties have also been inscribed from 1985 onwards, and the last one, the Kanchenjunga, was inscribed in 2019. We have 52 sites on the tentative list. Now this is a dynamic list that we have, and there is an ongoing review of the tentative list that is happening to add more sites, which is based on regional representation, certain typological gaps. In fact, what you're seeing here, I think that presentation will be made by a friend of mine who has come from Meghalaya. This exceptional typology of the bridge, which you will find nowhere else in the world. Exceptional discoveries. My colleague from Jabalpur Circle is here. They recently discovered a group of temples, caves, a small stupa, several inscriptions in the Bandhavgarh Tiger Reserve, and that is something I think we would be working together with the state government and the Ministry of Environment and Forest to perhaps bring it on the tentative list at some point in time. And then focus is also on the serial and transnational nominations. In terms of capacity building, we have the UNESCO Category 2 Center at the Wildlife Institute of India in Dehradun. This is the only one Category 2 Center for natural World Heritage properties in the world. But we have our own Institute of Archaeology, which is in Greater Noida, which gives the training in archaeology, in conservation and management, etc. And we are also hopeful of building partnerships with certain leading institutions and organizations like SPAs, IITs, ICROM, etc., with whom we are at the moment in the dialogue. We have been, quite active in the World Heritage Committee. Currently, this is our 4th term. We became members in 2021 and we are there till 2025. Our, India's voice matters. Our major concerns are transparent guidelines and policies, the simplification of the World Heritage processes, how we can work towards adding more sites per year, reducing the geographic imbalance of the World Heritage properties and the capacity building. And in all the key, these meetings that are taking place, the ASI and the Wildlife Institute of Dehradun are key participants to the World Heritage Committee discussions, along with our permanent representative of India of Unesco in Paris. ASI is the nodal agency for World Heritage matters. We have 3,697 monuments, of which 24, as I said, are, I'm so sorry, this 22, it's 24 World Heritage properties. So nearly 8% of ASI monuments are World Heritage sites. It's not an easy job. We have a small team of archaeologists and architects in the headquarter, and it is a hell of a task. From the preparation of nomination dossiers, whether we are doing it in-house or whether we are supporting the state governments for that, various reports, the state of conservation reports, the site management plans, the updating of the tentative list. We recently, last year, had the 3rd cycle of the periodic reporting. Then various missions that come from time to time, whether these are reactive monitoring missions or evaluation missions, or whatever the nature of that mission is, we are there to support that. Then technical discussions that happen at various levels and fora for World Heritage matters. Because we're the committee members at the moment, and somehow there is a backlog. Last year the meeting couldn't take place. As of now, we are evaluating nearly 60 nomination dossiers, more than 180 SOC reports. It's a huge challenge for a handful of us in the organization. We have the synergy and partnership with various ministries, Ministry of Environment and Forest because of the natural World Heritage properties, Ministry of External Affairs, railways, education, various state governments, municipal corporations, the trust and the NGOs. Everyone we are proactively engaging for the discussion and coordination on World Heritage matters. Even we have challenges. My 20 colleagues who are sitting here, if you talk to them individually on every World Heritage site, we are also grappling with challenges. And I may say so, not as much for conservation, but as much for management and particularly the buffer. That is where we are all, so we are working in tandem with the state governments. So there are the concerns of the disparate stakeholders, and particularly the challenging is the living World Heritage properties. Now these are not essentially religious in nature. For example, Jaisalmer Fort would also have its own fair share of challenges and problems that it has. So the buffer management, the encroachments, the development that happens around, because all these World Heritage properties become magnets. So how do we handle that? And then the excessive tourism. So we are also grappling and trying to work out, well, if there is a magic formula of carrying capacity, trying to work out for our monuments. I'm not discussing in greater detail this slide because I think either my colleagues or I would be making a presentation on Project Mausam tomorrow, so we will discuss this at length in tomorrow's presentation. But this is one very ambitious project of the Government of India, wherein we are trying to unite or bring together 39 countries. That's literally a quarter of a globe. So we're trying to bring them on, and there are certain themes that we have developed, which, as I said, we will talk about it tomorrow. What next? Certain scenarios that I foresee. Certainly there will be more and more sites that will be added on the list, and if we are looking at 50 and if we are looking at the rate with which we are inscribing sites, there should be at least 1,000 more that should be added, which means that we would have at some point in time in foreseeable future more than 2,000 World Heritage properties. Being optimistic, I think that the geographic skew that we see today, or the imbalance that we see today, would be addressed to a certain extent. More state parties would come forward and add their properties on the World Heritage list, but I do see the processes becoming more stringent than what they are right now, and there is also this issue of the changing perceptions and challenges. Today we are grappling with certain challenges, but we never know 10 years or 20 years down what kind of challenges that we may be, the international community would be facing with, whether it is the climate change, which is currently being discussed very vigorously in the World Heritage Committee and the ad hoc, it's an open-ended working group that is looking at it, but more pressure. Natural sites are also having a pressure. Then of recent, what Ms. Han also talked about, the conflicts and these ever-evolving geopolitical reconfigurations, the population explosion. We are already 8 billion plus, but you never know with this rate that we are growing, where do we go, and what will be the impact on the World Heritage Monuments for that. Conservation and management is something that we would continue to work towards, and the capacity building, which would be key to the whole process and its successful implementation. And my last slide, honestly, the intention of this slide is only to poke. There is nothing beyond that. World Heritage, in my opinion, is one instrument, is one instrument which has brought the whole world together on one map. So the dots that we see, whether these are yellow in nature or green in nature, or they are, well, I hope not many reds, but the dots that we are seeing are the heritage of the world, heritage of the humanity reflecting on one single map. So the biggest success of this convention is to bring everyone together and share and celebrate its heritage. But the question is, like I'm sure if you're following international politics, there is a discussion going on UN, and how can UN now adapt and evolve itself from its from the way it was since its inception. I think perhaps we should revisit the World Heritage Convention also. As I said, that this can be talked vigorously, over the next maybe 20 days, and yet we may not achieve a successful sort of a common ground, but something that we should think about. And how can this instrument become apolitical and technical and a professional instrument, wherein the role of advisory bodies, we have 3 at the moment, but there is a discussion going on to add more of these advisory bodies who could look after aspects of World Heritage. So I just thought, I just sort of depart with this poking thought. Thank you very much for your listening.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Janvich Sharma. We now move to the next, 2 country representatives from Bangladesh, Mr. Subrata Bhaumik, who is the Joint Secretary in the Ministry of Cultural Affairs, and Mr. Shaukat Iman Khan, Assistant Keeper, Bangladesh National Museum, will present the picture for Bangladesh.
Respected panelists, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, namaste, maybe good morning. So I welcome all of you in the presentation of Bangladesh. So Bangladesh achieved independence, in 1971, and after the independence we are closely working with UN, especially, of course, UNESCO. So here is our presentation. Okay. So Bangladesh got independence from Pakistan in 1971, but we have history about thousands years back. We have numerous historical sites which the country can be definitely proud of. The remains of Buddhist, Hindu and Islamic structures is the unique features of Bangladesh cultural heritages. Despite huge abundance of such heritages, Department of Archaeology has enlisted so far only 517 sites. So Bangladesh has 3 cultural heritages, 2 of there is ruins of Buddhist Vihara at Paharpur, and the second one is historic mosque city of Bagerhat. The third one is the natural heritage. This is, the world's biggest mangrove forest, the Sundarban. You can see here the Sundarban here. Sorry, there is, I can see the ruins of Buddhist Bihara Paharpur. UNESCO inscribed this World Heritage in 1985. It is located in the northwest portion of Bangladesh, which is called Nauga. It's built by Buddhist ruler Dharmapala Bikramshila in between 770 to 800 AD as a monastery. It is believed that this is the largest Buddhist monastery constructed at that time. It is unique features such as the outside walls decorated with ornamental terracotta influenced by Hinduism, Jainism and Buddhism. The area is under government protection and managed by the local office right now. The Department of Archaeology deals with the management and conservation aspects. This is the second largest single monastery in the south of Himalaya. In its prime time, monks from all over the world used to come here for higher education. It is one of the most important archaeological sites in Bangladesh. Then the second heritage is our historic mosque city in Bagarhat. You know, Bagarhat is a district area in the southwestern part of Bangladesh. There is a lot of mosques over there, and the most important is called Shait Gambuj Masjid, that in English, 60 Dome Mosque. Though despite it's called Shait Gambuj, it has 77 domes in fact. This is the front view of Shait Gambuj Mosque. You can see here, there are also other historic mosques in Bagarhat area. Bagarhat, the magnificent city which extended for around 50 square kilometer, contains some of most significant buildings of that Muslim period. You can see here 3 photos. So you can see the bottom of the photo. So that time architecture is especially the Muslim culture at that time. Here is also some architectural, archaeological examples in Bagarhat area. This one is called Khan Jahan Tombs, this upper one, this one. Okay, I do not have any pointer. So this site exhibits a unique architectural style known as Khan-i-Jahan, which is the only known example in the history of architecture. So you can say our natural heritage, the Sundarban was, sorry. What happened? It isn't working. Yes. The Sundarban, the world's largest mangrove, lies in the delta of the Ganges and Brahmaputra in the Bay of Bengal. It is adjacent to the border of India's Sundarban World Heritage Site 2. You can see a few pictures of Sundarban. This is a mangrove forest. The site is intersected by a complex network of tidal waterways, mudflats, and small islands of salt-tolerant mangrove forest, and presents an excellent example of ongoing ecological processes. The area is known for its wide range of fauna, including bird species, the Royal Bengal tiger, and other like crocodile and Indian python. Other some heritage sites in Bangladesh, you can see like this, the city in Wari Boteshwar, it's very near to Dhaka, around 50 kilometers from Dhaka in the Narshini districts. You can see some artifacts found in that village. This village believed that it is established in 450 BC. You can see some artifacts here. Excavation of the site has so far unearthed a road, a water reservoir, small rooms, punched marked silver coins, and some other things. So this is one of the important heritage site. It is on the way in pipeline to be listed in UNESCO Cultural Heritage is Mahastangarh Bagra. It is around 200 kilometers from Dhaka, in the northwestern part of Bangladesh. Here, earliest relics of the historic age are Mahastangarh in northern district of Bogora. You can see here the center of the city, known as the citadel, is the heart of the Gar, meaning fort. You can see some pictures of that Mahastangarh area. This is another one. This is called Putia. Putia Temple Complex in Rajshahi. Rajshahi is the western part of the divisional town. This is a temple complex in Putia, which includes 14 ancient Hindu temples of different architectural styles. You can see this is the temple. In fact, there is a large 4-story building coated with white plaster towers above the surrounding lakes. The housing ancient black stone statues of the holy Hindu couple Krishna and Radha. The temple known as Dal Govinda Temple was erected in 1778. This is another important structure that is called Chota Sona Masjid, in English the small golden mosque. It is founded by the Muslim Sultan of Bengal called Alauddin Hussain Shah in between 1493 to 1519. The 15 towns of this mosque, giving the mosque the name of Chota Sona Masjid, small golden mosque. It is one of the best preserved Sultana monuments protected by the Department of Archaeology, Government of Bangladesh. This is another one, Panam city. This is very near to Dhaka, around 20 kilometers from the capital city. It stands at Sunargaon, which is the capital of Bangladesh at that time of Ishaka. You may perhaps heard the name of 12 Bhuyas of Bengal. Ishaka is one of them. This was a city of Hindu merchants who fled to India during riots after the partition in the subcontinent. Nowadays, this abandoned city have 52 houses and protected by and preserved, maintained by Department of Archaeology, Bangladesh. This is a very beautiful temple in the northern part of Bangladesh, the Kantoji temple. This is a very late medieval Hindu temple built by Maharaja Prannath in the northern district of Dinajpur. Its construction started in 1704 and completed in 1722. It boasts one of the greatest examples of terracotta architecture in Bangladesh. Bhaga Mosque in Rajshahi, another one. You can see there is few description. I am not going to speak out here. Kusumba Mosque, this is in Nauga, it's district in the western part of Bangladesh. This masjid was built by Sultan Ghiyasuddin Bahadur Shah during 1558 to 59. Only 6 stone mosques exist in Greater Bengal that were built during the early Islamic of Sultanate period. So this is a structure in the city capital. It's very known to Lalbagh Fort. In Bangla, Lalbagh Kella. Lalbagh Fort or Fort Aurangabad, an incomplete Mughal palace fortress at Dhaka on the river Buriganga in the southwestern part of the old city. The construction of the fort was commenced in 1678 by Prince Muhammad Azam during his 15-month-long viceroyalty of Bengal. But before he could complete the work, he was recalled by Samrat Aurangzeb. His successor, Shaista Khan, did not continue the work, though he stayed in Dhaka to 1688. His daughter, Bibi Puri, Lady Fairy, died here in 1684, and this led him to consider the fort to be ominous. You can see some picture of this fort. Ahsan Manzil, this is also situated in Dhaka city, in old part of Dhaka. Is turned into museum into 1992. The construction of the palace was begun in 1859 and completed in 1872. Nawab Abdul Ghani named it Ahsan Manzil after his son Khaja Ahsanullah. It was partly damaged in the terrible tornado in 1888 and also in another earthquake in 1897. You can see some pictures of Ahsan Manzil. There another we have another structure in Manikganj. This is called Teota Jamidar Palace, Teota Jamidar Bari, Jamindar's Palace. You can see this picture only, so I am not going to describe the text. You can see here the pictures. This is another one in Rangpur. This is called Taj Hat Palace. Taj Hat Palace in Rajbari is a historic palace of Bangladesh. It's in Rangpur. The palace was built by Maharaja Kumar Gopal Lal Roy in the early 20th century. It was from 1984 to 1991, the palace was used as Rangpur High Court. Then it is under it goes under the care of Department of Archaeology in 2005. So this is the picture of Taj Hat Palace. So archaeological tourism has been developed throughout the world and also in Bangladesh. Bangladesh, tourism is for cultural tourism, which aims to promote public interest in archaeology and the conservation of historical sites. So every year, many heritage-loving people visit the archaeological sites and contribute a major part in our national economy. So you can show some pictures here. I want to finish here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Subrata Bhaumik and Dr. Shaukat Imam Khan. Paharpur, Mahasthangarh, Sundarbans, and the medieval mosques and temples of Bangladesh tell us all about the close ties, historic ties with India. And I'm sure that some joint projects would emerge in terms of conservation and preservation of these sites. I have the very unpleasant responsibility of the time that is running out for all of us. We have a very distinguished panel, and we are particularly keen to hear the delegates from the various South Asian countries here, but I humbly request that we stick to the 15-minute presentation time so that we have some time for discussion before lunch. I'm very happy now to invite the country representative from Bhutan, Mr. Karma Tenzin, Executive Architect, Department of Culture and Songkha Development, and he's with Mr. Tsering Namgyel, Specialist, Department of Culture and Songkha Development. Welcome.
Shubhro sir?
There's some technical glitch, and our delegate speaker from Bhutan suggests that we move to the country representative for Maldives. So I invite Ms. Aishat Muniza, Project Manager of Malay Friday Mosque Conservation Project, National Center for Cultural Heritage, Ministry of Arts, Culture and Heritage, Maldives, with Mr. Mauroof Jamil, Architect Specialist, Architectural Heritage of the Maldives. We look forward to a succinct 15-minute presentation.
Good evening, everyone. So I'm representing Maldives. I'm Aishat Muniza, project manager for Maldives Friday Conservation and Preservation Project, which is funded by the ASI. So we are going to show you the roadmap of to World Heritage by the Maldives. Next, please. Okay. So the Maldives World Heritage Convention was ratified in 1986. After that, we submitted 5 nominations, which included the Maldives Friday Mosque project, and the Tim Gandwar, which is a palace, and then 3 other coral stone mosques were nominated. We were not able to proceed with this nomination because the documents were insufficient to determine the outstanding value of the sites. Next, please. Yeah. So in the 2000s, the Maldives started towards inscribing Maldives Friday Mosque to the World Heritage list, and we were successful in listing the mosque in the tentative list under the criteria 1, 4, and 6. Then in 2019, we were advised by the UNESCO to widen the scope of the nomination and to go further with a serial nomination. So we started the process and we were focusing on going for coral stone mosque Maldives or coral stone civilization of the mosques. Next, please. So during 2011 to 12, the government started towards the serial nomination. So we identified 21 coral stone mosques across the country. At that time, we only identified 21 coral stone mosques, but by now we have 24 coral stone mosques across the country. In 2019, we were able to add 5 more mosques to the tentative list, which includes Ihavandu Mosque, Mido Mosque, Eid Mosque, Femfushi Mosque, and Isdo Mosque. Next, please. So, starting from 2013 until now, we have been working on nomination dossiers and participating in different training sessions to enhance our nomination process and train our local communities so next, please. So next. So currently, we are working with the local communities to make them aware of the cultural sites in different locations. And additionally, we have been working with the Indian government to conserve and preserve the Maldives Friday Mosque. The project has been going on since 2019, and we are aided by the Government of India, and technical support is provided by the ASI of India. Additionally, we have worked with the World Monument Fund in developing site management plans, and as of now, we are working on developing site management plans, but we are facing a lot of challenges because in Maldives Friday Mosque, if we take Maldives Friday Mosque as an example, due to development of the area and we are still in the process of establishing site management plans, particularly establishing a buffer in that area. Next slide, please. So, Mr. Maruf, would you want to add anything?
Thank you very much. Yeah, we've been struggling for a UNESCO World Heritage nomination. So far, we haven't had any. The ratification was in 1987, but still, yeah, we have a long way to go. Our biggest challenges is preparation of the documentation, especially the process of the bureaucracy in UNESCO and the Maldivian government takes a long time. But our structures are getting deteriorated. Now, in the tentative list, we have been having these structures for 13 years. Many structures are being slowly deteriorated. So one of the critical one was the main one in Male, the Male Friday Mosque, which of course now with the help of ASI, there is a process of conservation going on. But still, issues related to the buffer zone management plans are very serious issues because Male is a very compact city. And when it comes to the technical requirements of a typical buffer zone, it's very difficult for us to complete. Even, our politicians wouldn't dare go near the buffer zone areas because of these issues. So, yeah, those are the kind of challenges we have. And yes, there are a few sites that are being deteriorated. One site in the south that has been nominated for the tentative list is having coastal erosion problems. It's right near the coast. So it's having coastal erosion problems. So the challenges of sea level rise, changing climate, is also becoming serious for the upkeep of these structures. Yeah. So, yeah, Maldives is one country who has been, up till now, not been able to have a UNESCO World Heritage Site, and still we are struggling to get one. But everybody, the experts for last 13 years, we believe that, everybody believes that it is structures of outstanding universal value. But even though they are universal value, we still can't go through the process. So that is our problem, main problem. So is there anything you want to add? No. Yeah, that will be all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Aisat Muniza and Mr. Maruf Jamil, particularly for highlighting very important issues of collaboration and speaking so sort of upfront about challenges that Maldives is facing. Whether it is coastal erosion or whether it is the current Male Friday Mosque conservation project. Awaiting a first nomination, and here's wishing you an early first nomination. We invite now the delegates from Bhutan. I have already introduced them. Mr. Karma Tenzin with Mr. Shering Namgyal.
A very good afternoon to everyone, distinguished delegates, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen. So in the interest of time, I'll be presenting the scenario and the initiatives that are undertaken in Bhutan under the theme of 50 years of World Heritage Convention. Bhutan ratified World Heritage Convention in the year 2001, and like Maldives, we must admit that we don't have any cultural heritage sites enlisted in World Heritage Site. Right after the ratification in 2001, subsequently Bhutan has submitted a first tentative list of 4 cultural heritage sites and 4 natural heritage sites in the year 2012. So these are the four tentative lists under cultural heritage sites. So the number one is the zongs, the fortification or the fortresses, which are the center of temporal and religious authorities. Then in the second, we have in the tentative list is the ancient ruin of Paro Dugel Zong. This is also a fortress in ruins. Then the third list that we have submitted in tentative list is the sacred sites associated with the Fajo Drugum Shipo and his descendants. So Fajo Drugum Shipo was the one who introduced for the first time the Drukpa Gajuk sect in Bhutan. And the final tentative list in the cultural site is the Tamjing Monastery in the central part of Bhutan. So just to give the brief background on the submitting the tentative list, Bhutan's zongs, these are castle-like defensive fortress building which bears exceptional testimony to the Buddhist concept of the harmonious balance of religion and politics. So the zongs in Bhutan were founded first by Shabdrung Ngaung Namgyal, who is considered as the unifier of the nation state, and these songs represents the prototype form for distinctive mix of fortress, religious center and administrative center. So it was Shabdrung who initiated construction of several zongs in Bhutan during his campaign of bringing under his rule the whole country, which was at that time divided and ruled by local chieftains. So under the tentative list, we have submitted for serial nominations of 5 zongs built directly under the founder of Bhutan, which I mentioned, Shabdrung Ngaung Namgyal, in the 17th century. So these are the 5 zongs which were founded by Shabdrung. So the first one is Punakha Zong, so it's named as Pungthang Dechen Porang Zong in Punakha. Then the second in the list is Wangdi Porang Zong in Wangdi Porang district in the west, which was burned down by unfortunate fire incident in the year 2012, and which is now being reconstructed and completed to its former glory. And the third in the list is Paro Rimpung Zong, so where the international airport is. And the fourth one is Trongsa Zong in the central part of Bhutan. And fifth one is Dagata Shiangchi Zong, Dagana, it's in the western part of Bhutan. So these are the 5 zongs which are nominated in the tentative list, serial nomination. So this map shows the location of these fortresses. So just to give the picture, this is the Punakha Zong, which was built in 1637. So then this is the interior, the courtyard of the Punakha Zong, and this is the exterior view of the Punakha Zong. The second in the list was the Wangdi Porang Zong, so which was built in 1638. So this is the view of Wangdi Porang Zong before the fire, and this is also one of the view from different angle of the zone. So this zone was engulfed by fire in the year 2012. So, and then later it was reconstructed to its former glory. So this case, like any other cases across the world, where the cultural heritage sites are struck by disaster, so this presents a case which the chief of the Unesco has highlighted, where it demands for the discourse or the deliberation, or maybe a workshop or conference where to deliberate in terms of its relevancy, in terms of its authenticity, and in terms of its evaluation of value associated with the site post-reconstruction to qualify as a cultural heritage and eventually to inscribe in the World Heritage List. So the fourth one is the Poro Dzong, which was built in 1648. These are the picture, the exterior and the interior pictures of the Dzong. So this is how it looks. At the backdrop is the National Museum of Bhutan. So these two, I mean, the other one in earlier time at the backdrop was built as the watchtower for the Paro Rimpung Dzong, which is in the front. So the final one is it's the fifth one. So the fourth one is the Trongsa Dzong in the central part of Bhutan, which was built in 1647. So this is the song was also built by Shabdungawang Namgyal. So these are the different views and angles of the Dzong you can see. And the final one under the serial nomination of Dzong is the Dagana Tashiangti Dzong, which is in the western part of the Bhutan, and it was built in 1651. The second site in the tentative list that we have submitted in the year 2012 was the sacred site associated with Phaju Dugum Shipo and his descendants. So under this, we have submitted 16 sites for serial nomination associated to 13th century saint, like I mentioned earlier, Phaju Dugum Shipo and his descendants. So it was Phaju Dugum Shipo who first introduced the Dukpa Kaju Buddhist tradition in the 13th century. So this it represents, or it's the testimony of the Dukpa Kaju form of Buddhism and its emergence and continuity. So it also, this site also represents the dynamic interchange of religious, political and trade system in the medieval time, and also a reference of the built typology of temple in different time and transition in the history of Bhutan. So these are the pictures of some of these sites associated with the sand. So on the left-hand side is the Tango Ne in the capital city of Bhutan. I mean, it's less than 1 hour drive from the capital city. The other one is the Changang Khalhagang. It's in the Thimphu city. And then the Paro Takchang, the tiger nest, it's synonymous to Bhutan, to the outside world. The third one that we have submitted is the Tamjing Monastery in Bumthang district. So this monastery is a very sacred monastery located in the central part of Bhutan. So this temple is known for its very unique and sacred mural paintings. So this temple also has a unique statues and several other important cultural properties which are of high importance to the history of Bhutan and peddling tradition. So this tradition is, the peddling tradition is very, I mean, it's indigenous to Bhutan. So Tamjing Monastery was built in 1501 by Pema Lingpa. So the figure below, the picture below is the monastery, Tamjing Monastery in the central part of Bhutan. Then the fourth one that we have listed, like mentioned earlier, is the ancient ruin of Drugel Dzong. So even this Dzong was founded by Shabdungawang Namgyal, the founder of the country as a nation state. So it was built in the 17th century and it's very historically important to Bhutan, and it was built to commemorate the victory over the external invasion. So this is under ruins, and now this Dzong is being reconstructed. So this is being reconstructed to celebrate the birth of His Royal Highness Crown Prince of Bhutan. So this is where the people, all people in the country has come together in celebrating the birth of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince of Bhutan. So following this submission of tentative list with the help and assistance from the UNESCO World Heritage Center and UNESCO New Delhi, this has enabled us to update all the inventories of the key heritage sites in Bhutan and to create awareness on World Heritage Convention and its implementation process in the country. So Bhutan earlier has protected all these cultural heritage sites through policies and guidelines. So there was no legal framework, legislative framework. So in the year, from the year 2011, the UNESCO has also supported in drafting the Heritage Sites Bill, which later got changed to Cultural Heritage Bill of 2016. So, so it's still not tabled in the Parliament. It's undergoing thorough review and consultation with different stakeholders. So the main purpose is to sustain the cultural heritage and cultural landscape of Bhutan for the present and future generation. So the provision in the bill where it states, Bhutan as a whole is recognized for its unique cultural landscape and tangible and intangible cultural heritage, which should be protected and safeguarded with understanding of its association with natural settings and lives of the people of Bhutan in such a manner as to respect the cultural landscape of Bhutan. So with the drafting of the Cultural Heritage Bill and with the overall umbrella of the provision of the bill to protect and sustain the cultural landscape of Bhutan, UNESCO had supported an annual event from 2014 to create awareness on the concept of cultural landscape and understanding the sustenance mechanism and management. So as a result of this initiative, the cultural landscape approach and sustaining its significance was institutionalized not only under the culture sector, but for the other culture planning and infrastructure development in different sectors. So this was mainly realized through the rapid urbanization. So within the short span of the time, as you can see in the picture on the left is how it was, I mean the capital city of Thimphu in the year 2003 with all the natural terraces and paddy fields surrounded by green sceneries, where within the short span of time in the year 2014 the construction has boomed and all the landscapes were all distorted and damaged by the construction. So similarly, even this showcases how the city has, with the rapid urbanization and in this, with the development, fast development of the and upcoming cities, there are the consequences where the villages has been abandoned for the city life. So the initiatives on cultural landscapes that were undertaken with the support of UNESCO New Delhi, we have organized an international competition on cultural landscape in Bhutan. So this in the year 2014 to recognize importance of the cultural landscape, the protection of cultural landscape. And then subsequently in the year 2015, workshop on cultural landscape and sustaining its significance was conducted, where the focus, the aim was on the value-based approach of sustaining cultural landscape in relation to the gross national happiness, which is the principal philosophy of the development philosophy of the country. Then the workshop on cultural landscape again was conducted in the year 2016, where it was largely focused on management and role of the local government. So with this, the sites, different sites across the countries were selected and then being registered and being studied under the initiative of the workshop. This is one of the most beautiful village in the central part of the Bhutan, called Nabji village. So the one which you can see in yellow is a paddy field where the people do their farming, and on the top is the cluster of the village, which you can see very small in this picture. So the community, they do farming work, and then it's such that the shape of that landscape, I mean the farming land, it looks like the peacock tail. So, so the natural landscape formed due to geological condition of landslide forming alluvial deposit and intervention through land use has resulted in creation of most scenic landscape. So the land use pattern through irrigation system. So you can, there's an irrigation system for irrigating their land. Perch on top an irrigated land at lower profile has created a very unique perception of landscape, which is perceived as peacock. So this is the Nabji village. So we have selected more than 8 sites during the workshop where the management plan and all were prepared. So this is again another site in the western part of Bhutan. This is a Gangte village. It's a temple. You can see a temple, and then the houses in the front were used as a meditation house in the past. So another example is the Rinchengang village in Wangdufurang district. So there's a cluster of house surrounded by the paddy fields. So this paddy field belongs to the community. So there's no each individual owner, whereas the whole community owns together. So these are some of the initiatives that has been undertaken.
So,
and similarly,
Mr. Tenzin, if you could please wind up in 2 minutes.
Sure.
Yeah.
So I just have one last slide. So these initiatives were undertaken and then currently being protected and implemented in accordance with the Cultural Heritage Bill 2016, although it's not passed as an act, or rather it's also not tabled in the parliament right now, but the Department of Culture and the Dzongkha Development, where I'm working, is the central agency who is looking after preservation and promotion of culture, and it's implementing all those preservation and protection of all the heritage sites across the country and all these cultural landscape as per the Cultural Heritage Bill 2016. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tenzin, for transporting us into the absolutely riveting cultural landscapes of Bhutan. It was very difficult to look at one's watch or to try to ask you to summarize quickly. Thank you also for highlighting serial nominations and the problems relating to rapid urbanization. I now invite the country representative from Nepal, Dr. Suresh Surashrestha, Joint Secretary, Head, Cultural Division, Ministry of Culture, Tourism and Civil Aviation. And with him is Mr. Himal Kumar Upreti, Archaeological Officer, Site Management Officer, Lumbini, the birthplace of Lord Buddha, as we all know, World Heritage Property, and India has a particular shared interest in Lumbini, as we all know.
Thank you, Dr. Parul, and distinguished delegates from SAARC countries, Head of the Culture, UNESCO Delhi, ADG and other officials from ASI, speakers, panelists, experts, academics, academicians, community representatives, NGO representatives, media persons, officials from the government of India, the state government of Bhopal, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great privilege and honor to be here for sharing our experience on World Heritage Conventions in the last 50 years. On behalf of the government of Nepal and ourselves, I would like to express my sincere thanks to the organizers. So today, I'm going to present here on World Heritage Convention 1972 regarding to the achievements and future challenges of Nepal, in Nepal. So in this context, I would like to share our experience on World Heritage Convention and 1792 and cultural heritage of Nepal, then ratification of convention and some consequences later on, then achievements of ratification after 1978, then present situations of the World Heritage and the World Heritage Convention, then the future challenges. So Nepal have ratified the UN Charter on 3rd December 1964. Then Convention concerning the protection of world natural and cultural heritage 72 was ratified in 1978. Then Kathmandu Valley World Heritage Property, which consists of 7 protected monument zones, and from the culture site and from natural site, Sagarmatha National Park in 1978 was proposed as a nomination. Then it was listed on the World Heritage List in 1979. And also Chitwan National Park in 1984, and Lumbini, the birthplace of Lord Buddha, World Heritage Property was listed in 1997. And if we see overview on the cultural heritage of Nepal, that we can see that there are several national heritages, including a few of the world heritages. The national, we have more than 5,000 heritages, and among them only 101 are classified within 74 districts, except Kathmandu, Lalitpur and Bhaktapur, which are included into Kathmandu Valley. And we have the protected monument zone. This is the concept of the highly protected cultural heritage property in Nepal, which is included as a provision of National Heritage Protection Act, that is known as Ancient Monument Preservation Act 1956. And these, all the heritage, national heritages are classified as a class A, class B, and class C. And we have only 4 World Heritage properties on the list of World Heritage as per the 1972 convention. Cultural, we have 2 properties as Kathmandu Valley World Heritage Property, which I have already mentioned that it was listed in 79, which consisted 7 protected monument zones, and Lumbini, the birthplace of Lord Buddha World Heritage Property, which inscribed in 1997. Similarly, natural category, Sagarmatha National Park, which was listed in 79, and Chitwan National Park in 84. So these are some views. The Kathmandu Valley World Heritage Property, you might have heard about this Kathmandu Valley, that there are 7 protected, separate 7 protected monument zones, but it is included into 1 World Heritage Property. So these are the criteria 3, 4, and 7, as per the Kathmandu Valley was nominated. And this is the Kathmandu, one of the site, Hanuman Doka Darbar Protected Monument Zone. Another one is Swayambhu Protected Monument Zone. Then Bodha Protected Monument Zone. Again, Pasupati Protected Monument Zone. Patan Darbar Protected Monument Zone. Bhaktapur Darbar Protected Monument Zone, Changunaran Protected Monument Zone, and second one, World Heritage, is Lumbini, the birthplace of Lord Buddha, World Heritage property. And these are some properties include inside the property. And Lumbini was inscribed as per criteria 3 and 6. Then natural site, Sagarmatha National Park, in criteria 7. Then Chitwan National Park with criteria 7, 9, and 10. So we have 15 properties which are on the tentative list of World Heritage, which are cave architecture of Muktinath, Mustang Valley, then Kokana vernacular village and its mustard oil seed industrial heritage, Ramagrama, the vernacular relic stupa of Lord Buddha, then early medieval architecture complex of Panauti, the medieval palace complex of Gorkha, then Tilorakot, the ancient archaeological remains of ancient Sakya kingdom, which is the government of Nepal has been preparing for a nomination, and within few years, government of Nepal will propose for the nomination of for the World Heritage. And Bhurti Temple Complex of Dailek, medieval earthen walled city of Lomanthang, then medieval settlement of Kirtipur, Nuwakot Palace Complex, Ram Janaki Temple, which is also on the pipeline for the nomination within short future. Similarly, Rishikesh Complex of Rurukshetra, Sinja Valley, the medieval town of Tansen and Bajragini, and early settlement of Sangkhu. These are the list which are on the list of tentative World Heritage. And some consequences after ratification of the convention that, as I've already mentioned, that we have 4 properties, 2 from natural and 2 from cultural sites are listed in the World Heritage, and 15 on the tentative World Heritage list, but these all are from cultural site. And Nepal has been utilizing the International Assistance Fund and also the different funds and trusts like Netherlands Trust in Funds, Korean Trust in Funds, and Japanese Trust in Funds. Received several reactive monitoring missions as per the decision of the World Heritage Committee, as we have heard that there are several reactive monitoring missions, especially for something to be done in the World Heritage property, and also participate on the regular periodic reporting for the World Heritage property in Asia and Pacific, especially the last three periodic reporting in the region. The experience on the list of World Heritage in danger, I hope you might have heard about the Kathmandu Valley World Heritage property was listed on the World Heritage in danger during 2003 to 2006, and it was removed from the list in 2007, but after with the disaster, the devastating disaster in 2015, it was also very much discussed within the World Heritage Committee that Kathmandu Valley should put into the World Heritage in danger, but still it is not put into the World Heritage in danger list. And also, as I have just mentioned, that earthquake in 2015, it damaged the 170 monuments within the Kathmandu Valley, and most of the monuments have been rehabilitated. And one among the significant damaged monument, which has already rehabilitated, will be present here after this session from one of my friends from Nepal. And also, after ratification of 1972 convention, the system and provision has promoted to ensure the better protection and management of 11 cultural heritage sites and 2 natural sites as protected monument zone, which I have mentioned earlier. And 3 of 15 tentative sites are already in the pipeline of the World Heritage nomination. And also prepared a complete management plan for the both of the cultural and natural heritage property in Nepal, which are Kathmandu Valley and Lumbini, the birthplace of Lord Buddha. And many of the development of bylaws for the protection of architectural character and cultural landscapes of the sites were prepared and implementing. Tourism promotion, source of cultural exchange, these all our activities have been carried out by the government of Nepal. The Department of Archaeology, which is the sole authority of the government of Nepal for the cultural heritage. And it is using as a center for the heritage education and the research activities. And it is also now the people from Nepal have been observing that this is the good medium for the international coordination and cooperation, as well as to build up the international relationship. Not only for the funding, but for also the heritage education, research, documentation, and many other activities. And now we are in the situation that most of the heritage, especially almost all of the heritage, as the Honorable Minister of Bhopal in the morning, the opening session, he has mentioned that all the properties actually have been preserving and conserving by the local community. These are in the South Asia, not only South Asia, but in Asian countries, we have the similar activities that most of the heritage have been protecting by the local communities. In the same way, Nepal also. Many of the gutis, which are the social institutions that have been protecting all the cultural heritage. However, government of Nepal and the other international conventions have been protecting as per the provisions of their own legal system. And also moving forward to establish the interlink among the World Heritage Convention and UNESCO's other conventions, like 2003 Convention on Intangible Cultural Heritage, and 2005 Convention on the Diversity of Cultural Expressions, as well as the 1970 Convention on the Illicit Trafficking. Similarly, especially after 2015 earthquake, the local communities are aware on the cultural heritage. Two among the 15 properties from the tentative list are being on the process of nomination for the World Heritage. That is due to the local communities, that activists, we have been, the government of Nepal have been much aware that all the properties which are on the tentative list should be processed for the inscription to be listed in the World Heritage List. So 138 monuments have been rehabilitated, as I have just mentioned that within World Heritage property of Kathmandu Valley, 170 monuments were damaged due to the earthquake in 2015, among which 138 monuments have been rehabilitated. During that time, 33 among 170, 33 monuments were completely collapsed. However, the 137 were partially damaged. And among them, 138 have been completely rehabilitated right now.
Dr. Shrestha, may I request you to conclude in about 2 minutes?
Okay, thank you very much. And I would like to mention here some future challenges. These are, as the ADG of the ASI already have mentioned, that it is the similar context in Nepal that we have facing the challenges and which will be in the future as well, which is the management system and incorporate to the legal system, which is traditionally binding all local communities, but it is not possible to be included into the legal system. That is one of the most challenges. And also the reconciliation between religious activities and cultural preservation. And also the living cultural heritage with multiple stakeholders and multiple authorities. This is one of the most and significant challenges. And also the ownership of cultural property after the provisions from the government legal system. It is very challenging job to engage the local communities. So with this, I would conclude my presentation today. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Suresh Surashrestha, for illuminating us on the diverse heritage properties included in the tentative list, civic, religious, and natural. Also about the role played by local communities after the devastation wrought by the 2015 Nepal earthquake, and the importance of the enlisting in Kathmandu Valley World Heritage Endangered List, enlisting Kathmandu Valley there. We now invite the last country representative for this panel, country representatives of Sri Lanka, Mr. Somaratne Vidanapathirana, Secretary, Ministry of Buddha Shasana, Religious and Cultural Affairs. He is with Professor Gamini Ranasinghe, Director General, Central Cultural Fund. Welcome.
Good afternoon. For the time concerns, I will not talk in any details. I invite Professor Gamini Ranasinghe. He will be our presentation. Thank you.
Can I see which folder? Please. Yes. Can you help me? I can't find the folder, please. Madam, please. Madam Pili and the delegates and ladies and gentlemen, and I will not take long time because this is not the time to get your First of all, thank you so much for inviting us for participate this occasion. Directly I will go to my presentation, and I'm talking 3 points, the mountain landscape in Sri Lanka. The first one, so this is the pearl of our World Heritage Site in Sri Lanka. Most of foreigners and locals visiting every day. And this is the most attractive place in the World Heritage List in Sri Lanka. Just I'm having only the 22nd. Yes, the Sigiriya is a lion mountain, and it's built 4th century AD. And it is very, very similar to the artifact to Ajanta in India. And the second one, tooth relic in Kandilas Kingdom of Sri Lanka. We had a huge disaster by the LTT and reconstruct again. Now you can worship and visit here, well preserved here. And the next one, the Mulla Cave Temple, and we have the 3 kingdoms artifacts and carving also painted here. we are having a huge challenge to protect this monument, and we are asking help from the UNESCO. It's now processing, and we hope to manage well within next 2-3 years. And we have one rainforest, and it is also the World Heritage Site, Natural Heritage. And the next one, Retigala, we are going to be present as a World Heritage site in Sri Lanka. It's also the Buddhist monastery and the natural area. And the next one, tea landscape, we have right to present as the World Heritage, our tea landscape. Next few years, within the time, we will propose that one. And yesterday, thank you so much for the organizing committee. We visit Sanchi. We saw the light and sound program. Still, we don't have any light and sound program in Sri Lanka. We are testing, we are going to test in this place, Nine Nach, and also it will be one of heritage site very soon. And this is the one point we are going to test. Within this year, we need the expertise help to implement that point. And the rose quartz site and also the natural site, it will be nominated very soon. Also the flat landscape in Sri Lanka, and this is the longest kingdom in Sri Lanka, Anuradhapura, and it's one of World Heritage Site. We have the world's biggest stupa in this site. The second one, Polonnaruwa, the second kingdom, and we are having the more influence in South India. It's still preserving Buddhism and Hinduism together in the same place. And the next unique thing is a traditional cascade system in Sri Lanka. Also, we are preparing to nominate as a World Heritage. We are going to demand as a World Heritage Site. We have more than 150 cascade sets of Sri Lanka, so we can't see in the other country. Next, coastal landscape in Sri Lanka, and already we have one World Heritage Site as a coastal point goal, and also several sites we are preparing to nominate as a World Heritage Site with the port and the beach sites, because as an island we have very beautiful beaches, several beaches and very popular one. And these days we are concerning to the protecting intangible heritage as well as with the heritage, and we have number of intangible event in Sri Lanka as 2,500 with the history, and several communities. Still we are ongoing our tradition. It's a wonderful tradition, and we are going to present very soon. Also our food and beverage, and as an intangible heritage, we are working on this matter. And we have more than 5,000 heritage sites and 8 World Heritage Sites. Also within several years, another few will be added. And king coconut, and this is the wonderful drinking. Although there are several countries has coconut, but we have very wonderful king coconut, and this is the one of point to share with the world. So what the next is the challenges. I would like to concern to the audience what we have as a challenge. When they develop, we lose in one thing, the heritage. We saw the several presentation, and within the 1-2 decades, the number of heritage lost. And there are very few community, country who engage in with the protecting the heritage site, and this is one of them. And very few, maybe more than 1% people engage in with the protection heritage, and 99% people against of that point. So this is the big challenge that we are having next 2-3 decades, I think so. And we need new knowledge, new concept and experience sharing each other. As a South Asian country, we are having the big challenge because see back, last 4 decades, we had the war, tsunami, and the COVID-19 and so many natural and human disasters. And while that period, we lost hundreds or thousands of heritage sites, and we don't know what will be happen next 1 or 2 decades. So that's why we need to rise together. We fell down to the zero last two years. Then some days, our revenue was just 100 rupees or less than 100 rupees per one day. And we lost many things last two years. Now we are rising, and we are rising with the help of South Asian people and South Asian friends. And we need your help to rise again. And now, I think within several months or several years, we can able to come to the previous point. Unfortunately, everything happened in the last, but fortunately, the future is still in front of us. I think we can learn from the past, and we can arrange everything in the future. So we have huge challenge how to protect the heritage for the future. Those heritage sites not belong to us. It is belong to the future. Generation to generation, our ancestors, they protect as much as they can heritage, and they give us. Now this is the challenge in our hand to protect the future. So thank you so much. We lost many things last few years, and we are gathering and we are collecting many things with the help of all the South Asian friends. We need your help. Please visit to us, Sri Lanka, and help us to protect our heritage for the future. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Professor Gamini Ranasinghe. That was a very somber note and a very realistic one to end on. The immense challenges faced by Sri Lanka, both natural and human, and the resilience with which Sri Lanka is returning to normalcy. I think one of the slides that you showed was of the Godwaya shipwreck. If I'm not mistaken, maritime archaeology has shown us the importance of Sri Lanka as a nodal point in the maritime crossings since ancient times across the Mediterranean, Indian Ocean world, and right up to the South China Sea. There's no seconding, no need to second the importance of Sigiriya, Kandy, Dambulla, Ritigola, Singaraja, as well as other sites that you mentioned. We are indeed running short of time, and I will not exceed, make it worse by giving a very long summation. I just flag a very few points. One thing that emerges very clearly from this panel of South Asian experts and heritage administrators is the shared cultural landscapes and the immense possibilities. I know it is already being done, but the immense potential for mapping heritage networks, not only across South Asia, but South and Southeast Asia, bureaucracy and the geopolitics notwithstanding, there is still a possibility. Community participation cannot be overemphasized. It is absolutely at the heart of the World Heritage Convention. I should say it requires a lot of concerted effort. Community participation also requires informed, historically informed community histories. And for that, we also need on board experts about present local community dynamics, anthropologists, ethnographers, activists, as well as historians on board. That connects with composite structures and urban landscapes. In India, for example, we have, apart from the Himalayan disaster and other natural disasters, currently we are faced with socio-religious conflicts. There's no point saying all is well. That these have become very inimical to the social fabric, and the need for serious reconstructive interventions are possible if we focus on the intertwined religious histories, let's say of structures like the Gujarat Sultanate architecture, is both Maru Gurjar and Sultanate, and if communities become aware of their histories, we could protect heritage against vandalism. This was emphasized by many panelists, natural versus cultural heritage. There are fewer natural heritage sites and more need to be included. The idea of broadening the concept of authenticity was highlighted by Ms. Junhee Han here, and it is not only material but also other aspects that are important in the idea of the broader aspect of authenticity. Accountability and transparency vis-a-vis cultural and natural heritage. Accountability and transparency in the public domain is becoming more and more important. Finally, I would like to say that the UNESCO Heritage Convention, as well as the citizenry at large, is not interested only in increasing the number of nominations per country. It is important that we go beyond just how many nominated sites we have to how well they are being managed and how inclusive they are becoming with time. The narrative definitely needs to go beyond the all is well situation if we have to do something constructive. With these very few points, I thank the brilliant panelists here. Thank you very much for bringing South Asian heritage and the work being done, the challenges, as well as the wonderful work that has been achieved so far. And the floor is open to questions, with just a small request that we have very direct questions addressed to specific panelists, and that questions be questions and not mini essays. So the floor is open to questions, and it would be very nice if specific panelists are addressed. So could somebody pass the mic?
One of your heritage site photographs had a railway viaduct.
This one?
A railway viaduct. Very interesting, with a very beautiful landscape. Yeah. So if you could tell us about this a little more.
Yeah. It's now 101 years old. It's a we call the Nine Arch. It's now the after Sigiriya, most famous place for the foreigners. Normally, per day, more than 2,000 foreigners are visiting here. Now, within 2-3 months, it will be belong to the Central Cultural Fund. It's in my institute, and we will develop as a heritage site and also nominated as a World Heritage list. And there is another thing, and not only the railway, it's already 100 years old, but also the surrounding area. In the forest and also tea landscape together. We have several heritage together. So we have planned to protect and manage well. And now the people are immigrating there, because if they are foreigners, any places, the hoteliers and all are gathering there and destroying everything. And we are having trouble to protect that one. So it's not easy with the political, with the population and many things, and the heritage. Two different ways. Yes. Yeah, the important is engineering the part of this bridge is arches, and only one stone you can see the middle of the curve. So if it is removed, all the bridge will collapse. But now, more than 100 years, it still remain.
Question at the back there.
According to the legend, it's built by help of the villager. He's just villager. He demonstrated that British engineer how to build that. And after build this bridge, that British engineer, he not believe it's strength. And the villager, he came under the bridge and asked to come bring the train, but he was allowed. And after that, it's became the very famous railway. Yes. It's a traditional technology too.
A very interesting and an impressive presentation by all the representatives who belong to the countries of Bangladesh to Sri Lanka. In this context, the context of the presentation from Sri Lanka, I would like to inform that in Kerala also, we have a 9-arch viaduct bridge maintained by the Indian Railways. It is more than 100 years old. Madam, my request is, there are so many culturally important developmental places in South Asia, which is spanned across 4 or 5 different countries. There can be an initiative either from the UNESCO to bring all such governments together to encourage visitors, governmental organizations, and also heritage specialists to go to these places, identify, and also to evolve a common strand for the conservation of these heritage sites. I feel that in many places, such a uniform standard of application for preserving and conserving these sites would go a long way to maintain the purity of our heritage sites. This is not a question, this is in the form of a suggestion, madam. Thank you very much.
Thanks for wonderful presentation from our Sri Lankan friends. And it's just reminding me my Sri Lankan visit in the year of 2017. And just my request, if you have any information regarding the painting of the Sigriya. During my visit, I have noticed some paintings in Sigriya, Singhgiri. Yeah, you have just shown your one movie, just documentary. Yeah. So, if you are able to, please elaborate some information about the paintings.
This one?
Yeah, this
you
one.
asking
Yeah.
the painting?
Yeah, painting.
Yeah, it is a 4th century AD, and it is very similar to Ajanta. Now, there were more than 500 paintings according to the poems, but we have only 14, because all the South Asian people, they have the habit to touching everything, especially in all the temple we have in the same matter. But now prohibited to picturing and the touching, but we have to give the people to touch somewhere. So we recreate one artificial place in the museum. They can touch and they can get the pictures. Now the original now is protected. Yes.
Hello.
Yeah.
May I ask, ma'am?
Hello. Yeah, of course, Professor Khare. Yes.
My question is to Bhutanese representative, Mr. Karma, and I recalled my own visit of Bhutan 4 years back. It was really wonderful to see, but then today I see that a beautiful valley you have pictured and it is transformed into an urban jungle, and we have seen Paro transformed. Do you have any rules, regulations or laws to control such kind of urban sprawl? Thank you.
Hello, thank you very much for the question. In fact, with these lessons, we have, like I mentioned earlier, has drafted Cultural Heritage Bill 2016. Although it's not now come up as an act, but like I mentioned earlier, we, in accordance to the Cultural Heritage Bill, we are now has segregated heritage sites into 3 components, where one of the component of heritage sites is cultural sites and landscapes. So with that, now we have started identifying the cultural sites, and then eventually we register and designate them. So these important cultural heritage sites are now being registered and then being protected in accordance to the law. So all the important ones are being selected, and then all the means of protection of these sites, the management plan are being drawn, and these are how the initiative that is being undertaken by the government of Bhutan to protect cultural landscape and sites, especially the comment that the sir has mentioned on the destruction or maybe the cultural landscapes that are being destroyed by the urban development. So it's in place, although the act is yet to be enacted.
Thank you. We can share the experience of National Monument Authority in our country, which has been initiated in 2010 and now working very fine. Thank you.
So we've run out of time, but one last question other than Sri Lanka and Bhutan, if there is some question for some other panelists. Just one last question, after which Anjita Nair would like to announce lunch, I think.
Hello, yeah, I'm Nishant Upadhyay, and thank you for the fantastic presentation, everyone. I think I have a general question for almost all the panelists. What I could not actually totally understand that how are you aligning your strategy for UNESCO World Heritage Convention with UN SDGs? What is the alignment of UN SDGs and your future strategy for nomination? Thank you. Anyone who can take it up, please? Maybe Bangladesh, if.
Okay, actually we are working with UNESCO. You know, we have only three cultural heritage inscribed by the UNESCO. We have also another 3 intelligible cultural heritages. We have 3 or 4 cultural heritage sites are online. Hopefully, we will be listed very soon. Thank you.
Yes. I think this is definitely a very relevant question. And of course, we would like to, share with you, of course, you have the programs. I think the programs this afternoon and tomorrow also, most of the discussion we are going to have will definitely give us food to have a kind of action plan for the next 50, especially focusing on SDG. As I mentioned in my short presentation, we have to bear in mind that the World Heritage Convention and the protection of cultural and natural heritage should serve and then plays a role in the life of people. So the very essence of the convention is also very clear that it is for people's well-being, And of course, the protection of cultural and natural diversity goes together. I mean, this is the very sense, the spirit of the convention. And for your information, we would like to adopt a kind of a vision statement at the sub-regional level, because we are gathering here on the occasion of the 50 years of anniversary. And so we will have one short session tomorrow afternoon, how we can formulate a kind of action plan for way forward in the next 50 years.
Thank you very much. I think it was a very engaging and thought-provoking session. Thank you all the speakers. Thank you, Ms. Han. And we bring the panel to a close now. Anchita has an announcement to make.
I just wanted to let you know that we will have a few side events parallelly happening in 3 rooms post-lunch around 2:15. These are interactive talks by civil society and academics where they talk about various themes related to cultural heritage. On the first floor on the right, you have room number 2, Nawab Hamidullah Hall, where heritage-based academic projects and the importance of research will be discussed. One of the themes that will be discussed are World Heritage Sites in historic towns and role of regulatory bodies, cases Kumbakonam, Tanjavur and Khajuraho. Another theme discussed would be community-based design studio for historic course. In room number 3 on the ground floor, which is Nawab Shah Jahan Begum Hall, the themes discussed would be diverse angles of heritage. There will be one presentation by Dr. Vandana Sinha, Director, Center for Arts and Archaeology, American Institute of Indian Studies, India. Another presentation by Monica Banerjee, Head of Interglobe Foundation. One presentation on Darjeeling Himalayan Railways by Mr. Priyanshu and Shri K.S. Jain of Indian Railways. On room number 5, on first floor, to your left, Nawab Sikandar Jahan room, we will have the theme role of civil societies. The theme that would be discussed is Reviving Culture in Present-day Nepal by Chaudhary Foundation. And now we can break for lunch. Hopefully you will join us for these side events on these parallel rooms. Thank you. The side events would start at 2:15 and post that thematic sessions would start at 2:45. Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Now I would like to invite you all for a lunch, and lunch is arranged at the corridor, and lunch will last for 45 minutes and side events will last for 45 minutes, and we need to gather back for another session at around 2:30. So we need to hurry up. You all are requested to gather back at 2:15. And please, you all are invited for lunch at first floor corridor.
प्ले 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 इसको पहले करना प्रेजेंटेशन सेशन है ना इसके बाद फिर थोड़ा एक वीडियो चेक कर रहे हैं कि फाइल कई बार चलती है कई बार नहीं चलती है वीडियो चल नहीं रहा है वीडियो चल नहीं चल अभी चल रहा है
हाँ देखो अरुण भाई लैपटॉप ऑन हो जाने दो भाई
क्या भाई
लैपटॉप बंद हो गया था ना
शटडाउन हो गया ऑन होगा नहीं हुआ
हो रहा है
ठीक है
Hope so everyone enjoyed lunch, and after lunch we are going to have side events, and in room number 3, that is Nawab Shah Jahan Begum room, in that heritage-based academic projects, importance of research event will be conducted. So those participants are interested in participating in this can join at room number 3. At room number 2, Nawab Hamidullah at first floor. Theme is role of civil societies. And as per the choice, participant can join this side event. And at room number 5, theme is diverse angle of heritage. At room number 5, Nawab Sikandar Jahan. So as per your interest, participant can join the side events. So you are requested to join any of the event which is conducted in 3 of the rooms. Room number 3 in ground floor, room number 2 at first floor, and room number 5 at first floor. And after this event, we will again gather for the session.
Hello, hello, mic check, testing. Hello, hello. Hello, hello, mic check, mic check. Mic check, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Mic check, testing, testing, mic check, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. हाँ सही दे रही है. Hello, hello, mic check, check, mic check, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, mic check, hello, 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 mic check, 1, 2, 3, 4. Hello, mic check, 1, 2, 3, 4, mic check, sound test, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. ठीक है. Hello, sound check, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, sound check, सही दे रहा है.
हेलो, आ रहा है.
ये वाला माइक ऑफ नहीं हुआ है अरुण भाई. ये वाला ऑफ नहीं हुआ. परमानेंट ऑन ही है.
मुझे लगा तुझे वापस ना जाना पड़े.
Check, hello, sound check.
So after side events, I think so all the side events are completed, and would like to request all the participants to regather at main hall so that we can start with the thematic session. And for the thematic session, we will be having moderator with us, Ms. Reema Huja, ICOMOS Vice President and Managing Trustee. Speakers with us will be Mr. Ratish Nanda, Chief Executive Officer, Aga Khan Trust of Culture, India Committee. Ms. Binita Magaiya, Conservation Architect, Kashta Mandap Reconstruction Committee, Nepal. Ms. Apurva Iyengar, Associate Director, Art Deco, Mumbai Trust, India. And panelist, Professor Madhura Yadav, Dean Faculty of Design, Manipal University, Jaipur, India. Professor Ajay Khare, School of Planning and Architecture, Bhopal, India. So would like to invite our session speakers on the dais. Mr. Ratish Nanda, Chief Executive Officer, Aga Khan Trust of Culture, India. If he is here. Okay, welcome Ratish sir. Let us have applause of round to welcome our speaker, Mr. Ratish Nanda ji. Now I would like to invite Ms. Binita Magaiya, Conservation Architect, Kashta Mandap Reconstruction Committee, Nepal. Ms. Binita ji, are you here? Okay. Okay. Okay, sessions are still going on. Okay. So we need to hold down. Let us wait for a few minutes and side events will be completed so that all the participants and speakers can join us. So this session will be on World Heritage and Sustainable Development for Local Community. So after side events, would like to request all the participants to gather at main hall so that we can start with the session, that is thematic session on World Heritage and Sustainable Development for Local Community. Moderator of this session will be Ms. Reema Huja, ICOMOS Vice President and Managing Trustee, Jaipur Virasat Foundation, India. And speakers, we are having with us Mr. Ratish Nanda ji, Executive Officer, Chief Executive Officer, Aga Khan Trust of Culture, India. Ms. Binita Magaiya, Conservation Architect, Kashtamandap Reconstruction Committee, Nepal, Ms. Apurva Iyengar, Associate Director, Art Deco Mumbai Trust, India, and panelist Professor Madhura Yadav, Dean Faculty of Design, Manipal University, Jaipur, India, and Professor Ajay Khare, School of Planning and Architecture, Bhopal, India. Mr. Ratish Nanda will share his views on rethinking conservation of communities. Ms. Binita Magaya will share her views on communities and Kashtamandap reconstruction. Ms. Apurva Iyengar will share her views on role of local communities for managing and conserving the Victorian, Gothic and Art Deco ensemble of Mumbai World Heritage Site. And further, we will be having another session on World Heritage and Sustainable Tourism. And then first group will go for visit to Tribal Museum. And those who are interested can stay back for the special session on UNESCO Creative Cities Network. Yes. So we have moderator of the session, Ms. Reema Huja. Welcome, ma'am. Let us have applause of round for her.
No, before you do that, let me apologize for being late. The mask is so you don't recognize I'm being late. We will start in a minute, just giving enough time. Apurva is here. So much is going on that one of the people speaking in my panel is to blame for us being late. So much is going on that we are all getting lost, whichever room we go into to listen. So again, apologies. I'll let you carry on with the formal thing again.
Everybody is here now? Should I invite? Again, I would like to call upon the speakers. We are having with us Mr. Ratish Nanda ji, Chief Executive Officer, Aga Khan Trust of Culture, India. Ms. Binita Magaya ji, Conservation Architect, Kashtamandap Reconstruction Committee, Nepal. Is she here? Ms. Binita ji. Ms. Apurva Iyengar, we are having on dais. Let us have a huge round of applause for Ms. Apurva Iyengar, Associate Director, Art Deco Mumbai Trust, India. And our panelist, Professor Madhura Yadav, Dean Faculty of Design, Manipal University, Jaipur. And Professor Ajay Khare, School of Planning and Architect, Bhopal, India. Would like to request our panelists to join us on dais. Sir, please. Professor Madhura Yadav ji, Dean Faculty of Design, Manipal University, Jaipur. Let us have a huge round of applause for him. And Professor Ajay Khare, School of Planning and Architect, Bhopal, India. Let us have a huge round of applause for him. Now handing over the mic to moderator, Ms. Reema Huja.
Thank you very much and good afternoon. And we are starting with a maths puzzle because I know that we had an hour and a half, but now that one is starting at this point, somebody please do the maths and tell me how much time I'm giving you. Everybody gets 30 minutes extra and the moderator doesn't speak, at which point Ms. Judy Hahn will give up on the conference completely. No. No, it has been a wonderful day already, and I was just saying to someone there is enough food for thought already. Welcome to the first of the sessions, the thematic sessions. World Heritage and Sustainable Development for Local Community is the subject that we are going to talk on. And thank you for doing the initial introductions of our panelists. I think we are still waiting for Ms. Binita Magaya ma'am to join us. I think she might be in one of the sessions, but she is on her way. Okay, thank you, Anjita. What I might choose to do is not take up all the time with my own comments, but I do want to say a few things before we get started. And that hinges on this whole issue of the local community, or if I may use my own pet foible, communities in the plural, because we always comes to the point of what constitutes any area's local community or communities in the plural. And then it comes to, which is, sorry to have rushed you, welcome, to the point that our speakers and then our panel discussion, our panelists will take us through. The issue of working with a local community or communities, I'll stick to communities, working as local communities, because we may not always be the outsider looking in. And then the work by the local communities, which also is the thing I think all three of you are going to be focusing on. Also, the roles and responsibilities of the sustainable development, but in the hands of the local communities. So, whose voice? And then among those voices, is it the loudest voice that should count? Or if it is going to be the sensible voice, who is deciding what is sensible? Because again, majoritarianism or being the local, you know, you've been there for so long that you're considered the senior person, so you can get to say what you want. Like I might get to say what I want, in which case I hope you challenge me. So again, whose voice matters the most? What happens when we have issues like World Heritage Sites and then the human habitations around it? And I'm saying this because it was at Sanchi that several years ago, some of my then National Monuments Authority colleagues are here. Looking at Sanchi, we were talking about tourist facilities, including restrooms. But the people who are perceived as being, well, not perceived as, they don't have papers to claim they should be where they are. Whether it is X site or Y site, there are sites that become World Heritage, or there are sites of tourism value, or there are sites of artistic value, heritage value, they're of value. But the people living there, whether it was, we were in a session just now where they talked of the Lal Dora villages of Delhi. You have 8 people already living there who may not be getting the facilities given to a tourist, to a visitor. So they cannot use, pardon the thing, a restroom or a loo at their own sites because they don't have the papers to prove they should be there. So again, what happens? Then the value of space and place. That becomes one of the issues when we talk of heritage and the local community. So we are attributing a value to the place and to the space, and is it in consonance with what people living there want? And are we listening to them? I think the answer to this bit of are we listening to them doesn't need to be even articulated. Yes, we are listening to them. That is why there's an entire session. That is why so many of you have given years of your research time to be working on. So how do individuals and groups see, understand, and relate to sites? And where they are not doing it, what can we do to facilitate that they're seeing? Seeing is just literally seeing, and understanding and relating to that site can be enhanced in a positive direction as far as heritage is concerned, as far as values are concerned. When we come to indigenous living or intangible, those things are so difficult to list when it comes to communities. Also because communities have been ever changing. And therefore, even can the local community or communities we look at today be the eventual final decision takers or arbiters of what to do with that place. Because places change, people evolve, people migrate. At this point in India, in the region, sub-region, South Asia, Everyone has moved from somewhere to somewhere, if only it is to participate in this conference. Even if you live in Bhopal, you move from where your normal comfort zone is to be here. So who is to decide? And yes, we are more or less clear on who is to decide, but it's always helpful to keep underlining that. I think I'm going to say one final thing about how much even living heritage changes, to just say how vast the issues can be. And this is something that came to mind. I live and work in Jaipur, and I go to work in the middle of the city in a City Palace Museum, in the Maharaja Savai Man Singh Second Museum, commonly known as the City Palace Museum. And traffic is as bad as it can be. It's a beautiful World Heritage City. And so the streets, which were very wide when they were built, and they were built for pedestrians mainly, not even for horses, there were very few horses, or the king's annual processions or biannual processions, are now crowded. Going down that, there was somebody's funeral cortege going. And I thought, as a way of how things change, in my childhood, if it didn't matter who it was, you never knew. It was just someone being taken through the city. People would stop. Cars would just stop for a second, just like put on a brake, and people would fold their hands to whoever's soul was on its way. Growing up, that became like, people on scooters, there would be a bob of the neck acknowledged. Today, it doesn't happen. Now, that in itself is not good or bad, no value judgment there. But for a lot of younger people who have grown up in that city, they are unaware that this had ever happened. So how many customs and norms have been lost to those very communities that we are now dealing with? So with a whole lot of drawing attention to what can be happening with communities, let us come now to to hear the people we really want to hear. I would like to request Mr. Ratish Nanda to bring in his experience of working as the Chief Executive Officer. No, not to work as Chief Executive Officer. Your work with the whole Humayun's tomb, Nizamuddin, and this is becoming a habit, us being in a session and then floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Rima ji. Thank you very much. Thank you, Juni and UNESCO, for inviting me, for holding this incredible dialogue. I think the last time we met Rima ji was at another UNESCO meeting like this. So it's becoming a bit of a habit. In Juni, you have to keep doing these. Very happy to see so many colleagues from the ASI here. People I've worked with very closely for over 15 years. Thank you also, MP government, for hosting this in this remarkable, beautiful building. I have a presentation somewhere, so hopefully that can be put on and I can be given a clicker. Can I move it myself? From that side. I'll go that side. Thank you once again. Sorry about walking across the street. So I think when Juni wanted me to come and speak here, she really wanted to speak about the one small slice of work, the small slice of work that we've done in the Nizamuddin area. I'll do this as quickly as I can. And essentially, how does this work? Okay. Essentially, we are part of the Aga Khan Development Network. We work across 30 countries. And when I say we're part of the Aga Khan Development Network, when I emphasize on that, essentially, as part of the development network, we are trying to leverage cultural assets to improve social economic conditions, to improve the quality of life of both local communities but across the cities we work in. So essentially, just like education, health is recognized as something you do to improve your quality of life. The Aga Khan's been talking about this for about half a century already, and this approach eventually got immersed in the historic urban landscapes approach that was mentioned in the morning session today. So what we've been, I will soon figure out how to work this. Which button works? None.
Do you need technical help?
I don't. I'm just trying to figure out which works, because it does work, but it's got a time lag. So now I've gone on slide 3.
Okay.
So this is a 300-acre zone in the heart of Delhi, where we are working across 3 sites that were segregated. And the aim has been over the last 15 years to integrate these sites to be recognized as one single cultural landscape. And to do this has been possible because at the very onset, we signed a single piece of paper, single memorandum of understanding that took us 2 years to negotiate, discuss, write, and so on. There are about 60 monuments across this 300-acre zone. So the Archaeological Survey of India has been the nodal key agency since we signed this MOU. But also some of the work that I'm going to show you today over the next 10-15 minutes has been possible because we are also partnering with the municipal corporation and the Central Public Works Department. So this is a sketch of Nizamuddin Basti. I won't go into it. For those of you who have not been here, it is really the cradle of Hindustani culture. This is where you had Khusro, Rahim, Nizamuddin Aulia, Dara Shukho, Ghalib, everybody. And this is what the Basti really looks like. A lot of you would have heard Qawwali music. It was really born here in the 14th century with Hazrat Amir Khusro. So it is a place of culture, and yet it is a place of immense poverty in the heart of the national capital. So what we've been trying to do for the last 15 odd years is to demonstrate how leveraging cultural assets can significantly improve the quality of life. And this really started by my then colleague Tara Sharma, who undertook a major cultural mapping with the youth of the community, not really kids that young, but also the youth of the community. And since then, over the last 16, 17 years, this has been a very sort of pivot around which the project has been based. More recently, last year, with the support of Unesco New Delhi, we were able to carry forward all of these 15 years of work into a major oral history mapping project, and we were able to record about 40 people who had association with the music, the food, the living cultural heritage, or even the built heritage of this place. Now this is a drone's eye view. All those kids sitting on top are so used to it. There's still, every time I see a drone picture like that, it still excites me. But this is how Nizamuddin Basti is. It's really, you can see the grand domed monuments. There are about 10 ASI protected monuments within that picture. So there are 10 ASI protected monuments in that picture. Just get to grips with that, 10 national monuments. And you can see the number of people. So this is one of the most densely inhabited settlements anywhere in Delhi and possibly in the country. This is a 14th century stepwell, a 19th century view of a 14th century stepwell. You can see monuments all around it. This is how it was in 2008. You can notice on the bottom left corner that it had collapsed. In 2008, this Bauli collapsed. We actually signed the MOU here in 2007, but we did not really start even talking about conservation till 2008, till this collapse happened. And what was even serious about the collapse is that on top of the collapsed portion, there were 18 families living. And it took us almost 6-7 months to start doing some sort of a repair. And, the community prayer was held. And one of the challenges the community posed to us was, we will let you do this work if you can clean this Bauli. And, with buckets, 8,000 man-days of work, with buckets, we were able to clear about 40 feet of sludge to reveal this incredible well that sat at the bottom of this 14th century stepwell. we realized that, treating it like a tank, the whole well had been covered with 2-inch thick epoxy, so it had to be manually removed from all the wall surfaces. And then we had to build alternate houses for the people who were inhabiting the Baoli. And later, this person had demolished this building, and he sheepishly came to us and saying, I'm willing to remove my building to rebuild the arcade, and which is what we did. So he gave us 6-7 feet of space. So that was the Baoli. I'm just starting with the conservation issues here. And since those are the issues most of us are most familiar with, there was this open space in the Basti, a grand ASI monument called the Chaussat Khamba, where we created a performance space coupled with the conservation work of this monument, every stone of which, every dome of which had to be taken down. And this is the Qawwali music that's really, was born here 7 centuries ago. In 2014, we also did a completion ceremony of the conservation of Humayun's tomb. This had taken us from 2007, so about 7 years. And as soon as we finished this, one very interesting outcome was that the community came forward. In 2014, if you had asked me what is your relationship with the community, I would have mumbled something. But in 2014, when they saw Humayun's tomb fixed, they came to us and said, we would like you to also fix our mosque. And now this 14th century mosque is actually unprotected. And this is how it was. You can see the green, white, red, purple paints on it. And it's taken us almost 10 years to really fix this mosque, because we can work only a few months a year, and then there is Ramzan and Eid and all of that. But for 6-7 years, we've had great community support to, change this from this to this, restore missing portions, remove paints. I know purple is my favorite color, but not on monuments. And so all of that has been scraped off. A lot of stone needed to be replaced. This is unprotected, but one of the first unprotected religious mosques that has been conserved. Now it's important because this sends a message across to the millions of people. The 4 million people come to the Dargah every year as pilgrims. Now what is the purpose of this talk is to sort of say that conservation in a country like India cannot be done in isolation. And so we've coupled this with major education. We built a whole primary school, and 600 kids at any given time. 30 of these kids have, since we started this program, gone to American universities. Coupled with that is every kid in the Basti has gone through computer education, arts and education. And these are initiatives that will take about 30 years to really, make an impact. Health, we realized women were dying in childbirth, and a lot of, so the total population of the Basti here is 20,000. And what is very interesting is that once we set up these polyclinics and started giving 29 free tests, we've had 750,000 individuals come to this polyclinic. And so, there is a dire need for health services, much more than conservation services. But in the Indian context, this needs to go hand in hand. This was very useful during COVID. As most of you would know, Nizamuddin was a hot spot because of the headquarters of the Tablighi Jamaat. What most people don't realize is there was not a single positive COVID case in 2020 in Nizamuddin, because these women went house to house to make sure everybody knew what they needed to do. We also realized that less than 1% of the women had any sort of economic opportunities. And last year, this women's self-help groups had a revenue of 92 lakh of rupees making products such as this, with patterns from the monument. So 92 lakh of rupees for women who've never earned in their lives. This is what they did, kiosks at Humayun's tomb, allowing visitors and to just buy little trinkets for 50, 60 rupees, but it adds up. We realized that there were the youth group, which started in 2008, became Ser-e Nizamuddin, a self-help group. They walked some 50,000 kids through Nizamuddin, Sundar Nursery, Humayun's Tomb, and so on. This is by far my favorite. This is, we realized that malnutrition in the Basti was over 85%. 85% of kids living in the heart of the national capital were malnourished. So we set up a group of women to make healthy snacks. And that one thing led to the other. These women eventually ended up setting up a kitchen, and today they have a food truck giving you the best kebabs in town. So next time you're in town, please do visit their food truck in Sundar Nursery. It's really delicious kebabs for those of you who have kebabs. I myself don't. Again, toilets. 4 million pilgrims every year to Nizamuddin Basti, and 25% of the Basti when we started had no in-home toilets. So we built this toilet block and also built toilets in all of those people's homes who did not have toilets, or most of their homes. We realized that less than 1% of the people had been to any public park. And now the reason I'm giving you all these figures is this is all based on serious baseline surveys by experts who work in the social economic development field, not by conservation architects like myself. So it's a real big team effort, but 1% of people had been to any parks. Now, if somebody who's not been to a park in a whole year is bound to be unhappy, I think. So we were able to rescue space from rag pickers and other misuses and create community parks. And 5 of these small pocket-sized postage stamp-sized parks, but they do have a huge impact. We were also able to revive certain building crafts such as tile making, which had been lost to India, by Uzbek experts from Uzbekistan training local youth. And so we set up these kilns at Humayun's Tomb, and remarkably, a lot of these tiles are present in almost every one of the 29 ASI protected monuments in this area. So that really summarizes, His Highness's quote summarizes why we do that. His Highness for almost 50 years has believed that cultural heritage can provide a springboard for social development. And again we've demonstrated that. It's even more important for a country like India and possibly Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Nepal, Bhutan, that our work in the cultural heritage serves to improve quality of life for our communities. Last year we had significant support from UNESCO, with which we were able to further train local youth with expert meetings and explain the World Heritage through exhibitions in the local community. Because the World Heritage Site of Humayun's Tomb was expanded in 2016 to include 14 additional monuments. And it's not, and the whole OUE was rewritten as a retrospective statement. Because as somebody mentioned, I think Janvit sir mentioned, in the good old days, Humayun's Tomb was listed on 2 A4 size papers. And today you can't get a World Heritage Site like that. But also one of the things that I owe to Juni was, at some point she said, how many people from the community have been to Humayun's Tomb? We were so busy taking everybody to Nizamuddin that we didn't think of the Nizamuddin community coming to Humayun's Tomb. So on UNESCO's recommendation, insistence, support, we were able to get over 2,000 people from the community on heritage walks through the Humayun's Tomb, and there has been a huge demand for these, so we continue doing that. Other conservation works have continued. This is Mirza Ghalib's Mazar that has been converted into a place where there are...
You will be wrapping it up soon, I hope?
Okay, just some pretty pictures for you to see, and then I'm done. Similar work at Sundar Nursery, where big park, but we've been able to use that for culture, environment, sparrows, trees, vermicomposting. So all of these things are needed by the community, and it is only possible by really having a interdisciplinary stream. This is the key thing of, and this is possible with universities. Mr. Khare is sitting here. I mean, projects like these could be done with universities partnering with the ASI, RWA partnering with the ASI, and so on. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ratish, for yet another brilliant presentation. I think when we see the success story today, it's difficult to also figure out how much hard work has gone into it. And I'm glad that you have workshops where you do explain that and where people get to work with your team. I also love the fact that Ratish always talks about the team, and but the team needs a good leader. So I'm glad we have on our panel, we have somebody who is a good leader. We are having issues with time, so I hope you'll all bear with me if I rush it and invite Benita to speak next on her topic of communities and Kashtamandap reconstruction. We're trying to finish for 4:30, so if all of you don't get your questions in, apologies in advance, but we'd rather hear our speakers now and maybe talk over the other breaks. We can. We'll do one round together.
Namaste, everyone. I'd like to thank you all, Rimaji, UNESCO, the MP government, and the organizers, everybody, for inviting me here to present the works. That is what a community stood for as part of Kashtamandap. So I'd like to just go ahead and start. So Kashtamandap has many names. One of is Marusata also, and Maru means no. So what is that is not there? There are so many things that are not there, and there are also the legends and the myths associated with it. I have presented here 3 different versions of the same conceptual Kashtamandap that we hear in the community. Like, it was made out of a single tree called Kalpabriksha, and it is of 36 hands by 36 hands by 36 hands. It is a cubic volume, and there is one documentation. There were 2 documentations actually, but I've taken the more recent one from Wolfgang Korn. That was done in 1976 as a part of the documentation program of Hanumantoka. So these 3 all suggest what the community had in mind when they were saying Kashtamandap. So we all knew that when the earthquake of 2015 hit, it was one of the worst damaged area of Kathmandu Valley, the West Square. Many monuments vanished into the grounds, and as well as Kashtamandap. There were many issues that we later found out that had to its collapse. So we see here in the circle there, that is the site of Kashtamandap. That is towards the south side from the whole Kathmandu Daba Square. And also there is this community's first effort to call everybody and form another community to have Kashtamandap rebuilt. So there is this announcement for Saptabidhanotar Puja done by Bauddha Darshan Adyan Puja. That is a small community, Buddhist community, trying to ask other people to come and stand for Kashtamandap. And that was the first puja that also offered their condolences to 10 deceased who died during the collapse of Kashtamandap. And after the ruins were excavated of the foundations, the community came and offered their prayers. So it began. Why? Why did the community had to be involved with building a national monument, and why it protested was the main question here? Because the first thing what we noticed was the difference in the conceptual phase only. Here in the drawing from 1976, we could see that was a very flexible, resilient structure of timber and brick masonry, It didn't have extra braces, nor extra rings or ties that connected or restricted its movement during an earthquake. So people always thought that because we have this construction technology similar in other ritual practices and making of other chariots that is in smaller scale, and people knew how to build those chariots. So when they saw the drawings that were being proposed in 2016, that was when the community actually saw, is it really necessary to make it so rigid structure that would maybe be rigid enough to that it might collapse in an earthquake. And the red lines that are shown here are the extra ties that were given to a flexible structure. So even general people, or in layman's term, they could see that a very easily resistant, earthquake-resistant structure was being tied down, and that is not right for a earthquake-prone zone like Nepal. So that was when the first protest started. And then came the campaign. It was not a kind of official institution, but a campaign organized by the people. There were many like students, volunteers, and from many walks of life, professors and architects, engineers, artists, local historians, anthropologists. Everybody had the space to come and have this say, and it was already always called like, let's engage and rebuild, let's come and talk about it and how we can do this. So that is how the campaign to rebuild Kasta Mandap was formed, and they had this three-pillar foundation of good governance, how it was supposed to be done, and how the reconstruction principles was to be followed, and the norms by the Unesco and ICOMOS and all the our DOA guidelines were supported there, and also how it was in transparency and communication. The financial transparency was needed, the governance and procurement transparencies. That was how it was visualized and it formed. But what changed was the local public, in a sense, when the community was there, it was already bringing in more like-minded people. But when the local elections was held, then it changed to more politically debated ground, where who was built to be the more responsible group to build Kasta Mandap. Because everybody debated how would you find the right resources to build such a monument of scale, and the timber is really expensive. So how will you find that timber? And the timber was around 30 feet. So that was a major challenge in finding, procuring the materials itself. So it was how from campaign to rebuild Kasta Mandap, after the local elections, it went to a new committee called Kasta Mandap Reconstruction Committee, and this was undertaken by the Kathmandu municipality, because Kathmandu is the name derived from Kasta Mandap. So that is why Kathmandu municipality said this is where our identity lies, and the municipality itself will make its own identity. So the municipality came in, and they again made a community-based committee of 60 people. And Kasta Mandap itself is a very debated space, because it lies in 4 wards, like ward number 19, 20, 23, and 24. So 4 governance structures itself, and that is a huge battleground for everybody. What the part from campaign to rebuild Kasta Mandap did was kind of research and form community from the other walks of life, like the business people, the scholars, and emerging professionals, architects. Even these programs were done in Kathmandu Dawai Square, so many people, like tourists, come and engage with what was happening and what was being propagated. and also the research of how the buildings were then designed were studied thoroughly. Then we had conducted many in public open spaces, we conducted discussions and with Gutis and other experts community. We also went and reached out to Wolfgang Kohn, other scholars who were researching in their own, and they were really keen that custom mandap was revealed with this authentic value. So what is authenticity also comes with what is right and what the community thinks is right. And also there were many communities that were in consultations in various phases. So here, like, how do we define a community is who stood by when custom mandap was being discussed, who stood by and said, this is the wrong practice you are doing, we can do better than you have proposed. Who came along, like, who believed that this is the right thing to do and we will be supporting you. Who supported, who came and said, we will finance you, we will finance your resources, like researches and other things. Who formed, like, there were other formations also, both the teaching foundations, and also there is another community itself in a community called Bahaninewa that was formed because it was researching with the oral traditions and local story collection for custom mandap, because there were 8 Gutis that said that custom mandap belonged to them, and what was being orally passed down to those, that stories were being collected. So that is how Bahaninewa also came along. And who morphed, like Bahaninewa is again now institutionalized because custom mandap reconstruction is finished, but the people who came in stayed there. So they morphed and they evolved. So people, they just don't really leave. They evolve from one community to other people, other community. So we need to understand how a community gives anything its value, then how it tries to be attached to it rather than detaching as soon as the project is finished. So to rebuild custom mandap, we were trained in many areas, like we had to learn the scriptures, we were trained in many philosophies and in architectural styles, and also research methodologies and everything, because we were young architects and engineers being involved, and we needed to be trained in such a mindset that when you are dealing with a monument of importance, then you need to also know that tangible and intangible value it has with it. So now we are trained, like we have some ideas, but who do we pass on to? So we are the secret keepers, but how do we pass it on? Because there won't be building any other custom mandap, and if that is not the original and authentic one, how do we pass on the same heritage that we gave? So that is also a challenge for the emerging professionals also. And there is this debate of we advocated very much on community participation and why it was needed, but why it is not back to the community yet. It is not open to the public because of a court case that is majorly there, that is about this Goraknath statue that was that came later, like after 200 years later, the custom mandap was built. So that statue was broken in earthquake. But so in our religious practice, it is said that we don't offer prayers to the broken statues, so it has to be replaced. And it was replaced with common understanding from all the stakeholders. But a few people claiming, and a part of the community says that, no, the old should have been returned to its original position. So that was the case going in between, so that is not why it is not back to the community yet. So what does the community want is, like, who wants it, who is the community, how you are showing the community can be there. accepting or rejecting the idea of reconstruction is also a very challenging question. So there were kind of findings that we saw, but the main result we showed is that there is an advantage of local funding, and there is also advantage with communities monitoring, and the traditional knowledge and techniques ensured by modern standards should be there. And also there should be this network of intergenerational knowledge sharing platform that remains there, because once the monument and the people leave after completion the project, then whom do we hand over it? So the community should be morphed in such ways that there still that remains, and documentation is not just there in their written form, because documentations are always in many kinds, and usually you find that in oral traditions. So what next is the prioritization of documentation is there, but also to establish a scientific approach to validate the traditional knowledge is very important, because we can't just discard what we have already practiced years and centuries before, but now in the modern practice we are just believing that modern day technique is more resilient to our earthquake experience. That is a totally wrong concept. So I particularly like this two pictures. This is summing up my life as a young architect who just freshly graduated of the college and wanted to say, I want to rebuild my heritage and I want to rebuild custom mandap. What it takes is drawings and materials. So that is how we do the scale model, and we we overestimate ourselves. But in actual, when we go to the community, the old hands, the old faces, the old shoulders, they show us what is needed to be done. Their hands of experiences are there with the intangible values that they carry on. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Vinita. You've shown us a perfect example of, what a case study in which you've put your heart and soul into it. It's not just the reconstruction of a monument. It's what the monument had meant, what that structure had meant. The sacred value is there. In fact, your issue of how do you pass on that sacred knowledge is one of the things that anthropologists always worried about when they were, they were told, we'll initiate you into this, whatever it was, but you can't share it. But then what do you do with it? How do you convince somebody to share it? I certainly think we need to share your experience with a lot more people, because it's not just the physical putting together of a building. It is what the community felt about it that you have been able to convey. Thank you for that. Thank you for sticking to time. And I know, Apurva, may I invite you to speak on the role of communities for managing and conserving the Victorian Gothic and Art Deco ensembles of Mumbai World Heritage Site. Apurva also, my last meeting with her, I think, was in Jaipur. ICOMOS had started this thing of mentoring. And I was very excited, and I said to my colleagues, I said, oh, good, can I have a mentor? And there was this silence. And they looked at me and said, no, it's the other way around. Now, I'm saying this seriously because I did learn a lot from having someone to mentor, and that someone was Apurva, who did a lot more work than I've done. So over to you. Thank you.
Thank you for that, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. My presentation is titled The Role of Communities for Managing and Conserving the Victorian Gothic and Art Deco Ensembles of Bombay, a World Heritage Site. I am Apurva Iyengar. I'm a conservation architect and the Associate Director of Federation of Residents Trust, of which the Art Deco Mumbai is also a part of. It is important to understand the context of the site before we speak about how the communities have been involved. The Victorian Gothic and Art Deco Ensemble is the third UNESCO World Heritage inscription of the Bombay city, besides the Elephanta Caves and the Chhatrapati Shivaji terminus. The ensembles were inscribed in 2018 and now we complete 5 years in 2023. This is situated at the heart of Old Bombay, or what we say the Iron City of Bombay, and the ensemble covers a really vast area. It's almost 66.34 hectares, which is indicated in the red patch, with a larger buffer zone of 378.78 hectares. The inscribed site encompasses of the Oval Maidan, which is an open space at the heart, with the 19th century Victorian Gothic buildings on the eastern side indicated in purple, and the 20th century Art Deco buildings on the western side indicated in yellow. We also have the Marine Drive Promenade all along the Arabian Sea, with a line of Art Deco buildings along the Back Bay reclamation. Both these precincts are connected by a single road that you see, which again has Art Deco buildings on both the sides. This ensemble not only shows a dialogue between these two architectural styles across the Oval Maidan, but it also shows a transition of built heritage and technology with buildings in neoclassical and Indo-Saracenic styles. So this brings together not only modern aesthetics of two successive styles, but it also reflects materials, technologies, structural systems, and building typologies that enable the architectural transitioning from the city from the 19th to 20th century. Now the setting of the site is a very dense urban core with the Oval Maidan, as you can see, at its heart, which is a Grade 1 heritage site. Some examples of the buildings. We have buildings of Victorian Gothic style with pointed arches, stone masonry, sloping roofs, like the David Sassoon Library, University of Bombay, the High Court, Elphinstone College. We have buildings of Indo-Saracenic style which show a confluence of European, Hindu and Islamic architecture, like the CSMVS Museum, the Majestic Hostel. The Esplanade Mansion, which I will speak about also, is a modern Victorian Gothic style. We also have the Army and Navy building, which is now a retail store and a bank in neoclassical style. And of course, we have the 20th century Art Deco buildings, which have horizontal bands, the ziggurat form, porthole windows, like the Eros Cinema, bank buildings, and we have a total of 68 Art Deco buildings within this ensemble. This site also includes the iconic Marine Drive Promenade. Mumbai is believed to have the second largest number of Art Deco buildings in the world, right after Miami. Now, a very important point here to indicate here is that all of this includes modern living heritage, which is still intact today, and these have been in continuous living usage all throughout the 19th and the 20th centuries, and even now. There are a total of 94 sites with a number of stakeholders. We have government buildings, banks, public buildings, cinema houses, residential buildings, and all these are living heritage. The journey to, of course, inscribe this was really long and not an easy one. It first started when architect Ms. Ava Lamba wrote a paper on the ensembles and discussed it with Ms. Shada Dwidi and a few residents of that area. This entire process of nominating the site was a citizen-driven nomination, and together a nomination dossier was put forth with support from the state government and the ASI, with active participation of the citizens who live and work in this area. Some of them are shown here in pictures. They include Mr. Atul Kumar, Ms. Naina Katpalia, Ms. Shireen Barucha, Mr. Cyrus Kasdar, Mr. Pankaj Joshi, Ms. Swaran Kori, and many, many people who live in these areas. Together, these group of citizens that you saw in the previous slide, after the inscription of this site in 2018, they formed an NGO, which is known as the Federation of Residents Trust, which is a collective of 6 working groups, all driven by citizens themselves. We have the Oval Trust and the Okra Trust, which oversee the Oval Maidan, the Art Deco Mumbai Trust, of course, working with the Art Deco ensembles. We have the Urban Design Research Institute, the Kalagoda Association, and the Nariman Point Churchgate Citizens Association, which looks after the Marine Drive Heritage Precinct. The fort itself is formed by multiple stakeholders, and when fort was established, we undertook a certain number of goals that we needed to fulfill. These were to ensure the protection of heritage buildings and precincts in the ensemble by regular site inspection and monitoring, to meet the compliance requirements of this heritage area as proposed by UNESCO and the ICOMOS evaluation report, to ensure that the inscription and the OUV are upheld in the future, and to continuously engage with local authorities, the Mumbai Heritage Conservation Committee, the state government and area residents through advocacy and outreach activities. So this entire organization primarily worked on, once it's inscribed, what is the journey after that? And that's what I'm going to be describing in the following slides. One of the first things that we thought was vital once it was inscribed was that the citizens of the city themselves needed to know and be aware of the World Heritage Site. And forming a comprehensive signage interpretation plan through signage was one of the ways in which awareness and a sense of public responsibility could be cultivated. A signage management for the entire ensemble was prepared and at suitable prominent locations for different signage types, mounting types, and the content for each of them was designed by Fort. We have conceived, managed, and executed the entire project, again by acquiring 100% CSR funding. This was also done, of course, with the support of the Municipal Corporation of Greater Bombay and the Mumbai Heritage Conservation Committee, and over 100 signages now have been installed at various locations within the ensemble, with many more to follow. And this process of even installing these signages, individual approvals had to be obtained from every single building authority here. These are some of the photographs. We have information plaques, direction boards, which give information of the building history, of the people, and the importance of the World Heritage Site itself. These are both in English and Marathi, the local language, and we also have the names of the buildings written in Braille in that section that you see. We also have boards for each and every Art Deco building, and currently we're discussing the possibility to add a QR code within each of these boards for wider information access. We also have direction maps like you see on the left side, wayfinder maps, and we have on floor boards with the elevation of all the Art Deco buildings, also the UNESCO logo emblem on the floor of the very, very busy Marine Drive Promenade. We have seen that this has been really, really well received by not only tourists, but people who live, work, and visit the area every day. As a part of our outreach program, we also acquired funding from one of our working members for creating 2 short films, which were publicly released, and they're also on the YouTube channel that Fort runs. These again were very well received and shared with all the stakeholders in the area. We also have a very active social media platform where a lot of awareness is actually created through stories, quizzes, archival images. We also conduct heritage walks within the area with different age groups. Besides engaging with the stakeholders and communities for heritage awareness, heritage advocacy forms a very, very large part of what Fort has been doing and continues to do. Within the ensemble, there were 2 buildings which were mentioned in the ICOMOS evaluation report for their existing condition. One was the Esplanade Mansion and the other was Eros Cinema. Fort has kept a vigilant watch on the condition of these buildings along with many other organizations in the city. Esplanade Mansion that you see on this side is a 150-year-old cast iron building, the oldest cast iron building of the country, which was in a dilapidated condition and structurally unstable. Fort, through lots of RTIs and lots of heritage advocacy, they enforce the urgency of safeguarding these buildings along with INTAC, ICOMOS India, the WMF, and the ICCIH UK. And after a long process of filing RTIs, letters to the MCGM, even the Urban Development Department, the Chief Minister, the citizen groups and heritage professionals were able to convince and ensure that the building is not under threat. Currently, the landlord of the building of this site has put forth a proposal for repair and restoration, and Fort has been in constant touch with the MHCC and also the MADA community, and we are also assisting in reviewing the repair and the reconstruction proposals that have been put forth. Eros Cinema, on the other hand, is an Art Deco single-screen cinema which was proposed to undergo repairs from a single-screen cinema to a cinema house plus a shopping complex. Fort has constantly communicated the urgency and the importance within all levels of the government, including the MHCC and the MCGM, regarding the importance of maintaining the original Art Deco features which were initially under threat. After lots of follow-up meetings with the MHCC, a conservation architect has now been appointed for this project, and this ensures that the significance of this site will be maintained. To manage the entire site over the 5 years after inscription, the citizen group has continuously engaged with multiple stakeholders of the site, some of them listed here. We of course have the Municipal Corporation of Greater Bombay, the Mumbai Heritage Conservation Committee, different levels within the department, within the A ward level, besides also private owners, cooperative housing societies, the district collector, railway headquarters, educational institutes, and the journey keeps on going. I wanted to end with a few points in the next couple of slides. There are some of these have already been addressed in the previous presentations, but this becomes a little more specific for this site. There are a few challenges that we face in managing the post-inscription journey of such a large living heritage site. Firstly, there are only a few buildings within this entire ensemble of from the 94 sites, only a few of them are listed or graded buildings. There is still a lack of awareness amongst the people who not only visit the site or people are even working within the site, and Fort is really striving to cover this lacuna. Thirdly, our guidelines for precincts in urban areas are highly inadequate for managing change. And since it is within a large urban core, there are large infrastructural projects. We have the metro, we have the coastal road right next to and within this area. And if this is not managed or planned properly, it can threaten the integrity of the site. And lastly, there are more challenges in monitoring changes in a historic fabric due to the multiplicity of the stakeholders, as we have seen in other sites as well. And lastly, Fort currently is working on a couple of things, and we continue to work in this site also. We are currently working on a user-friendly map book for all the listed buildings within the entire ward, one which will be accessible and understandable to each and every citizen or visitor to the area. We have also released user-friendly brochures for our green spaces, which is the Oval Maidan and the Cross Maidan. I reinforce this, that this is a complete citizen-driven effort, and we continue to engage with each of the stakeholders within the ensemble with the hope that this living heritage ensemble continues to thrive for the years to come. We are its caretakers, and it is our responsibility to hand it over to the future generations in a very good condition. Thank you.
Thank you, Apurva. We'll do the question together. The three areas that we've heard about, the thought was coming to me even when I'd seen this thing earlier, are all crowded urban areas, and more or less like the capitals. Kathmandu is in the capital of Nepal. Mumbai is the economic, financial capital. So basically, all three of you, the issues which have come up, which of course are open in a minute after the panelists have had their say. But we have talked about culture and the quality of life, and I'm taking words from what you've said. And basically working with the voices, but also the hands and minds of the communities. Not working on the minds, but working with the minds of the communities. And also then planning for the next steps. I think what you said about managing the post-inscription journey and managing change, those are also important things. The lack of awareness, the way of involving more people, the multiple stakeholders, these are issues that become something in common with other parts of the world, other sites across the sub-region, other issues that are coming up. So I think all three of the cases that we've heard today deserve to go into a book. I always talk of books. I'm dating myself that way. But we haven't quite finished, and we're not opening the floor to questions just yet. I would like to invite Dr. Madhura Yadav, and after that, Dr. Ajay Khare, to say a few words. And we are going to stick to a time limit with you also, please. So we can
5 minutes?
5? Brilliant.
Thank you, Rimaji. I think Rimaji has pointed out correctly. Just now we have heard about 3 projects from 3 capital cities. Like one is financial capital of India, Mumbai, Delhi is capital of India, and Kathmandu is capital of Nepal. And in which we have seen the case studies that how community participation is important in heritage conservation and for the heritage sites. I think for this, even the government of India is also taking initiatives, and that's why the subject of 2 credit like social responsibility in higher education is added into the curriculum of the university. And then recently we have received a circular from UGC to empanel artists and artisans of the local area. And Government of India is also taking initiatives for this community participation. And whatever we are doing, because sustainability is always local. So we have to involve the community for this kind of work, because they are the one who are attached to that place and their heart and soul is there. So there should be a bottom-up approach, not the top-down approach. So we as a, say, collaboration of all the stakeholders is very important. That is community, then the government authorities, then consultants, and the universities. Because universities are also having the resources with them. We keep doing research. But what I feel, if we collaborate with the consultant, government, and the community, then the problems will be solved. Otherwise, what is the use of these kind of report just going to the library and thus these reports are utilized to take the degrees. So community participation is very important, and we as an academician or as a consultant or the government authorities, we are just the facilitators, and we should do the work for the people, by the people. So for that, I would like to quote one example. When I was doing my research in say 2005, my case study was Mumbai, and I was evaluating the relationship between architecture and ecology of the place, and how architecture evolves from the ecology of the place. So that time, that flooding happened in Mumbai for the first time. And I went to the village called Chuim, and the worstly affected area of Mumbai was Bandra Kurla complex in that flooding. And near to that, this village was just adjacent to that. And that was on the coastal area, that within the vicinity of 1 kilometer, 1 to 2 kilometer. But you will be surprised to know that, and all the houses are like G+1 and the basement also. But you will be surprised to know that there was not a single house was affected by that flooding, whereas the adjacent area, Bandra Kurla complex, was worstly affected. So this is because that there is a resident welfare association in Chuim, and they are not allowing any builder of Mumbai to take that site for the development. So community can do anything. Another example I would like to give you, that there is a village in Rajasthan called Piplantri. And just by the vision of the community, Sarpanch, that is a leader of the community villagers, and all villagers came together. Now that was a drought-prone area. And now if you look at that village that is rich in biodiversity, many people have documented that. And I think recently, 2 years back, the Sarpanch of that village got this Padma Shri award for this work. In that village, it's just a thought, because there are, like in Rajasthan, child is not accepted, like 1, 2, 3, 4. So what that Sarpanch did, if girl child is born in the village, they will plant 11 trees. And still that custom is there, and that's why that area is rich. Again, for Jaisalmer, we went there to document the Havelis of Jaisalmer. So there we have seen whatever the information we got from the community and very old people who are living there for like 60 years, 70 years. So we should value their information, we should take their information, we should involve them for any kind of work, and awareness is very important. By this, they will also earn that social sustainability will be there, economic sustainability will be there, and environmental sustainability also will be there. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Madhura. Thank you for sticking to the time. And thank you for your thoughts on this. Ajay?
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Ahuja. And many thanks to MPT and UNESCO for letting me share dais with so many pioneers and one of my oldest friends and new friends who are giving their life and time for their area of interest. I would like to tell Dr. Ahuja that it is really with pleasure I want to share that during my tenure as National Monument Authority member, we used to always wonder that why heritage bylaws were not prepared and why heritage bylaws around World Heritage Monuments were not considered to be the priority. Then one day in my tenure, we were given the bylaws prepared by AKTC, and he said that you have a model here, and why not we consider this as model and prepare these bylaws for the buffer zone of all such monuments which are located in dense urban areas. And that was my topic upstairs when we were talking about that even if we do not declare buffer zones, in India we are really fortunate that we have regulated areas as per the Act of Parliament. Now that is not there in other countries, but then when we have such thing and we are not applying that for World Heritage Sites, and we have seen that AKTC has done wonders with Humayun Tomb area. And if anybody want to see, you go and see with your own eyes that this has been a tremendous transformation. It's my belief as a teacher, as a professional, that and as a personal experience, yes, it is the heart of the town where Khusro, where Ghalib used to be at one point of time, and Ghalib's Mazar is still there. So then why we are not following these as an example for other areas? This is one of the things which we why can't this be answer for our buffer zone problems? And buffer zone problem is a real problem for the World Heritage Sites in urban areas. And where denser the urban area, more problem. As one of our speakers have said, HBLs, yani heritage bylaws, are totally inadequate for any kind of management of change in the precinct areas. And that can be done by initiating the discussion amongst the professionals, and this will be, I am sure that this is going to be very, very fruitful. One last point which I want to mention, that there are many planners amongst us, and we know that local area plans are also a legal sanctity, and local area plans can be one of the answers for some cases. Let us try that also. Buffer zones, regulated areas, and local area plans. This can make a difference with pioneering efforts already being done by some of us. So it has been tremendous to hear this 1 hour session. Thank you very much, Dr. Ahuja.
Thank you very much for speaking.
Just I would like to say that Dr. Ahuja herself was a full-time member at that point of time.
Part-time.
National.
Doesn't matter, I was a member.
And there is one, Meeraji also sitting there, so we can have a formal meeting of former members of National.
We can have an alumni meeting. Thank you very much, Dr. Khare. Thank you to the panel team. We haven't finished yet. We have time for a couple of very quick questions, and the other questions will carry over into the tea break. And while there's a hand there are two hands there. Can we have the mic sent across, please? Somebody? And while the mic is going, may I formally thank Madhya Pradesh government, UNESCO, ASI, everyone present for making this into a wonderful learning session. I'm always happy to keep learning. I'm also hoping that we can move, because these have been urban areas we've talked about. The issues are there with using local communities in the rural areas also, or in smaller towns also. So if not now, maybe the questions can come in later. But let's have our question now, the first one.
Good afternoon, ma'am, and the other team members. I have a couple of questions, maybe a sort of education that I actually need. The first thing is, ma'am, love for heritage, love for art, it emerges once our basic instincts are fulfilled. I mean, Nobody can be a patriot on an empty stomach. So, do we really need to educate people, especially the ones who live below poverty line in a country like ours, what really heritage is? It's not that here only 30% of the delegates know really what heritage means, number one. जो गांव में लोग रहते हैं, the people who have no idea of what art or rather connoisseur of art means, how long will it take to them, because they essentially form the core of the community, what exactly heritage is. Because essentially man is an animal out of 7 million living species that the Creator has created. And all animals first believe that in order to exist, they need food to have, and then some shelter and them other instincts that really are bestowed with. So how long will it, just a second ma'am, how long will it really take us to appreciate the art, the heritage, the other things which are really soft, number one. Number two ma'am, I wanted to ask Sir Ratish ji, though not to undermine what they have done in sustainable development of the people living in Nizamuddin area. Last year I was there with my family in the Nizamuddin area. I happened to have 2 daughters and 1 wife. When we were going there, such is the condition of beggary that for 100 meters, around 50 beggars follow a visitor. And one beggar snatched rupees, 100 rupee note from the hand of my daughter. And we were helpless in doing so. So the first impression that a visitor gets that the community lives in extreme penury, extreme poverty, they don't have food to eat, they are beggars of the first water, I should say. So what really Nanda Sahab and his team, I again say, I'm afraid sir, don't take me other way around, you have done tremendous job, but what have you done to create an impression that Nizamuddin is mine is big?
Thank you for your question. We've got both of them over to the panel. Let's have the answers. There are two questions that he's asked, so both can be answered.
I'll answer the second one. You know, the Nizamuddin Basti is a pilgrimage area. As I said, 4 million pilgrims come in. So the beggars who line the streets are not really residents of Nizamuddin, it's a floating population. One very interesting incident is one of our engineers once stopped a beggar and said, you're able-bodied, come and work with us. And he was asked, how much will you pay me? And he said, I'll give you 5,000 rupees a month. He said, you sit down here, you start begging, I'll give you 10,000 rupees a month. So I hope that answers your question.
No. So would anyone like to come on to the first one? Because शायद आप ज़्यादा गांव में आजकल नहीं रहते हैं. You see, during COVID, where everything was shut down, Jaipur Virasat Foundation found it very difficult that Rajasthan has a lot of musicians who live in the rural areas, who live by music. नहीं, second chance, sir, आपको नहीं दे रहे, we will talk outside. But let me address this to the house in general. This issue of, you know, how it's something that you learn when you start doing the basics in school also, history. Once you get to a complex society, you've got the leisure to write and to create poetry. But does that mean that people living in less affluent conditions do not feel the urge to express themselves? They do it. Whether it is through manna on the walls of a, anything on the floor, anything on the walls, drawings made out of clay on the huts, or as I said, the musicians of Western Rajasthan, pre-1947, they had their local landlord patrons who would call them, give them money, and they were living a certain type of life. It was very much, they could not go out the way they do now. A lot of them have moved to urban areas where they live in urban sprawls. They have passports. This is what Jaipur Virasat Foundation has worked with. They have passports. They have been abroad maybe a couple of times. You know, like Madhya Pradesh tourism sends them, Rajasthan government sends them, Maharashtra, Karnataka, anyone can. When they come back, not all of them can perform. Their children are going in for other occupations. But some of them are still sticking to what they like. So I think this question goes beyond just, you know, like just how much money is enough for you to then indulge in heritage. And I think I can't give you answers. There are no ready answers. Otherwise, someone would have found them. But when my parents were making a house back in 1967, we still live in that same house. It's made of local stone and lime, and the walls are, we think they're thick, they're that thick. But I work in a place where the walls are that thick, and we always wonder what is hidden. Parents were going through the town of Bundi. It had once been a capital. It's now the back of beyond for most people. Students go and study the architecture and we call it Baudi in Rajasthan, Bauli in the Delhi, Haryana area, Vav in Gujarat. So in the city of Baudis of Bundi, my mother spotted someone making something out of wood. And she said, can you make a door for our front door, for our house? He said, "Main aake dekhunga." He was proud of his work. He came, he saw the place. He said, I will make the door. If you like it, you can pay me for it. If you don't like it, don't you dare say, I don't like it. I will just say, I don't want it. I will take it away. But it is my handiwork. Now, he could say that because he could earn. But if he is not able to earn, if he is a landless laborer somewhere, maybe he still wants to create. But are we giving those opportunities? So thank you for articulating that question. I think we don't have an easy answer. Otherwise, in all these years of human existence, you are speaking to an archaeologist. Someone would have found it.
No, I think there is one more thing, ma'am, if I permit. You know, there was another incident with a beggar. There was this beggar in Nizamuddin. There is this Tablighi Jamaat headquarters, 40,000 people come there. Lots of beggars lying the street. And this guy was both deaf, dumb, and had one arm missing. But he was able to make these very interesting patterns on the street with Coca-Cola caps and tile fragments. So we actually used him to decorate water points, public points in the basti. It was beautiful. He stopped doing it. And at one point we were cleaning the sewer lines. And this guy got very agitated. He couldn't speak, but he got very agitated. We were basically redoing the sewers and the whole sewerage system. And we had to literally physically restrain him. And we found 2.5 lakh of rupees that he had saved inside the sewerage system. So we had to clean every note, open a bank account and all of that for him. But he was a great artist. What you're saying is, this guy was a great artist. I have some photographs, I didn't show them today. But this guy produced some wonderful art. In fact, when we did the school, the ground floor of the school was really done by this man. I can share those photographs with you, sir, at some point if it's of interest. But his art was really, unfortunately he stopped. At some point he said, "Main nahi karunga." But while he did it, he did a lot of work with us in Nizamuddin as an artist.
Yeah. Hi to all the panelists. It was really a brainstorming session. My question to Mr. Ratesh Nanda. So you have done very good work in Nizamuddin urban areas. You were mentioning that a very good number of ASI protected monuments. I would like to ask, so what is the challenge you have come across in this renewal project? How you manage this? So these questions to you, sir. And one question to Madam Apurva. See, after declaration of World Heritage Site, how we are managing the regulations of UNESCO? Because they have got very strict, stringent regulations. So no development is allowed. So how we are managing this such a big area which has got a living community? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think, I mean, every day, the project that we call one project, I just showed you one small part of the project, which is in the Nizamuddin area, but the project is much wider. It includes conservation of several monuments in landscape areas. So, and it's in the public domain. So the number of challenges have been unlimited. But I don't, I think one of the things is that very early on in the project, there were these, in fact, as part of the MOU, there was these committees which were formed. And there was a committee at the Archaeological Survey of India. Janvir Sharma sir was on that committee from the beginning till the end. And similar committees at the CPWD. And that engagement, I mean, what we had done in the MOU, we had planned for 2 meetings a year of a single committee with all the agencies. We ended up, for the first 12, 13 years of the project, doing at least 100 meetings with the Archaeological Survey of India every year, 100 meetings with the CPWD every year, and at least 300 to 400 meetings every year with the local community, with the residents of Nizamuddin. And for me, what has been most fulfilling about the project has been this intense engagement with the ASI and with some great officers at the ASI over the last 15 years, where we were able to discuss threadbare almost every conservation decision, and that led to a lot of significant decision making. It took time. There were lots of time that I would get frustrated and we are having the same discussion over 2-3 years. But we have to understand that these are public domain monuments, these are national monuments. These decisions cannot be taken lightly, and all of these were recorded. So all of these minutes and everything will eventually be available on the website for students like that to see and so on. What was absolutely critical for this presentation was the 300-400 meetings we had with community groups every year. And for example, even before we surveyed one physical survey of one street, we would have street meetings and individual household meetings with everyone. My friend Apurva here probably been through the same sort of process with such a large precinct. So I think there is no shortcut to that, sir. There is no shortcut, and which is why, as I said, you need multiple groups and civil society groups to do this work. So there were a lot of people in the team who were just constantly meeting, sharing, taking opinions, changing decisions, and so on. I think that continuous dialogue has been the key to overcome all the challenges. And then critically, I work for the Aga Khan Trust for Culture. I have a salary, I'm an employee, I'm not a consultant, none of us have to finish these projects in a certain time frame. When you're employed, when a 100-member technical team is employed for 15 years, then it's our job, just like it is for colleagues in the public sector. And the Aga Khan's been incredible patron for the last half a century and of cultural heritage. And, I can't think of any corporate or any other system in which we would be able to carry on this for forever. So that, when you have time on your side, it helps. I hope that answers your questions.
Every protected monument has got a restricted and a regulated development things. So because you have done so much of work, is there any suggestions to the Government of India for the relaxation of this buffer area, regulated area and restricted area? Because in and around the protected monuments, there is a living community, there is a living heritage is there. So I think this conference should come out with some solutions, because I'm representing the government. So when it comes to implementation at the field level, so these are the issues to be handled in a win-win situation way.
Thank you for that. I know we have got another session coming, so I think some of the issues will get addressed, if not immediately after this, but tomorrow. So with your permission, I will maybe speak to Apurva afterwards and take it up. We have overshot our time. It's nobody's fault, so sorry for cutting you short now, sir. We do have the next session coming up. Thank you very much to the fellow speakers. Thank you to our wonderful audience.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Once again, thank you, UNESCO. Thank you, Madhya Pradesh government, for your hospitality also. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much, Rima Hoja ma'am, and all the panelists and speakers. Moving ahead toward the next session. So would like to invite moderator of the session, Mr. Supratim Basu, founder of Association for Conservation and Tourism, India. Speakers, Mr. Anubhav Kumar, founder of Not on Map, India. Ms. Meenu Chawla, founder Roads Well Traveled Advisory and Senior Associate, SW Associate India. Mr. Scott Wen, President, SW Associate. He will be joining us virtually. Shri Prashant Singh Baghelji, Joint Director Planning, Madhya Pradesh Tourism Board, India. And we are having our moderator. Let us have a huge round of applause to welcome him. He will be moderating the session, World Heritage and Sustainable Tourism. Let us have a huge round of applause to welcome him. And Dr. Manoj Kumar Kini, Director, Kerala Tourism Infrastructure Limited, India. Our panelist, Mr. Sethrichem Sangatam, founder of Better Life Foundation, India, and Dr. Kasturba A.K., Professor and Head of Department, Department of Architecture, Planning, National Institute of Technology, Calicut, India.
There is also Scott who is being connected through Zoom. Yes, and then no need to wait. People, you can just announce it all, then so that they all come too quickly, because we really have to.
Yes. So we have our moderator with us and our speakers with us and our panelist, and Mr. Scott Wen, President, SW Associate, will be joining us virtually. Now handing over the dais to moderator Mr. Supratim Basuji. Let us have a huge round of applause for all the speakers, panelists and moderator.
Thank you. Thank you very much for introducing all of us to the session. I am very sure that everybody would be knowing that it is World Heritage and Sustainable Tourism, because both the sessions was about sustainability that we are all adding to for the past few decades now, that we want to work on it. We want to have all the actions directed towards that. The session, just to open on this session, we just ended up with two wonderful sessions, which were moderated by Paruldi, the first plenary session, and then Rimadi for the second session, which were so nicely conducted, and we had a lot of inputs from there. And these sessions were more based on the urban practices of heritage that we have seen. Moving on to this session, I would say that our speakers in this session are mostly practitioners. They have been into field practice for many years now, most of them. And while we talk about them, we have Mr. Kumar Anubhav, founder of Not on Map India, and then we have Ms. Mintu Chawla, who is the founder of Roads Well Traveled. We will have Mr. Scott Wen, who will come online. We have Mr. Prashant Singh Baghel, who is the Joint Director for Planning and Madhya Pradesh Tourism. Dr. Manoj Kumar Kini, Director, Kerala Tourism Infrastructure Limited. Mr. Sethrichem Sangatam, who is the founder of Better Life Foundation, who is one of the panelists. The previous ones were the speakers. And then we have Dr. Kasturba A.K., Professor and Head of the Department of Architecture and Planning, National Institute in Calicut. So, this wonderful panel that we have of our speakers and our panelists, we would like to go through a little faster than what we had in the previous sessions, because we had the organizers who told us that we are running short of time, but still we wouldn't want to take away the time that they would have taken the pain to travel all the way and come over here and, and to present themselves and to present their cases. But to set the platform, which is very necessary, is what we are talking about. We are talking about UNESCO, the next 50 years, which is extremely important, about more than what we have done, what we want to see in the next 50 years for the entire heritage of South Asia. So this is what we are targeting at. So I am very sure that my speakers and panelists would speak more about that and give us a direction that how could we take forward the next 50 years of UNESCO. We would talk about some practices. I wouldn't say that these are the best practices, but we would talk about some practices. And some of the practices I would like to discuss, while I'm taking forward as the moderator that I have personally been involved in. I would like to discuss about a few practices, localized practices, because I belong to a region which is the east and northeastern part of India, which is connected to the rest of the country by less than 2% of the connectivity. So it is connected through a chicken's neck. More than 98% of the borders are international, and these are land borders with the different countries that are there, Bangladesh, Bhutan, Nepal, Tibet, China, and Myanmar that we have over there. So this is a very important landscape where there has been continuity of culture, continuity of land, continuity of nature, and has contributed immensely to humankind when it comes to the ecosystem services to the world. So a little about what I have been involved in for the past almost 30 years. The Darjeeling Himalayan Railway is a World Heritage Site you all know about. And we had to lobby, bring together the people first, because the administration and the railways were to give up this World Heritage, the so-called World Heritage Site, the Darjeeling Himalayan Railway, because it was not paying enough. And this is when the communities got together, not only locally, but internationally we created a community. And there we had, the owner of the Cadbury's factory, that is Mr. Benedict Cadbury. We had the owners of different hotels. We had the different stakeholders, the schools, the colleges, the local NGOs, and even the porters who got involved. And then they said, we need this Darjeeling Himalayan Railway to remain. And that is where we started lobbying, working, and the government had to come together and create the dossier for UNESCO. And then finally in 1999 we got recognized as a World Heritage Site, which was for the first time that the only surviving narrow gauge of 2 feet railway was recognized internationally, and that was the coming back. So it was grandfather coming back to the limelight, So that was something what communities really rejoiced. For about the first 5 years, we had the project management team for which I was the convener voluntarily. I was volunteering over there. And then, gradually as the railways took up, there has been, a gap between the communities and the so-called, the protectors of the World Heritage Site. So there were challenges where we wanted the communities, where the communities are still there. We have the DHR World Heritage Clubs in the different schools which are there. We have created them. There are people who, there are regular storytelling, in the regular news and social media you will find DHR. So it's a very active site that has been there. Similarly, between 1991 to 2001, we worked on a combined landscape which we named as the Kanchenjunga Region International Ecotourism Park. And that involved India, Nepal, northern Bangladesh, and southern part of Bhutan. And the entire region, while we were working on, we not only worked on the natural content or the natural heritage that we had, but we also worked on the cultural heritage that connected to the nature conservation, the faith that was connected to nature. And gradually we could see, the Kanchenjunga National Park became the first site to be recognized as a dual site, both as a natural and a cultural site, which is for the first time in India that happened. Similarly, there has been different works that I've been involved in. One is the Manas National Park. All of you know that we had the Bodoland, insurgency problem over there. And for 20 years in this World Heritage Site, there was no government services, not even a postman, serving a letter over there to any person. So it was almost out of sight. So it was declared as a World Heritage Site in danger. And in 2001, when I was invited by the field director to go there and work with the youth over there, all that I carried is the UNESCO document which said, that this is a World Heritage Site in danger because because of the insurgency problem, and the local people had taken away everything that they had. And they thought that this was a prestige because under the insurgency problem that had come up in that region, there were all these other people from across the world who were into illegal poaching, who were, collecting illegal timber, and, we were losing our biodiversity in that area, for which the local people were hardly involved because they were more involved into getting their borderland. And that is where they stood back, and the entire All Boro Students Union of a particular region of a place known as Lakki Bazar, which was the most dreaded region, that was converted into the Manas Mauzigendri Ecotourism Society. You could see that document is on the UNESCO site. We could invite the then, in charges in UNESCO for the natural heritage, Mr. Kishore Rao and Mr. David Shepherd and Dr. David Shepherd, who came in, who were kind enough, who came in. They came with the state and the center. They came to a place in the central region known as Basbari and Mathanguri. And with the help of our entire community, we could bring them through the forest to our site to show them how the local people, the local Boro youths transformed, and they started protecting themselves 500 square kilometers of the core area. And that was basically the coming back of the Manas World Heritage that started coming back, as it started coming back. And then we could combine with the Royal Manas National Park on the other side with Bhutan, and with continuity, there was protection over there. So there has been several works of this sort on the Indo-Bhutan, Indo-Nepal, Indo-Myanmar region, on the cross-border region, where we saw, we used heritage as a tool for cross-border peace, for cross-border relations, and for the economic development of that area, where tourism was the face. And it was initially working on conservation, it was initially involving the people, and then we brought in tourism as a livelihood process, basically rural tourism and homestays as a livelihood process, which helped in the entire movement that took place. So all these practices that I have been saying was basically to make everyone aware that it is the communities who can transform, it is the communities who can protect, it's the communities who can actually be the real, they can safeguard the heritage that we have with us. So coming to the other things that there are a lot of government people over here who would like to know, how can we take forward this entire conservation process? Do we wait for UNESCO to recognize our sites? Because there is heritage in every district of South Asia that we are talking about. So why can't we have district heritage recognition bodies? Why can't we create district level bodies? And once we have that in place, if we can recognize them at the district level, then it can be recognized by the national bodies, and then slowly it can be applied to UNESCO, because the entire process then becomes much more easier, as we heard in the previous sessions that it has been taken forward, the complications that were there. So, that way it makes it much easier. And when we talk about responsible and sustainable tourism in this session, we shall make sure of some of the things, that is shared heritage and joint circuits are also, because when it comes to, say, suppose the heritage of Madhya Pradesh, why can't Madhya Pradesh share its heritage with the adjoining states over here and create common circuits? Yes, yeah, I understand that. Yeah. So why can't we take forward in that regard? And then how do we link, most of the time we have been talking about tangible heritage. How can we, link tangible heritage with intangible heritage, all of you, the buffer area that we have been talking about. So these things have to come into, into our discussion. So not taking much of the time, I would request Mr. Kumar Anubhav, who would speak on balancing preservation and development, sustainable development for future. Please, Mr. Anubhav, the show is open to you. And we have little more than 10 minutes.
Thank you. I was told about 15 minutes. Now I'll have to skip some of the slides, so please pardon me for that. Slide is not coming out there.
Someone to help with the slide, please.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to be speaking today in the sub-regional conference. I'll be talking about the country, the current, the past, and the future as well. Some of the takeaways which we can take from this place going forward. I'll tell you a short story about the Buddha. Once he was sick, he requested his disciple to get a glass of water. The water came in, and the Buddha said, "You committed a sin." He couldn't understand. He said, "Think again." And later on, he apologized. You know what the sin was? Buddha said, "Water is precious." While getting the glass of water, the water is sprinkled. He said, "The fresh water is precious." Imagine in the 6th century BC, fresh water was in abundance. But he was thinking about 3,000 years later. And today, as a human civilization, right now we are thinking about our lifespan, and all our thoughts and actions are based on what we do, what we think, what we achieve in the next 50, 70 years. Today I'll be talking about the country which has a rich cultural past, a country which has actually prospered for civilization for ages, the country which has actually nurtured its civilization over several centuries, from Indus Valley civilization to the Mughal Empire. It has actually been a melting pot for culture, traditions, languages. We have given one of the best innovations and inventions of the world, like starting from decimal systems to zero to yoga. Even in the earlier times, our system, the textile industry, was really prospering to a great extent. Romans were using our textile, the fine muslins and the cotton was exported there. Our steel was also of the great quality, the wood steel, which later on Persian called it Damascus steel. That steel which used to be actually make nice quality of the swords. That was the quality of the steel industry which we had. If you look at the wood also, the mahogany and the teak wood, the ships made of that, they used to last 30 plus years as against the other ships which would possibly last maybe not more than 10 years. It was a prospering industry. But unfortunately, you know, as we moved forward, I think my slides are changed, Subra. Sorry for the interruption. Yes, my slides are changed. Can you go back? Paste it in a folder. There. The same folder. Sorry for all the confusion. So we're talking about this country which had a very rich past, you know. And why I'm mentioning is that what made us so rich, you know. What was the real reason for our so much of prosperity? And the basic reason for our prosperity was the social construct, the kind of the village which we used to have. It always used to be a self-sustaining unit, where the local requirements was procured and sourced from the village itself. And there were 4 key pillars of our civilization, you know, or of our villages. All the traditional practices, they were very much scientific in nature. We were very much artistic also, not just science was helpful, you know. We were actually valuing the aesthetic part of it. On top of it, we thought that, okay, spirituality should be part of our evolution because it makes us keep on the right path. And whenever we are in stress, it is this thing which actually helps us survive and have the patience basically. And the last, the economics. It was a social economics rather than individualistic economics. Our society was actually formed based on the skills which was passed from generation to generation. And that's how the needs of the society was fulfilled by these sections of society. And that's how we actually prospered, you know. So this is the basic foundation of our villages, which helped us prosper and became so rich and also contributed to the global economy really high. You know, it was as high as 25% in 17th century. But it went down to 2% in the British Raj. And later on, as per the World Bank, we have gone up to 7% of the global GDP is our contribution. So we see this twist, you know. Some of the things like the basic foundation was that our villages, we did not have any kind of transportation or packaging as much as required. And that actually reduced a lot of carbon footprint in the city. And if you look at the Magna Carta Charter, which is for the responsible tourism, most of the points of this responsible tourism principles are a subset of these three things, you know. So by definition, by design, our culture was already sustainable, all of us know it, you know. But that got destroyed with the passage of time. And if you look at the core region, some of the regions which is mentioned out here, I would not go into the detail, but definitely colonization has its impact. One of them like deindustrialization, primarily when the textile was prospering so much, industrial revolution took place in the West, they did not allow technology to come here. In fact, in the text we have seen that some of the hands of the people in the Murshidabad, they were chopped off, who were actually the fine so-called the textile weavers. And a lot of such stories are there. In agriculture, opium and the indigo trade actually destroyed the soil. The administrative and the legal system of the British Raj that destroyed the social construct and the cohesiveness which actually we used to have. And by the way, that destroyed for 2 centuries, you know. It's very difficult to actually teach people, tell them in one go and come back to where we were earlier. But in isolation, if you look at all the things, what they're doing wrong, the core objective of the British was to loot the colonies and finally make themselves rich. So hence, they were making the policies which was favoring to the core objective what they had. And the objective was fulfilled by looting the countries, by doing the policies, making the policies which was unfavorable to the preservation of the culture and also development of the nation. Hence, whatever they were doing, that was highly appreciated back in London. Look at the current scenario, what is happening in the Mount Everest, you know, base camp. We are cleaning right now. Hampi, Shimla, Manali, all of us know the kind of destruction which has taken place. We see huge traffic jams in Nainital, Darjeeling out there today. Now here we do not have the Britishers today. Here we did not have people from outside making the policies. Why do we have these systems, you know? That is the passe, and even today we have thousands of such civilizations which are getting wasted. I'm talking about one such place in the mountains where you find a series of more than 100 houses which are interconnected with a single corridor. You can go to one house to the 100th house without going outside. Animals also staying there. And they made it, it's like almost 3 centuries old. They made it like this just because of the extreme harsh winters, you know. Nobody knows outside. Even the local people do not value it. It is also on the verge of collapse, and there are thousands of such sites which are built in heritage which will collapse with no time. We are blaming the policies, we are blaming the people, we are blaming the awareness. Look at some of the paradoxical things. We say that tobacco is injurious to health. At the same time, you sell it because it brings really huge revenue to the government. Single-use plastic should be banned. But why it is taking so much of time? We do not have Britishers right now. But why it is like? We saw stubble burning yesterday. All of us are intellectual people making policies, but we are helpless because of some of the obvious reasons. So we see the kind of paradoxical things. We think something should not be done, but again, we are not able to take decisions on certain things. I would like to say that there are certain gaps in policy. I would not go into all of them because of paucity of time, and I've already taken much. Like in mountains, we say that this floor-to-ceiling height should be 6 feet for the homestay. But the homestay in Trans-Himalayan belt, they were always smaller to keep themselves heated up. The government officials in most of the cases in tourism department across the country, I would not say all, they are not so much aware about the sustainable tourism and responsible tourism dimensions, you know. Look at the financial industry in contrary. When digitization happened, there are 2 options. Either you learn computers or you're out. Do we have such strong policies in the tourism industry? This industry is not so much cohesive today. And if you look at, you know, I'll go a little further, that this is the way we are moving on the brown side, but we have to go on the green. A huge delta is there. We are trying to fill this gap by education sensitization, which is a psychological transformation we are trying to bring, which takes generation to bring a change in the mindset of a human being and a habit transformation. But for this huge jump, just self-discipline is not possible. You need to have a strong PSR and a strong, I would say policy, which is policy plus plus. And strong enforcement is required, which is badly missing from the system. If you look at a lot of traditional practices people are following, we try to analyze that why do some people follow the same cultural practice, but in the same country, in the same village, some people do not follow. There are three core reasons people follow or not to follow a traditional cultural practices. Either it is pride, or it is fear, or incentive. But it is different for different people. As per our survey, which we did almost 4 years back, people in the age group of 12 to 45, they follow a tradition because of incentives, not because of the pride they feel in. Whereas it's other ways for the higher age people. Now, if you want to bring back the practices that you have to start following, start practicing it, you cannot have the same campaign hitting to everybody. You have to address them differently as it is done in the marketing campaigns. But that is again missing from the system, that are we addressing people differently? You have to segment the population and act accordingly. Therefore, it is more about, are we creating vaccine for something disease which has already come, or are we trying to take a preventive measures? We're talking about next 50. Do you really know that what the next 50 is going to be? Or are we just talking about it? We need to see the 50 years. Our eyes, our horizon has to be 50 years from now. But unfortunately, I would talk about in the next slide, few slides, that we are possibly not seeing that aspect. Our current intervention mainly, you talk about we're opening a homestay. Let's make this bridge. All of them are talking about the good things which will happen. Like 5 years from now, this place should become like this. It should have an economic upliftment. It should have the progression and prosperity. But the biggest question which ideally we should ask, that what we do not want this place to become from 50 years from now. This has to be written, quantified, documented, pasted. It has to be shared with all the departments, shared with the citizens, shared with the hotels, homestays, and also to the other places which are actually part of the society. And they should be known, the way we have in mobile phones, our batteries are wiping out, we know that it is ticking, and we put in charger. Likewise, there should be a kind of a calculator for what ideally should not be there in 50 years from now. Unfortunately, this thing is not being done correctly. Even though it might be in thought, but it's not being in action. And therefore, the approach which is required is we need to have a tourism master plan. We have a city master plan, and tourism master plan ideally is supposed to be not just the homestays, not just the taxi drivers, not just the resorts. It's about the entire ecosystem. You have to look at the forest department. You have to look at the water, energy, sanitation, everything in totality, not of a small area, but of a larger area. One person cannot do it. It has to be a cohesive, it has to be a larger consultant, which has to come. Ministry of Tourism has to come in tandem and correlated with all the departments mentioned out here. Some people might say we are already talking, but they're not actually. There are a handful of examples also. I would say that hats off to the Ministry of Tourism for the MP, their exception and tremendous effort, goes to them, that they have proven an example. I would say that probably in the country, they're the only state.
Can we make it fast?
I would take just 3 to 4 minutes more, if that is okay. Sorry. So, in the carrying capacity is one of the important things which we have to do, in that, one example, okay, you should know that how many taxis should go per hour. What is the energy, per capita energy consumption? Is it meeting that? That calculator which I was mentioning has to be mentioned out here. I'm skipping some of this. This is the executive framework which ideally we should have. First of all, do the first 4 basically. Create the master plan, define the KPIs. These impact KPIs are basically the quantified representation of what we want to be and what we do not want to be, and sharing it to all the stakeholders, keeping it transparent, and then only hit the phased implementation. And currently, in most of the cases, we are doing the phased implementation, and the other part is not being done, which will, by the way, take time. Unless that is done, we won't be able to take it or move it forward. One example I would say, I'm not going to all these 4, like in hostels or maybe hotels or a homestay, we give them license when they meet the criteria, But ask the homestay, do you know the history of the place? Do you know the sustainability principles or maybe RT guidelines? Many of the cases, homestays do not know. Why do you give them license? In Dubai, taxi drivers are not given license unless they know the monuments and other important elements, in the areas. But here the taxi drivers get the license when they get it. So it's more about actually finding that framework which we actually have to do. These are the 4 key unlocks, the importance of the policy, interconnectedness, design choice architecture is one of the most important thing I would say, wherein we have to, the Nobel Prize was given to Richard Thaler for that, we have to see that what should be done is more important, not so important than how it should be done. And that is what the choice architecture will be. The technology part, I'll be skipping some of the slides and move directly to the technology part. I would not touch upon this one. That's the, imagine India in 2040 or 2050, let's say, we're talking about next 50. Do we really know how the world is going to be or India is going to be in 50 years from now? We might be a 15 trillion economy almost 5 times, you know. We might be sharing a global economy share of maybe 20-25%, you know. But then what kind of destruction will we do in that period of time? Are we looking at the kind of destruction which will happen at this pace where we are moving today? It is very important to know that the kind of customers we'll be serving. Today we are making policies or making the products, experiential product, to our customers. Who are our customers? Our customers are basically based on the past experience or the present whom we see today. But our future customers are going to be very different. Technology is going to transform. They are going to be an artificial intelligence world. It's going to be a very different kind of customers. Are we really analyzing that what kind of in the artificial intelligent world the people will be? Maybe it's a virtual reality. People will not accept the product which we are thinking about it. That should be part of the master plan, that how the customer profiling will be. We might not create a product which will be unacceptable to the customers in future. And that future is not just 10 years, I'm talking about 50 years from now. And that is very much important. And therefore, the policy making also has to be agile. It has to keep transforming. You can't make once and move forward. One such example, I will tell that, okay, today you have the pilots getting trained in a simulated world. You have, taxi drivers also in some places. You have the rocket science, that's also getting simulated. You might have such trainings also in a simulated metaverse world. You do not need to go physically. One doctor at a point in time can treat thousands of patients in one time in future and coming in 10 years from now. Maybe we are heading towards that. Are we integrating that kind of thinking at least? We do not have a solution, but at least that thinking is required as part of the thought process when we are talking about next 50. But this kind of technological intervention and association is very much integrated and very much important to think through. I don't know how many people are sitting in this board who are technologically advanced, but ideally their importance is very much significant. I would like to play this video and end possibly, if that is possible. So let me skip this video.
Yes.
And I would just end with this one thing, that yadanyatra na prajasyu sukhino api na tatrate tadanyatra chana tajit devam sanstha janam. Without creating a sustainable ecosystem, a community cannot prosper, and abandoning such an ecosystem, people cannot thrive elsewhere. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. Dhanyavad.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kumar Anubhav, for your enlightening insights of what can be in future and what should be our thought process when we create our declaration for Bhopal for the next 50 years of UNESCO, because it's a very important content that has to be considered. Moving over to the next speaker, we have Mr. Scott Wen and Ms. Meenu Chawla for tourism, a positive force of cultural heritage. Please.
Hello, sound check. Hello.
Okay.
Hello.
Can
Hello.
you control my presentation? Can you change it? Because from here it is not. Okay. Yeah.
Check. Hello. Sound check.
Is it okay? Good evening, everybody, panelists and delegates. I am Prashant Singh Baghel. I am Joint Director Planning, MP Tourism Board. Let me start presentation regarding some achievements as well as our future plans related to World Heritage as well as sustainable tourism. As everybody knows, Madhya Pradesh is centrally located, and our neighbor states are Rajasthan, Uttar Pradesh, Maharashtra, Chhattisgarh, and Gujarat. It is well connected by road, rail, and air connected. Major cities of Madhya Pradesh, Indore, Bhopal, Jabalpur, Gwalior, Khajuraho, are well connected with other states as well as Bhopal, Indore, and Khajuraho are international airport. We have diversity in tourism sector. Wildlife, pilgrimage, leisure tourism, heritage, ecotourism are our specialty. Some heritage, some circuits, renowned circuits, heritage circuit, everybody knows Gwalior, Chanderi, Shupuri, Orchha, Khajuraho, Panna, religious circuit. We have a beautiful wildlife circuit. We are tiger state. Other slides are coming. That's why we are claiming that we have best wildlife circuit. We have good heritage circuit we are talking about. Let us come to our assets. This is renowned UNESCO World Heritage Site, Khajuraho group of temples. It was inscribed in 1986, group of 23 Nagara style temples constructed during Chandrila's dynasty in 10th and 11th centuries. Second World Heritage Site is Buddhist monuments at Sanchi. And this is some of our visitors yesterday visited this site, and it is well known, renowned site. Third site which was inscribed in 2003, this is 5 clusters of natural rock shelters, and appears to date from monolithic character of the fast developing historical town settlements. And 2 years back, we requested UNESCO to come forward, and they selected Gwalior and Orchha for preparation of guidelines. Preparation of guidelines and preparation of their management guidelines. And after 2 years, they submitted these guidelines and recommendations. This is HL approach, and these are the outcomes after, if we follow these guidelines and recommendations, we can develop and we can project our tourism destinations in better way. These are some objectives related to actual project Orchha and Gwalior. And as I told earlier, UNESCO has prepared guidelines and it was forwarded to us. Now we are trying to incorporate these guidelines in our master plans of both the cities for making it mandatory. It means we are committed to follow these guidelines and recommendations. Not only HUL project, we are continuously trying to submit our proposals for inclusion of our heritage site, including natural sites, in tentative list. Historic ensemble of Orchha was included in tentative list in 2019, and further we prepared its nomination dossier and submitted to ASI, who is nodal agency, for further submission to UNESCO. Apart from it, we start it another site, heritage site, Mandu, is also included in tentative list of World Heritage, and we started preparation of nomination dossier within a year or two. We will be able to submit its nomination dossier to nodal department. Apart from it, we are focusing our natural sites, and in consultation with Wildlife Institute of India, we conducted a feasibility study for identification of our natural heritage site. Initially they identified 6 natural sites, and then finally they identified 2 natural heritage sites, that is Satpura Tiger Reserve and Bheda Ghat, Lamheta Ghat, and we submitted its proposal, and both the sites are included in tentative list. And Wildlife Institute has started preparation of nomination dossier for Madhya Pradesh Tourism Board. This is regarding Bheda Ghat, Lamheta Ghat in Narmada Valley, included in tentative list in 2021. We are not focusing only our tangible heritage. We are identifying our intangible heritage, and these are this is the national list for intangible heritage, and intangible heritage entries submitted in national inventory. We identified some our intangible heritage like Gair, Meher Band, Gond art, and tribal songs associated with harvest, agriculture, and rituals. We are continuously approaching agency and concerned department for including these in our national inventory. Our, let me tell some upcoming projects. That is, we are proposing prehistoric rock art park at Bhimbetka. Secondly, we started working on geological park at Bheda Ghat and Lamheta Ghat, Jabalpur, in consultation with Geological Survey of India. They are still participating this conference. And as I know, this will be first geological park of India. Some upcoming museum projects like City Museum at Bhopal, Moti Mahal, still meeting related to this Moti Mahal project is ongoing with Ministry of Culture. Another is Museum of Music at Moti Mahal, Gwalior. As we were discussing in different presentations that Gwalior is known for its music. That's why we are trying to create new attractions, experience related to music at Gwalior itself. Something related to new discoveries done by ASI. Actually, ASI discovered an archaeological richness in Bandhavgarh. Bandhavgarh is a tiger reserve, and Bandhavgarh was capital of then Baghila's rural. ASI found 35 temples, ruins, and 26 Buddhist caves they discovered at Bandhavgarh. This is under boundary of Bandhavgarh Tiger Reserve. This is in boundary. It is something regarding state archaeology. 503 state protected monuments there, and 36 excavated sites. 6 state level museums and 12 district level museums. They are being managed by state archaeology. They are continuously involved in awareness programs, scientific clearances and restoration.
You can do a test. And can you hear me, Keith?
What happened? Is there? This is regarding replicas national award you were just looking at. We were talking about wildlife tourism. As you know, we are tiger state having 11 national parks, 6 tiger reserves and 25 wildlife sanctuaries. Actually, having natural assets is one thing, and conservation is another thing. We started conserving our cultural heritage as well as natural heritage, and being tiger state, it is our major responsibility to conserve and protect the natural heritage. ESZ eco-sensitive zone is notified by Ministry of Environment and Forest. It is a transition zone between national parks boundaries as well as urbanization. And its master planning is essential. And Madhya Pradesh is the only state, as I know, who involved in master planning of eco-sensitive zone. And you must understand its master planning is required for conservation of our wildlife, all wildlife national parks. And MP Tourism Board is involved in master planning of 27 wildlife sanctuaries as well as national parks. So it is something regarding Satpura National Park. Satpura National Park is the first ESZ master plan we submitted to administrative department and it was approved by environment department, and now it is working. And apart from it, Satpura National Park has been included in tentative list of World Heritage, and after its inclusion, WII started preparation of nomination dossier for that. That's why what efforts can be made for conservation of any natural or cultural site, we are trying to do it.
Sir, I request to wind up, sir, please.
Sure. Almost other sites will be very fast. We divided ESZ entire area in 6 zones and started master planning. These are some conservation-based tourism. We are involving community for tourism, that is glamping, private forest, etc. We are not trying to create infrastructures there. We are promoting ecotourism and involving community for developing it. Some very interesting slide regarding protection of our environment. This is Bartley Night Sky Scale, Page Tiger Reserve Falls in category 3, that is rural sky, that is good for stargazing. That is part of ESZ master plan. Some ecotourism related site, we have huge number of man-made water bodies and water sports activity there. Hanumantiya, well, our exclusive responsible tourism mission is there. And under this umbrella, community demand, women-oriented capacity building, and for making it sustainable, we are working. And there are 6 projects we started, that is rural tourism, tribal tourism, safe tourism destination, responsible souvenir, clean destination, project Humsafar, and homestay. You must have seen some presentation and exhibition. This is project, we conducted accessibility audit for making destination accessible to especially abled peoples. Safe tourism destination for women, we are training, giving trainings, and trying to create a workforce of 5,000 women for providing services at tourist destination. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir, for your wonderful presentation, what MP Tourism is doing in the respective fields we have seen. I think we'll sum that up later. In the meanwhile, if the, if we are ready with Mr. Scott Wen to come in, I would request, if you do not have any other technical reasons, I think we should bring in Mr. Scott Wen, please. And Ms. Meenu Chawla, which, if you can take over. Dr. Manoj Kumar Kini, please, sir.
Good evening, everyone, and thanks for Team UNESCO for inviting me for this grand event. I know that the time is too short and mine is the last presentation for this session. And I'll be very short, and I'm going to present a small story about a very sleepy village of Kerala, which is the story of Muziris. The cultural landscape of Muziris Heritage Project Zone is the combined works of nature and man. The Heritage Conservation and Tourism Project in the Muziris Zone has demonstrated the convergence of heritage conservation and tourism to create a sustainable model for development, which in the long term benefits the local community. And cultural sustainability involves preserving society's tangible and intangible cultural elements in ways that promote environmental, economic, and social sustainability. The Muziris project integrate conservation-based tourism development activities focusing on rejuvenating the local economy, generating local employment, and fostering traditional industries and artisans, and a community-based initiative founded on the concept of living museum. That's the essence of what Muziris project is. So I was asked to discuss how MHP is a unique experimental tourism venture reimagining the conventional concepts, roles of practices of heritage management through more sensible and holistic ways of conserving the historic fabric by involving local communities and achieving wider local economic and social development goals. As you know that Muziris is a hypothesis. Till now it is not proved where Muziris is, but the name appears in the document of 2nd century BC. It was an emporium to the ancient world located on the western coast of India and served as the central trade spot, particularly for spice commodities. It was a part of a larger network connected the whole of the world. And Kerala has sustained a unique position in global exchange relations, both economic and cultural, and the spice route connectivity goes back around the 3rd and 2nd century millennia BC. And classical literary sources, foreign commentaries, and archaeological excavations allude to the transoceanic and inland trade in Kerala in the early days. So, till the early 21st century, when a few researchers started digging upon that particular area, nobody knew that it was a sleepy village. If you look at these documents available of the 2nd century BCE, Kerala had ports like Muziris, Tindis, Bakri, and Nelsinda. These were the 4 major ports according to the ancient travelers. And in the medieval period, we had several ports like Kollam, Kochi, Kodungalur, Kozhikode, Kannur, Madai, Edimala, etc. And in modern period, we have large number of ports, around 40 numbers. So the Muziris as a heritage zone, it traces back to 10th century BCE to 4th century CE with a cultural gap which is not traceable from 5th century to 7th century. No evidence, no satisfying evidences from both excavations and explorations. An early medieval period, 7th century CE and 15th century CE excavations do give us enough evidences, and European and late medieval period from 16th century to 20th century. Therefore, there's a continuous habitation that has happened, settlement history of this particular place. And the project zone is around 150 square kilometers, which include 2 municipalities and 12 panchayats, which extends from Trichur to Ernakulam district. So, the non-history of these areas refers only from the early medieval period, that is 9th century CE. Before that, we don't have any evidence. But the project helped to trace the history of Kerala on the basis of chronological continuity starting from before Common Era. A relatively large number of archaeological and historical relics make these places an important heritage site for entry into the history of Kerala. So this is the place where you can find the first church in India, the first mosque in India, the first synagogues in India, and a number of old temples. And it's also place of tangible, intangible elements like Chautu Nadagam, Manyakuli, Kalakuttu, Karimkali, etc., which represent the tangible assets of the Muziris region. So the concept and approach is, the concept is conceived as a global project. It's a cultural pilgrimage. It's a walk through 2,500 years of Kerala history and the resurrection of the land. The approach is based on sustainable tourism, experiential tourism, living museum, conservation, green project, non-formal education, provision of facilities, then generating new jobs, no land acquisition, no five-star hotels and resorts. So the project components...
Recording stopped.
The project components majorly involve excavation exploration, conservation, infrastructure development, revitalization of rural markets, and academic research. These are the 5 backbones of this particular project. And 40 crores come from the central fund and 150 crores from the state component, and it's a total project cost of 190 crore. And the project area covers 29 museums, 9 roads, 8 toilet blocks, 14 boat jetties, and 7 pathways. And the Muziris Heritage Project is owned by Department of Archaeology, Government of Kerala, managed by ASI. We do have one particular site, owned and managed by state government. We do have a number of premises, and owned by private trusts and bodies. We do have several premises. So it's a kind of a combination of different ownership. Like, for example, everybody is having a role. Various departments are integrated into this, starting from DOAC, CDIT, KSIC, this is our government organization, and Archaeology Department, NATPAC, KINCO, several government departments are part of this. So the objectives are, as I told you, architectural conservation, management of the sites, structural developments, transportation facilities, interpreting intangible heritage, education and interpretation, research and monitoring, enhancing natural environment, interpret archaeology, visitor management and tourism, managing operational impacts. So I'm not going to explain the whole thing, but you can read through each component, management of the site, bringing in awareness of the stakeholders regarding the significance of the site, which is very, very important, especially in a place like Kerala, where we do have a density of almost like 3 times the national density, and the density in this particular local area is almost like around 4,000 to 6,000 people per square kilometer, which is quite high. Using appropriate mechanism on site, involving community and involve local communities for the site management, which was a great lesson for us to go forward. So rest of the things I'm not reading it. These are the other components. How we have done is architectural heritage conservation, the new development, transportation, then archaeology. As far as we are concerned, hardly 10% of the site potential is being revealed. 90% is at there to be explored. Promoting intangible heritage, documentation of the traditional knowledge systems in Muziris, preserving the original context of the intangible heritage, demonstrate the intangible heritage in front of the visitors. Similarly, educational and interpretation strategies, these are all ongoing there. Promoting non-formal education in heritage sites. I'll go through the pictures, you will understand that fast. Then, again, the other aspects, visitor management and tourism, protection of natural environment, research and monitoring, managing operational impacts. So we had exploration and excavation started in 2000, early 2000, where we had Pattanam, Cheraman Parambu, Madilagam, Kottapuram, Paravur Synagogue, Pallipuram Fort, Kottat, Kovilagam, all these things were site. Some of those members are sitting here as part of the different state teams of Telangana and Maharashtra and even Madhya Pradesh. So these are the excavation that happened in this particular place. I'll just go through the pictures. So we had evidences of various systems like wooden cano, brick walls, traditional old buildings, then human figure etched in amber, similarly amphora. So this was one site, Kottapuram Fort, which was an earlier fort of the Portuguese, then the Dutch. We had excavation conducted at that site. Then Cheraman Parambu, which is supposed to be the early capital of the Chera Empire. Then the Paravur Synagogue, where we could identify parallel construction which was happening in the site. This was revealed while cleaning the site. Cemetery, Jewish cemetery. Then we had the oldest temple, Madilagam, which is no more there. It was supposed to be a Jain center, a renowned Jain center, once upon a time. So, heritage conservation activities in Muziris, a densely populated area, have been carried out without compromising the lifestyle of the general community. The major challenge that we were facing was how to do this conservation and preservation in a place where people are thickly living and populated. So, we had to devise very important strategies, like for example, to bring people into confidence that they will not lose anything. And if you look at the land use, and also if you look at the land ownership, people there are living in separate land, 3 cents, 4 cents, 5 cents of plot, where when we use it for excavation, the major threat for them was like, what will happen to our site? What will happen to our houses? So giving them back the place was very, very important. So we had to conduct several kind of, sessions with them to take them into confidence. Similarly, this excavated site, things were removed, and the sand was put.
Dr. Kini, if you can start winding up, please.
Yeah, okay. So I think I'll wind it up. I'll just show you the pictures, what has happened. These are all the project sites, and we have also done the infrastructure development as part of that. And the publications and various functions that happens there as part of this. So over the last 10 years, we have literally made it a people's project where the people of the place are owning this. They are all part of that. They are utilizing these services. They are all very much proud of their possessions as heritage, and they are maintaining it. They are part of this, generating jobs, living there, and successfully going along with this particular thing. So it's a great lesson for us how to conserve heritage with community participation, and how tourism can be used as a tool in this process for making it a grand success. So the project has given impetus to heritage conservation as a component of community development, and not just for propagating tourism. It is seen as a sustainable model for tourism by adopting an integrated approach to heritage conservation, with tourism as a byproduct with benefits to the local community. The project has also emerged as a contributor in the academic field by providing ample evidence to reveal the history of Kerala for 2,500 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kini, for being on time. And in the meanwhile, we have our two panelists. The first panelist is Mr. Setsrichem Sangtham, who is from Nagaland. And all of you know that Nagaland is known for its silent forests. So he would speak on the community initiative, and the next, what should be suggested for our next move. Please, Mr. Singh. In 3 to 4 minutes, please.
I think presentation file is missing.
Please, we can help with the presentation file.
I wish I have a microphone, I can just walk and speak. I don't have to follow that. Okay, clear. Session 2. Session 2, I think. Yes, 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 I will. Thank you, Basudha. Distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen, I'm so happy to be here today. Since we don't have much time, I'll show some 1-minute video and then I'll wind up. So before that, my name is Setsrichem, belongs to one of the tribe in Nagaland. So if you look at the map, if you look at the map, I'm from that part of eastern parts of Nagaland, northeast India. So I belong to a community where our forefathers are hunters and gatherers. So we normally live on the mountain top without much of a communication. So I'll quickly show you one video, short 1 minute video about our rich culture. So that's it. Way back in 2008-9, I used to live in US. I was on H-1B visa. I also worked with the UN Population Fund. But looking back at our community live in such a poverty. They're living on the mountaintop. So I thought I should come back because our community, we think that we are poor, but in the culture, we have got the type of hospitality, and the culture was such a vibrant. So I decided to come back with a couple of strategy. One is the short term so that we'll address the rural livelihood security problem. Because when you talk about tourism, nobody's interested, right? Because first, their focus is to fill their stomach. So we started, and then even when we take them out for exposure, when we try to, give them all scientific way of cultivation, especially the horticulture, they said, we haven't seen people, getting money by selling fruits. So that's a kind of a mindset. And when people comes to their house, they'll be more than happy to host, but if a guest gives them a money, that's a serious humiliation. So, but that does not sustain. So keeping in mind that the long-term action plan is to create a sustainable tourism through biodiversity conservation and preservation of the culture. So in the biodiversity conservation, our young people, boys, average of about 13, 14 years will have their own muzzle-loading gun. And all these guns are made in the villages. So they kill everything that is moving. Some they kill to eat, but some they kill only for fun. So now in order to divert their focus from just a rampant hunting, we picked up one village, and that's how we started. We have already trained 94 young boys and girls, aged from 12 to 21 years, 44 girls, and 50 boys. And now there in the video, you must have seen the elderly people dancing, and there were young people. So it's a kind of, in our community, if you have to tell, these folk dance and folklores are a kind of a ritual. It's a taboo for the young people to learn. So we are breaking that genes, it took really long for us. But then when the case started coming, when we are promoting tourism, if you are not prepared and if our people are not ready with what to show to the community or to the tourists, so then we started with the cultural preservation. So when we did the cultural preservation, we had this in mind: identify cultural markers, identify mentors, then frame modality of instructions, identify village clusters, identify supporting institutions. So all these traditions, all these cultures are dying off because it's undocumented. So then we started, and by now we started with a humble, initiative, but it took really long.
Satracham, can we just cut it short, please?
Yeah, I mean, just 1 minute. So the hunting have been reduced, and then we have trained about 100, service providers, tourist guides, music and dance. Then we have created a Farmers Innovations under that institution, and also we have partnered with the Not on Map and Honeybee Network. And the culmination of that training last year, we hosted about 6,000 people. 6,000 people during the culmination of that festival. So this is the present. These are some of the farm stays and home stays we created. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Over to our next panelist, Dr. Kasturba Ike, please.
A very good evening. I'm Professor Kasturba. I'm Professor and Head of the Department of Architecture and Planning, National Institute of Technology, Calicut. First of all, I am very happy, and I thank the organizers, the State Tourism Department and UNESCO for hosting this and these discussions. It is very enlightening to be here. The session was about the World Heritage and Sustainable Tourism. Four people presented different projects which brought various knowledge, like how balancing preservation and development for balancing preservation and sustainable development. Then we could understand what is a tourism master plan, and also what are the positive forces for cultural heritage development. All the four participants discussed about the involvement of community and cultural heritage development, which is most important. But one thing we should observe is every heritage development project is unique. So it needs a lot of research. It involves research of the community. So I had carried out 2 projects that was for the heritage development of Calicut city. 2 different communities, and we have to go deep inside and like field school. I am a member of Society of Architecture Historians, where they go to the community and study their culture, their rituals, traditions, environment, everything, and then come up with a master plan and also a management plan. That is more important. What architect Manoj Kumar Kini had discussed is more of a tourism management and involving various stages and involving tangible, intangible heritage. And another part which was not discussed in this session, which is more important, is the economy and environment. The environment impact assessment. Like we have a tourism like we have to capacity of that area has to be measured. For example, there are when we take even the construction activities and the infrastructure has to be proposed based on the containment. Like we have to see whether ecotourism or less buildings, or we say less building footprint and ecotourism. All these are some of the terms which has to be involved. Then tourism is for economy. Mostly the revenue of heritage is got from tourism. We consider heritage as a resource. So these resources will be enlisted, and then how to market it through tourism, because tourism, people come mainly to experience the history, the culture, and enjoy that. But we have to see whether it is homestays or eco resorts. One best example I have seen in US where the nature tourism is Grand Canyon. We have many spots in India like Western Ghats, but we can develop nature tourism. And I'm not elaborating, but lot of research from academicians are demanded for this, and a few scholars are working under me. They involve in different type of studies and come up with the surveys of communities, and we have a carbon footprint, everything. Lot of technical studies are involved, even though we see as a living museum or whatever concept, we have to lot of studies and technical reports are involved in these projects. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the wonderful insights. We will go on to the summing up much later. We will send it on to you. But in the meanwhile, we'll take 2 questions. If you can just, if you need to ask. Okay. I've been told that we actually do not have time, so we will not take the question answer session. We close today's session over here itself. It's been a 40 minutes wonderful session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Supritam Basu, sir.
Yeah, can you explain that all the questions that we can take during the next, tomorrow's Bhopal State Vision Statement adoption on any other time, or otherwise they can also connect individually?
Okay. So question, because of the shortage of time, questions can be raised some other time, or you can connect him directly or to our panelists or our speakers. Thank you so much, sir, moderator, Mr. Supritam Basu, sir, our speakers and panelists. And now I would like to request you all to do visit our State Museum and Tribal Museum, followed by dinner. I would like to invite you all. And one more information is there for you. Tomorrow is World Heritage Day. On the special occasion of this, we are arranging Heritage Walk for you all. And this walk will start sharp at 6:30. And to pick up at hotels, buses will be available at 6. And you need to reach by bus at Rani Kamlapati Park to Iqbal Maidan, and it will end at 8:30 a.m. and buses will again drop you back, and at 9:30 again we will be having the session. Thank you so much, and thank you for listening the sessions. So thank you. Have a great day. For you all, buses are waiting, so you can approach bus, and you will be going to Tribal State Museum, and after that Tribal Museum, and there itself dinner is arranged, and buses are waiting at the left side of this hall. So you can approach buses, you can move at the left side of this hall. Thank you so much.